Hey, okay, now I'm on. Hey, good morning, hello. Microphone is working, everybody is awake. I'm also awake, thanks to the time difference. Yeah, more or less, okay, yeah. Thanks for joining me here to the BGP tutorial. Well, it's called BGP in 100 minutes. Actually, it's BGP in 90 minutes because the second half will be done by Ben Cox, and he's going to talk about his BGP.tools. But I'm talking about BGP, very basic stuff a lot of people have heard before, but perhaps also things which is new to you if you're new to RIPE meetings, new to the industry. Well, BGP is the thing about routing, about prefixes, about what providers do, about how the internet works. Quick word about me. I'm Wolfgang Tremmel. I'm working for the DKIX Internet Exchanges. I'm in the internet industry since 1994. I've done a number of roles, most of the time with routing and with peering. So I started as a network engineer in 1994. Then I was doing network planning when DSL was starting up. And from 2002 to 2005, I was working as a peering manager and network director at a company which no longer exists, NVIDIA Networks. And since 2006, I've been working for DKIX, German Internet Exchange, the first 10 years as a manager for customer support. And since 2016, I'm doing this thing called the BGP Academy. And if you go on YouTube and Google and search for DKIX, you find a lot of videos. What I'm talking about today, it's also pre-recorded on YouTube. It's called BGP Introduction, and the first two videos, basically, that's what I'm doing today. So BGP, Border Gateway Protocol, what is it all about? Well, BGP is about prefixes. You all know IP addresses, like this IP before, legacy IP here, the old IP, well, which is still around, which should have been retired 10 years ago, but we are still using it. People still think it's a cool thing. Other people think it's a thing to make money. IPv4, 32 bits long, the IP addresses, and the important part you need to know if we talk about or think about BGP is that each IP address, it has a network part and has a host part. And the border between network part and host part can be anywhere. I know that there are still some literature about which talks about class A, B, and C networks that has been outdated for more than 20 years. So the border between network part and host part can be anywhere. And what we have here is a so-called /22 prefix. And that means we have 22 bits in the network part. And a prefix also, one of the characteristics is it was a prefix that the host part is all zeros. So there are no bits in the host part, it's just the network part. And BGP, I'm show you later, announces this prefix. And important, a prefix really consists of the prefix itself, the slash, and the length of the prefix in bits in the network part. For IPv6, the modern IP protocol, which we all should be using by now, for IPv6, that's quite the same. The address is just longer. It's 128 bits. And the length also is expressed by a slash and the number of bits in the network part. And here we have a so-called /64 network, and that's the standard we are using for Ethernet, local area networks, Ethernet LANs. They are all in IPv6/64s. Yeah, when we talk about smaller or larger networks, the smaller the number, the larger is the network, because you can put more hosts into that network. So what we have here is a /64, and of course in IPv6, you do not have to worry about how many hosts you could put in there. You can put as many hosts in there as you need, ever. And that's also the nice thing about IPv6. In IPv4, you have to make these calculations. I need 6 hosts. What kind of network do I need? Oh, I want to add another one. I have to renumber, or I have to change the net mask. All gone with IPv6. Fantastic. And people are still using IPv4. I have no idea why. Okay, going back to BGP. And how does BGP work? I already mentioned BGP is about prefixes. So BGP networks, they announce prefixes to their neighbor networks. So this is me. I'm AS196610. I'm going to explain what that means later. I'm the DKIX Academy, and I'm announcing this prefix to my neighbor networks. Then we have my neighbor here in green, and my neighbor in green says, click on. Ah, yeah. My neighbor, Wolfgang from the DKIX Academy, he announces this and that prefix, and I have learned that from my neighbor. And he tells his neighbor here in orange, and the orange neighbor says, oh, my green neighbor told me that his neighbor, AS196610, announces this prefix. So this is the basic functionality of BGP. You announce prefixes to neighbor networks, and they re-announce them to their networks, and they always tell where they got it from. This is the basic functionality of BGP. Yeah, if we have a look at this very simple network map here, we have a number of networks. And again, this is me. And I'm announcing these prefixes, like I said, to my neighbor. My neighbor receives the announcement, and he records where he gets it from, where he got it from. And I'm showing that with the little blue dot in the announcement. And when he re-announces that prefix to his neighbor, he puts also his information in there, and we have here another green dot. And the next re-announcement, and we have the orange dot. So they keep track where they got the announcement from. And of course, there are no dots. We are having protocols, there are numbers, but this is the basic functionality. You announce a prefix to your neighbors, and the neighbor records where he got it from. He re-announces it, and he adds the information in front. And he re-announces it, and he adds the information in front. So at the end, you have this string, this what we call the path where the announcement has traveled. So BGP and neighbors. The neighbors in BGP, they have to be configured. BGP neighbors do not find themselves. And each BGP speaking device is a part of a so-called autonomous system. You remember the slide where with me on it, and I said, I'm AS196610. This is my autonomous system number. Each BGP speaking device is part of an autonomous system, and an autonomous system is defined by an autonomous system number. And the path this announcement takes, this with the colored dots, this is called the autonomous system path. And there, of course, there are no colored dots in there, but there are these autonomous system numbers in there. And that shows which autonomous systems have forwarded the prefix announcement. And the rightmost autonomous system, or AS as we call it, in the past is called the originator. This is where the prefix is homed. This is where devices with IP addresses out of this prefix are sitting, the originator. So we have learned now a number of terms. We have learned the term autonomous system path, and originator. And these are important terms if you talk about BGP. By the way, if anybody has any questions, just step up to the microphone and wave at me. So you can ask questions anytime. But sometimes there is also a kind of a chapter here, like now. So if you have any questions so far, just ask. Okay. Autonomous system, that's an important concept in BGP. And there is a formal definition, there is a simple definition. The simple definition, an autonomous system is a group of prefixes. And the formal definition you can read here. You can also read it in the RFC. Formal definition says an AS is a connected group of one or more IP prefixes run by one or more network operators, which has a single and clearly defined routing policy. And there is another important thing in this sentence, and that says one or more network operators. So BGP and the concept of autonomous systems, they do not enforce a business model. You can do whatever you like. You can be one operator, you can be a number of companies, it doesn't matter. I've read in some documentation different things, but this is the formal definition. No business model is enforced. Is that the question? Oh no, somebody's checking the microphone. Yeah, but you also need a router to announce these prefixes. You need some kind of hardware or software or both. And a router or multiple routers, this router speaks BGP to its neighbors, and this router has an autonomous system configured. And like I said here, and he identifies himself with that autonomous system number. So another new term, autonomous system number. The router identifies itself to the neighbors and says, I'm part of that autonomous system, this is my number. Sometimes the clicker takes its time. Okay, autonomous system number, or ASN. And again, there is a formal definition from an RFC, and it says an AS has a globally unique number, sometimes referred to as an ASN or autonomous system number associated with it. This number is used in both the exchange of exterior routing information between neighboring ASs and as an identifier of the AS itself. So the important part here is globally unique. And before that, talking about the number space, AS numbers originally had been 16-bit long. That's from 0 to 65,535. Some of these are reserved, and you already see the problem there, that we run out, like we ran out of IPv4 addresses, we also ran out of of AS numbers. And in difference, running out of AS numbers was solved quietly, but just defining that AS numbers now can be 32-bit long, and the protocol was adjusted like that the migration went kind of unnoticed. So the migration from 16-bit to 32-bit numbers, that ran in, if I'm correct, in the early 2000s, and nobody noticed it. And nobody had to do any fancy things. You just have to update your router's operating system, your router software. And that was it. Nobody noticed. Unlike when you migrate from IPv4 to IPv6, you have to jump through burning burning loops backward or so. No, AS numbers are 32-bit long and they are globally unique. And globally unique also means somebody has to administrate them. And that entity administrating AS numbers is the IANA. That's the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority. And since that task is too big, they have delegated it to the 5 RIRs. And guess where we are today? We are at the RIPE meeting. So the RIR responsible for AS numbers in this region is, of course, the RIPE NCC. And if you need an AS number, simply become a RIPE NCC member and request one. The policies are on the website. I'm not talking about that. There are other working groups, other meetings where we talk about policies, and you might visit I think it's in the routing or in the address policy working group, where this time will be a proposal about changing the policy for AS numbers. Yeah, BGP announcing prefixes to neighbors, to directly connected neighbors. Directly means I have some direct connection from one router to another. And these neighbors, they have to be configured. They don't find themselves. Yeah, and BGP uses TCP as a protocol to talk to neighbors. So, you know, other routing protocols like OSPF or whatever, they invent their own method on talking. BGP is very pragmatic. They simply use TCP to connect to a neighbor. TCP already brings along reliable transport. Reliable transport means that the sender knows that the receiver got the information. TCP brings flow control. The sender does not send faster than the receiver can receive. And also framing, like putting BGP messages into packets. BGP messages can be up to 4 kilobytes long. TCP packets are usually smaller, and TCP takes care of the framing. And BGP works incremental by using add and withdraw messages. At the session setup, like when two neighbors first start talking to each other, BGP announces everything to its neighbor, everything it knows, all the prefixes it knows, it announces to that neighbor. And after that, the updates are incremental. Incremental means if BGP learns about a new prefix, it sends an add message to the neighbor. And if a prefix goes away, it sends a withdraw message to the neighbor. So add, withdraw, and that constantly happens in the background, and you don't notice it. And the routers take care of processing these messages. And that's also a reason why setting up a BGP session is sometimes a bit time consuming, because when setting it up, it sends a lot of information. The IPv4 routing table, I think it's 900,000 something entries long. So, and these are sent, might be sent when setting up a BGP session. But once the session is up, the traffic goes down. It just sends add and withdraws, and they don't use much traffic. Also, BGP assumes, and this is again where the TCP comes in, as long as the session is up, that the neighbor is in sync. So he knows everything I told him, and he forgets everything I withdraw. And there is no resync or something like that in BGP. As long as the TCP session and the BGP session is up, the BGP assumes that the neighbor is in sync with all I send and I withdraw. So let's have a look at my AS path again. We're going back to the AS path and going back to announcements. So 3 simple ASs. I'm announcing a prefix. I'm putting in the AS number, recording the AS number, no colored dots this time, but real AS numbers, and re-announcing it to its neighbor AS5669. And here we have the AS pass, and with the originator on the right-hand side. So these are the terms we learned about. BGP is about prefixes, IPv4 and IPv6, both. It's about AS numbers. AS numbers nowadays are 32-bit long, and if you want to talk BGP, if you want to run your autonomous system, you do need an AS number, and you are getting that here in Europe from the RIPE NCC. And the AS pass, that is being built by announcing prefixes to neighbors. You put the forwarding AS in front, and the rightmost AS is called the originator. And this is where devices out of these prefixes are homed, the originator autonomous system. And the BGP, the AS pass, is a so-called attribute of the prefix. And there are more attributes to these announcements, to the BGP prefix announcement, not only the AS pass. And if you talk about attributes, you can basically classify them in two ways. One is mandatory attributes. These attributes have to be there in each BGP prefix, which is announced to the neighbor. For example, the AS pass is a mandatory attribute, and there are optional attributes. Well, they can be there or not, and MED, I'm explaining later what that is. That's an optional attribute. Other way to classify them is they were so-called transitive attributes. Transitive attributes, they are kept on the prefix and forwarded via BGP from each neighbor, from each autonomous system to the next autonomous system. And there are so-called non-transitive attributes. Non-transitive attributes, they are added to a prefix to the neighbor, but they are not forwarded to the next neighbor. Non-transitive attributes and transitive attributes. So how does all these things work then with routing? Let's have a look at a simplified, very simple router. We have the data plane where packets come in and packets go out, and we have the control plane where the whole routing protocols work. And we have here, we have also we have put in a number of routing protocols, OSPF, BGP, static routes, interface addresses, and they all feed into the routing table, and the routing table then feeds into the forwarding table. So BGP receives prefix announcements. And since the internet is very large and you have a lot of neighbors, it's highly likely that you receive one and the same BGP prefix from multiple neighbors. So the BGP table contains information about prefixes, and it contains also, for one prefix, multiple announcements it has received from multiple neighbors. But only one best route needs to go into the routing table. So there must be a process which basically selects all of these announcements, one best one, and puts it into the routing table. And this is then where the packets go. And this process is called BGP best path selection. And that's basically the next topic I'm going to talk about. Are there any questions so far? Okay. Talking about BGP best path selection. Idea. You want only one path, one route for each destination, for each prefix you know about. And this decision, which path is best, that must be based on BGP attributes. Bow down for water. And the decision must not be random, but it must be deterministic. So in the same situation, the router must make the same decision, which BGP prefix is best. And some of these criteria, some of these attributes, the BGP best path selection uses are a bit strange. Some of them are really, really outdated. BGP has been around for some time, and there are attributes still kept, which lost basically their meaning, but it's still there. It's still in the RFC, and the router still uses them. And so let's have a look how that works. Let's get started with a simple network. We have AS64500, and this network has 2 transit providers, and we are receiving prefixes. So here on the right-hand side, AS517 announces a prefix. It goes to AS286, and the other one goes to AS64497. Prefix is forwarded, the BGP, the AS path is being recorded, so you see the forwarding ASs in the path. And this one also goes via AS286 here on top to AS64496, and they both now are received here by AS64500. And we see the top one, it has 3 autonomous systems in the path. The bottom one has 2 autonomous systems in the path. And here is what we call the length of the AS path. And here we have an AS path length of 3. Length of 3 means there are 3 ASs in the path. And here we have an AS path length of 2. And BGP considers a shorter AS path as better. And keep in mind, we are just looking at the number of autonomous systems in the path. That's the only dynamic criteria BGP has. There is no information about latency. There is no information about the number of routers. It's only the number of autonomous systems in the AS path which is used. And might the other one be better in reality with less latency? Yes, but BGP doesn't know about it. BGP only knows the number of autonomous systems in the path, and that's a decision criteria for best path selection. So here we are at best path selection algorithm. The shorter AS path wins. The algorithm terminates at the first match. Like I said, we are talking about the same prefix with different attributes. So it goes through that algorithm, and if there is a decision, the algorithm terminates, and that one that is selected as the best. Well, if the next hop IP address isn't reachable, we don't even need to go, because then the router has no idea where to forward packets to. But and step 3 here, we have the AS path length, and the shorter AS path wins. Now let's add a third one. Let's add some peering to this network, and let's have a look. We are receiving now the prefix via peering. So also we here have an AS path length of 2. So what to do now? We have both here the entries with an AS path length of 2, and which one is better? Where do we make the decision? And one way to do that, And I know that a lot of people who do not agree with me, and perhaps it's not the best way to do that this way, is to say, hey, I like peering. Peering is better than transit. And let's always prefer peering over transit and use here in step 2 the so-called local preference. And the local preference is a configured parameter, and higher value wins. Let's explain what that means. Local preference is also a 32-bit value. It's an integer, and higher value wins means I'm configuring at my network entry where I receive the prefixes a local preference. This local preference is a non-transitive attribute. That means it is not forwarded to my neighbors, but it is propagated within my own autonomous system via BGP. Here's a new term again, and that's IBGP. IBGP is BGP within my own or within one autonomous system. We have BGP between ASs, but we can also have BGP within an AS. And within an AS, that's what we call IBGP. And local preference, I'm setting that at where I receive prefixes from the outside, and it's propagated inside my own AS number. And it's a very high in the best path selection, and you can force a decision here and say, when I receive prefixes from my peering or from my customer, I want them always preferred against prefixes received from my transit providers. Usually it's set using rules. So you have some rules on the interfaces, like I say, setting, it's a 32-bit value, so the number space is quite large. So you can say customer prefix are 10,000, I'm setting local preference of 10,000. Peering prefixes, I'm setting 1,000. And upstream prefixes, I'm setting 10. And the obvious question is, why am I not using 100? 100 is the default value. So you do not want, if you want to change any parameter, any attribute, never use the default value for anything, because if you see the default value in your BGP table, you notice, I have forgotten to explicitly set that value somewhere. So this is what I was using for upstream 10, for peering 1,000, and for customer prefix 10,000. Next attribute, and that's called origin type. And that's one of these historical attributes. And origin type has 3 different values. And one is IGP. That means the route is generated, the route is injected into BGP via a so-called network statement. Then we have EGP. EGP is the predecessor of BGP, and it has not been around. When was it deprecated? Long time ago. So EGP doesn't exist anymore. And but still, there's attribute of E is possible in BGP. And then we also have incomplete, and that means the prefix has been redistributed into BGP from another routing protocol. And it's often shown as a question mark because the real source is unknown. And I usually say this rule isn't really important, but if you have a look at the global routing table, and this is the thing you can do as an homework, if you have a look at the global routing table, you will notice that there are prefixes tagged with an E. And I have no idea why, because EGP does not exist anymore. I only can imagine that one network out there is using that flag for some strange stuff. And since this is a transitive attribute, once you change it, it stays changed. So homework, have a look at the global routing table, have a look who's tagging prefixes with an E and talk to them if you know them. Because it's here on step 4 of the best path selection algorithm, and routes tagged with E. If you have one and the same prefix tagged with different values in this one, it makes a decision in routing. And the RFC explicitly says that you should not change that value. This value is intended to be set by the originator, and it shouldn't be changed anywhere, anytime. And there is somebody out there who does that change. Okay, next rule. Next rule. Let's have a look at an example network again. I have a transit provider here, AS64496, and that provides transit services and announces prefixes. Prefixes go one way, traffic goes the other way. And we have 2 circuits here between these 2 providers. Okay. We have 2 circuits between these 2 providers. And the transit provider, he wants one of these circuits preferred. So one is a primary circuit, one is a backup circuit, and the transit provider wants the traffic from its customer on the primary circuit. And how to tell the customer? Of course, you can phone him up and say, hey, can you please reconfigure your router and use this circuit instead of the other one? But that doesn't scale. That doesn't scale in internet routing. So there is a method in BGP to signal your neighbor if you have multiple connections to a neighbor where you want traffic, which circuit to prefer. And the attribute for that is called MED. MED stands for multi-exit discriminator, and this value is only compared if the next hop AS is the same. So if you have multiple connections to the same neighbor and they are sending an MED value, then that MED value is used for best path selection. So you can signal your neighbor with whom you have multiple connections where you prefer traffic. You're announcing one and the same prefix over all of your connections, and you're saying, for this prefix, I want my traffic here. For that prefix, I want my traffic there. And this is MED is for. It's again a 32-bit value. And here we have lower wins. So you can have a lower and a higher value. The lower value wins. It's an optional attribute. Optional means it doesn't have to be there. And it's non-transitive, so it's not forwarded to the next one. You're setting it, announcing it to your neighbor. The neighbor either processes it or overrides it. You always have the choice to tweak the algorithm, to override it, but it's really the purpose is if you have multiple connections to one and the same neighbor, to tell the neighbor where you want traffic for which prefix. A missing MED, like I said, it's an optional attribute, can be either treated as best or as worst. The default is that a missing MED is treated like it is 0, so it's best. And just said that, of course, you have, as an autonomous system operator, have the choice to ignore it. It's not very nice, but you might ignore it. And that's why some networks want to have a peering contract with you. And in that peering contract, there might be the clause, if I'm announcing MEDs to you, you have to use them. Reason, large networks might want to receive traffic for specific prefixes at specific exchange points. That was MED is for. Yeah, we might not have made a decision yet, so we are still might have one and the same prefix from two sides, from two neighbors, and we must make a decision which one is best. So the next two rules are the so-called hot potato rules. And the first one is if you receive a prefix from internally and from externally, externally wins. Let me show you what that means. So the top router receives the prefix here from externally, and it forwarded it internally to the bottom router. So the top one learned it from extern, the bottom one learned it from intern, and the bottom one also receives it from extern. And for the bottom one, the decision is the external announcement wins. You see all other attributes are the same. And so the bottom router uses the externally learned prefix as best and sends the traffic directly to the neighbor and not first through internally through its own system. And here on the top one, of course, also the external one wins, and the top router also uses its direct connection to send out traffic. Nearest exit is similar. So if we have four routers, the top one sends packets over the top. The bottom one sends packets through the bottom connection. Then the routers behind them do the same and choose the nearest network exit for sending out traffic. So BGP, you want to send out traffic. And like I said, the BGP best path selection, once you have made a decision, it terminates. So we only get here if the decision wasn't made before. And usually you are in control of your network. You can tweak your configuration where you want that decision to be made. You can make it with local preference, or you can say, okay, I don't care. I'm choosing nearest exit and externally. Yeah, the next one is, it's complicated. And this rule was the cause for a lot of calls during the night when I was running customer support. Age of route. The exact phrasing, and I copied that from a Cisco manual, is when both paths are external, prefer the path that was received first. So this only applies to a router which has two or more external BGP sessions to neighbors. And that happens quite often when you connect one router to multiple internet exchanges. So here in this case, when the connections go to two different routers, it doesn't apply. Okay, need to go back. So what happens? What happens? You have a connection to two internet exchanges, and you both receive prefixes, let's say from Google. Oh, you won't receive prefixes from Google anymore, perhaps at internet exchanges. Okay, you receive prefixes from Facebook. And let's say from an internet exchange in Frankfurt and an internet exchange in Amsterdam. And now, for whatever reason, the traffic to Facebook goes via Frankfurt. And now Frankfurt, Facebook or DKIX does a maintenance. And the traffic falls over to Amsterdam. And now Frankfurt has finished the maintenance and it comes back. And the traffic does not fall back, because the prefix you received in Amsterdam is older. It's an older prefix, it's a more stable prefix. And this is confusing for a lot of operators because the traffic was going through Frankfurt before Frankfurt was gone, traffic falls over to Amsterdam. Frankfurt is back, but the traffic does not fall back because it's an older prefix. The more stable route is through Amsterdam now. Keep in mind, this only applies if the decision was not made before, like with MED or with local preference. And a lot of people, this was confusing for a lot of operators. They say, they phoned us up at DKIX and said, my traffic is has failed over and is not coming back after the maintenance. And this is because of that. More stable route is preferred. And that's also one of the attributes, one of the parts of the algorithm. I think Geoff Houston once said, the algorithm is not deterministic because we have the traffic goes and we have the same situation as before and the traffic doesn't fall back. But I think it's still deterministic because if you use time as a parameter, if the events happen in the same order, it always behaves the same. Maintenance here in Frankfurt, traffic fall over to Amsterdam, and it doesn't fall back because Amsterdam in this case was more stable. And so keep in mind, if you have that situation, if you see traffic failing over and not going back, this might be the reason. Okay, the last two, and rules of last resort, because we must make a decision. It's still possible we haven't made a decision yet. And the rules of last resort is the router ID, the lower wins, and the neighbor IP address, the lower wins. And if you rely on these rules to make a decision, you've done something wrong elsewhere. In my 10 years at customer support, I once had a customer who really asked for a lower IP address on DKIX because of this, because he says he wants more traffic. And I said, okay, I can discuss now why your BGP configuration is bad, or I simply give you a lower IP. I simply gave him a lower IP address. He was happy and it wasn't much work for me. But usually the decision has been made way before these rules. Rules of last resort, they only exist because there must be a decision at the end. There must only be one, and one best path has to be selected. And usually you do not get there. You do not get to these rules. So this is it. BGP, best path selection, BGP, route selection. If the next hop isn't reachable, we do not continue. Then we have the local preference as a configured parameter. With the local reference, we can enforce a decision very early. So we can enforce customer announcements, customer announcing their prefixes to me, that it always goes directly through the customer and not via some other way. Then we have the AS path as the only real dynamic parameter, the length of the AS path, only the number of ASs in the path, nothing about latency, nothing about real length, geographical length or so, only the number of ASs in the path. Then we have the historical origin type, where somebody is messing around with and explicitly setting EGP. Otherwise, not really important, that rule. Then we have MED, the multi-exit discriminator, where I can signal my neighbor where I have multiple connections to which one to prefer. Then we have eBGP, IBGP, so I want to get rid of my traffic. I want preferring external announcements over internal. Also nearest exit. BGP chooses the nearest exit. We have the age of route, where the traffic fails over and doesn't fail back. And at the end, we have the router ID and the neighbor IP address as tiebreakers. So I always got, when I had the presentation in this form and I stopped here and said, that's the best path selection algorithm, I always got one question. from Cisco users. What about weight? Well, weight is not a BGP attribute. For those who have it on their routers, they know what I'm talking about. For those who don't have it, weight is a thing you configure on the router. I think it's Cisco specific. I have no idea if other router vendors have it as well. It's quite old, and it's even before local preference. And as it is not a BGP attribute, but simply configured on the router, it is not forwarded via IBGP or via any other protocol. So it's similar to local preference, but it is local to the router where it is configured. So I also can configure weight on the router. And I always say, please do not use it. Since it overrides everything, even local preference, it's, like I said here, it's only local to the router where it is applied. And it is the best way to make routing loops, because you configure it on one router and not on the other, and you send traffic to the left-hand side, and on the left-hand side you might send traffic back. That does not happen with local preference, because local preference is distributed via IBGP. Weight is not distributed. And to be honest, in all my years using BGP, there never was a case I used it. I was talking some other operators. Once that I had a special case where I had to use it, but please, if you use it, be extremely careful. It's the best way to mess up your network and to create routing loops. Good. Before I continue, let me talk about other versions of this presentation, because I'm used to reuse my slides. So yeah, BGP in 90 minutes, 100 minutes, that's what we're doing today. And that features me talking and you asking questions. No questions so far, but keep them going. And yeah. Oh, yeah, the question was about what possible attacks. Well, I'm not covering BGP security this morning. The time is too short for that. Of course, there are attacks against BGP, routing hijacks, and so on. But with 90 minutes, I can't go into these much details. You might want to have a look, might want to watch my YouTube channel. There will be a video where I also talk about these things. It's not there yet, but there will be a video. Yeah, I also do this as a workshop at the next DNOC meeting. Most likely, again, it's 4 to 5 hours workshop, BGP workshop. And there am I also using a lab and experiments. And yeah, if you're attending DNOC this year, the workshop might happen again on Sunday. And I'm using FR routing, and you can configure routers. And I'm also doing that as a 3.5-day seminar, and that's all and everything about BGP. And it's in a classroom, max 14 attendees, and there I do a lot of experiments and also talk about peering and other stuff. So these are just the other versions of this presentation. Good. Talking about BGP is always talking about neighbors. It's talking about networks interconnecting with each other. And in this case, we want to talk about managing your BGP relationships, because BGP, yes, it's a protocol, you configure it, but BGP is also maintaining connectivity to your neighbors. And there's also some stuff around BGP, which I think is important. First, we have the RIPE database to document our resources. Some might say the RIPE database is a mess, and some parts this is, unfortunately, really this is true. Other parts, they are quite good. I don't know if I have to talk about the RIPE database here. Like I said, I'm reusing these slides also at other places. So RIPE database, if you're really interested, there is the database working group, just go there. And the RIPE database documents AS numbers, their owners, and their use. And also IP resources, their owners, and their use. And it also has a nice feature called AS sets, so lists of AS numbers. And to access it, of course, you can use the whois command, and or you go to the RIPE database website. And why I say sometimes it's a mess, at the AS entry, you can document your BGP neighbors. You can document the relationships, who you are peering with, who you're announcing BGP prefixes to, who you are accepting BGP prefixes from. And usually what happens, people start using that at the beginning, and sometimes they forget, and the state of your DAS object most of the time doesn't cover reality. Some networks use some automation to update their RIPE database entry, but a lot of networks don't. The capability to document your BGP neighbor relationships is there. So we can use the RIPE database to document who you have BGP sessions with and what you are announcing and what you are accepting from them. Yeah, if you're interested in more RIPE database training, just go to the ripe.net website. Yeah, the lazy network manager, talking about myself. How to keep records of your peers, how to document, and how to keep your documentation up to date. Well, the standard procedure when you're setting up BGP sessions is you contact your neighbor either by email, or you meet the neighbor at a RIPE meeting in the hallway, or let's set up peering. Then you exchange a few emails. This is my AS number, this is my IP address. We can peer at dkix m6 links. And then you start configuring BGP. Your neighbor configures BGP. And that's it. Session is up and running. Years later. Years later. You want to contact your neighbor again because there is some problem with the BGP session. Either there are no prefixes or it's down, whatever reason. But where did you put that contact information of the guy you met in the hallway at a RIPE meeting? You might have your email still somewhere. Or some people put that contact information into an Excel sheet. Lucky if you still find it. Or, that's not such a bad idea, you put the config information into a comment in your router configuration. There's always the interface description field. You can put some stuff into there. Or, but then you notice, well, surprise, surprise, the contact you emailed is no longer at that company. The company of your peer has changed. The email address you have is no longer valid. What now? Well, there is a solution for that, and that solution is, why not use a common database, a common publicly available database on the web for networks who peer, and put all that contact information of yourself into that central database, make it accessible for all networks who participate in peering, and everybody maintains their own information, hopefully. And if you need some information about somebody else, you simply look it up, and that database exists, and that is called PeeringDB. So PeeringDB is a database for networks who peer, who participate in BGP peering, and contact information for these networks is in there. PeeringDB is free for users. It's financed by sponsoring. There is some public information, but you always can say what you want to disclose publicly and what you only want to disclose to registered users. For example, contact data is private, and feel free to check it out. Feel free to check out PeeringDB. And if you do so today, just have a look if your entry is still up to date. Good. Let's go back to BGP. By the way, is Ben already here? Yep, okay. Because this is the last part of my presentation. Good, talking about BGP communities. And we talked about BGP attributes. BGP communities are a transitive, optional BGP attribute. Transitive, again, it means once you attach it, it stays until removed. Optional means it doesn't have to be there. And good example, BGP communities are like stickers on a suitcase. So you put a sticker on a suitcase and it stays on until you remove it again. Definition, the formal definition in RFC, a community is a group of destinations which share some common property. So you attach the community to a BGP prefix, and if you see the same community and two different prefixes, you know they have something in common. It was introduced in 1996 in RFC 1997, and it originally was expressed as a simple 32-bit number. Very early on, this 32-bit number was splitted kind of in two. So the high 16-bit defining an autonomous system, and the low 16-bit define something. You can attach as many communities as you like to a BGP prefix, well, let's say within reason, because the maximum BGP message size is 4 kilobytes. And here we have another attack vector. Attaching too many communities might affect some implementations. What are they useful for? What can you use BGP communities for? You can simply add information to prefixes. Like where you have received the prefix. I have received that in Europe. I have received it in Frankfurt. Or I have received it at DKIX. You simply define a number. You attach the community to a prefix. And if you have a look at your routing table, at your own routing table, you see that number there and you see what it means. It might not mean anything to anybody else, but for you, you have defined a community, you're attaching it to the prefix. Also logical, you might say, okay, I have received that prefix from my upstream provider, you have received it from peering, or you have received it from a customer. Of course, that information is already there elsewhere. Like if you have a look at the next hop or at the AS, but using a community for that might just make it a little bit more readable or accessible. You can encode geographical information, so that should just give you an idea what all you can do with that. You can encode geographical information, like say the first digit you put in a 1, that means the rest is geographical information. then the next digit you can encode a continent, and the next 3 digits you can encode a country. So perhaps that gives you some ideas what to use, how to use communities in your own network. Logical information you can encode like upstream, private peer, peer anchored in IXP, which IXP, customer ID, all these things you can use communities for. But the real thing is you can also use community to tell your router to do things like configuring where to announce your prefixes to. So announce it just to customers or to peers or to your transit provider or to DKIX. And again, the whole encoding, it's completely up to you. With original BGP communities, you only have 2 16-bit numbers. But you might allow your customers, your BGP customers, also to send you actions. Put your own AS number into the first 16-bit number if you have a 16-bit AS. And also, if you use communities for actions, of course, you must be careful that you scrub these communities from sources you do not allow actions from. Like you do not allow actions from your peers. Have a look what communities they send and remove everything you don't want in your network. Yeah, possible actions, fine granular announcement, change the local preference, do black holing, and so on. There were also so-called well-known communities. Well-known communities are communities predefined in RFCs. So there is the no export community. No export means do not send the prefix to eBGP neighbors, to external neighbors, to other ASs. There is a community called no advertise. That means do not announce that community to anybody, not via internal IBGP. There is a community called no peer. Do not send it to peering. I have never seen that one in practice, but it's defined in an RFC. And there is a community called black hole. That means if you attach it to a prefix that tells your neighbor not to send you traffic, but to black hole the traffic to that prefix. Yes, okay, formatting. 32-bit AS numbers. You're not so lucky with the original communities because they are too short. So extended communities were defined in RFC 4360. Extended communities had a lot of new features. They were 2 times 32-bit long. They included a type field, but they only had the possibility to encode 32-bit AS and 16-bit data because the type field was taking up space. This is how it looks like. That's an extended community. We have 2 flags. One is IANA designed or not, or private. The next one, it's transitive or not transitive. And we have a type field. And then we have space 48 bits. So either we can encode a 16-bit AS number and 32-bit value, or a 32-bit AS number and 16-bit value. Standardized in 2006 and pretty useless. You can, pretty useless, why? You can encode a 32-bit AS number and a 16-bit value, or a 16-bit AS number and a 32-bit value. You cannot encode a 32-bit AS number and a 32-bit value. And I'm skipping that slide a bit. The notation is similar. You write the type, you write two values separated by colons. And conclusion about that, we need another community type. And it took the IETF 11 years to realize that. And introducing large communities. Large communities are very, very simple. They just are 3 32-bit values. The first one is called the global administrator, and this time the RFC explicitly states that it is an AS number. The first like 32 the AS number, and the global administrator is the one giving meaning to the two other fields. And they can also publish that. So you can set up a website saying, hey, this is the large communities I'm using. And if you see them in a BGP announcement, this is what they mean. And a number of network operators do that. So I think NTT has a website up there. KPN used to have a website. I don't know if it still exists. So if you Google for network operator BGP communities, you might find websites with them listed. Local data, the 2 values, they can just be seen as 2 32-bit numbers or like a function and parameter. Notation, very simple, 3 values separated by colons and defined in 2 RFCs, RFCs 8092 and 8195. And there's also a website for that, which keeps track of the implementation. I'm not sure if it's still maintained, but from what I know, by now, all router vendors now support large communities. And the recommendation is, if you are new to BGP or new to communities, don't bother with original or extended, just start with large communities. Everything you want to do, you can do with them, and you do not run into any problems. So what are communities used for? I give you an example at DKIX. We are using communities to basically operate the route servers. So the standard function of a route server is you announcing a prefix. The route server distributes that prefix to all other BGP speakers. They are connected to it, but you might have an idea, you might not want the standard to happen, the default behavior to happen. So there is a BGP community which says, do not announce to any AS. So you can announce prefixes to the route server to see them turn up in our looking glass, but you do not want the route server to distribute them. So simply attach that community to the announcement, and the route server receives the prefix and doesn't do anything with it. You also can fine-tune the announcement, like announce to everybody except to AS65501. So you attach 2 communities in this case. Do not announce to anybody. And second one is announced to AS65501. And what happens? The route server receives the prefix and announces it to AS65501 only. And you can do that with as many neighboring AS as you like, so you can attach multiple communities, of course. Yeah. Do not announce the AS65501. That's the other way around. So you simply attach that prefix, that community to the prefix. The route server receives it and announces it to everybody except AS65501. So that's the other way around. We also support that. Have a look at the DKIX website, Other internet exchanges, they operate the same. There's a question over there.
And what happens if a neighbor doesn't follow those conventions? For example, you attach a community that says do not propagate to American IPs, but your neighbor doesn't know what community, doesn't follow.
Yeah, it's up to you. It's up to the network operator to do that. Network operator defines what he wanted to do with communities. It's not a convention. I'm, as a network operator, decide to offer that feature to my customers. My neighbor might not. It's up to every network operator. So we at DKIX do it this way. Other internet exchanges might do it differently or not do it at all. It's up to the network operator. Each network operator makes its own rules. You can also use AS pass prepending. Like I said, the AS pass is a criteria in BGP best pass selection. So you are telling the route server, prepend my pass one time, and to that specific AS number here in this case, I forgot that. And you see on the right-hand side, he gets a longer AS pass. Also, you can tell the route server to add no export. I know there had been a discussion about that, what no export means in terms of the route server. I don't want to get into that, but you can tell the route server to re-announce the prefix and add no export to it. So I'm getting here the prefix, and I'm now setting here, in this case, to AS6502, I'm setting explicitly no export. And that's the thing about BGP communities. And since we all like to play around with publicly available tools, the last part of my presentation is about public tools for BGP. RipeStat, you all might have heard of. If you are interested in more, talk to the people of the RIPE NCC, or simply go to the website stat.ripe.net. Type in an AS number, type in a prefix, and have a look what RipeStat also has to say. There's a lot of information in there, and it's sometimes really, really useful to see. You also get historical information over time about BGP announcements, about prefixes. Just check it out. Also, there are looking glasses publicly available. For example, the Hurricane Electric looking glass, bgp.he.net. You can get information out of it. Nice tool. Just check it out. In terms of software, there's an open source software called BGP Alerter. And it uses publicly available data, and it sends you an alert if you see your prefixes announced from elsewhere. It's open source, and you can have a look at GitHub. It's there, simply get it, compile it, and run it. There is ExaBGP, it's also an interesting tool. It's written in Python. And you can use it to announce prefixes with all kinds of attributes you wanted to set. So simply configure it and tell it what it should announce in BGP. And it's also open source, and you can get it on GitHub. In terms of myself, I've built a BGP lab, and it's used for teaching BGP. It's also publicly available on GitLab. It's based on FR routing, which is an open source router. And you can download it. And in the next few weeks, I will make a video about how to install it. It's basically, you just run an Ansible script. By the way, there's an Ansible tutorial in the other room, but it's really simple to install, and you can play around with BGP routers in Docker containers. And the last tool, and with that I'm handing over to Ben, is called BGP Tools, and Ben will tell you all about it. And for me, that's the end. Thanks for listening. I'm available for questions all week. I'm here till Friday, so if you have any more questions, just talk to me in the hallway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Hi, I'm Ben. I run this website service company called BGP Tools. I'm going to tell you how, not so much about my commercial offerings, but sort of how you can use my free offerings, the actual part of the website itself, to help you debug and understand the internet around you. So while the previous talk was about like how BGP works and how stuff like this, I'm going to tell you about like stuff you can do to look at what the internet currently is made up of. So there we go, clicker works. When you load up BGP Tools, you get this page. The point of BGP Tools is roughly to translate sort of a complicated world of numbers that you would get into your router and into sort of a usable, tangible space that you can look at. So it tells you like what your IP addresses are, latency stuff, some useful information about MSS, which can be very useful if you're trying to debug some very annoying problems. But yeah, it also happens to work on mobile, which is very useful if you are called by your boss at the bar and you can quickly check stuff. So it isn't just a website. You can use it as a SSH server, basically. You can SSH into the website and ask it what it thinks about the internet. But at the core of it, BGP Tools is a huge root collector. So what this does is basically we have feeds from 2,000 plus separate networks, and we aggregate it in real time, so we have a better view of what the whole internet looks like, not just one view of the internet. Because ultimately the internet is a network of networks, and so in order to get a good view of what the world looks like, you need to have a good view of what everybody else thinks the world looks like. You can load up if you type in your AS number, you can get a very basic overview of what I think their upstreams are, what an upstream being people that they are probably buying bandwidth from, and who their customers are. I call them downstreams. Yeah, and some sort of basic propagation graphs of like maybe how do those upstreams interact with the rest of the world. Yeah, so upstream peers are basically two ASN paths next to each other in the path. So that can be a customer relationship, that can be a provider relationship, but you know, basically a peer is always together. An upstream is basically who they are probably buying stuff from. And a downstream is probably who they are selling stuff to. And the cone is the total customer base behind that network. So how does that even work? I think this is important to understand because the website is not doing pure magic. It's actually pretty basic, educated guesses. So BGP Tools has 2,500 billion routes to look at in real time. It's using educated guess logic. So if we have this example route here, so we have 3 different routers. We can learn a bunch of things from this one prefix from these 3 different routes. So the first thing is every interaction is a peer. So 1335 we can tell is definitely peering with 33619 because those 2 are together. And then onwards from there, we can just pair all of these things together. All of these are peers. Second, paths that go through a tier 1, which is a small set of networks, I think there's about 10 at the moment, who all peer with each other and in a sort of weird special state that I won't go into because it's a slightly tedious topic. But for example, 174 is Cogent, they are a tier 1. 1335 is Cloudflare. So because a route is going through 174, we can make a pretty safe assumption that Cloudflare is paying Cogent to carry traffic for them. And if we continue to look at that, we see 33619, which is AMD, the people who make CPUs. We can see that Cloudflare is carrying a route, AMD's route, through Cloudflare to Cogent. So we can make a second assumption that, well, Cloudflare is not going to do that for free. And so, because Cloudflare has to pay for the Cogent bandwidth as well, so therefore AMD is probably a customer of Cloudflare. Yeah, so the opposite logic works the same. Obviously, you just flip the things and say, well, Cloudflare is probably a downstream of Cogent. Makes sense. And obviously, AMD is a downstream of Cloudflare. So just the same inverse logic. Click here. Yeah, in case that wasn't clear, I'm just going to annotate it in the slightly insane way. So you can see the blue bits are peering relationships being detected, basically. You can see that they're together. We can see that the upstream and downstream, because there's a 174 in the path, and that has special meaning by its status in the internet, I guess. And we can say that those now have relationships there. And then finally, the cone travels upwards up until the first tier 1, basically. If you load up an ASN on BGP Tools, if you type an ASN number in, you also get these graphs. These graphs are trying to help you figure out how stuff is propagating out through the internet. So when BGP information travels this way, traffic is actually flowing in the inverse direction. It's worth calling out that traffic in this graph is only counting the inbound traffic. A network could have any kind of outbound traffic policy, and it would be relatively difficult for me to know. But what I can tell is their inbound traffic policy, because that's what everybody else sees. Why is this data processing useful? This is really useful for you if you are doing some changes. Let's say you're bringing up a new provider. Port turnups are always really difficult. You don't know if they've actually done filtering or done stuff wrong. The website gives you almost real-time, sub 10 seconds, feedback on whether your changes are working or not. So if you bring up a new transit provider port and then reload the page, your new transit provider should be on the webpack site. This is very useful also if you are decommissioning or doing maintenance. If you turn down a port, it takes some time for the internet to propagate that through. Remember, the internet is a network of networks. So you should probably wait a while until, ideally, the BGP tools can no longer see that upstream. That way you know that the internet has sort of massively agreed that that upstream is no longer in use with you. You can also detect unintended routing, stuff that you didn't want to happen. For example, if somebody is upstreaming you or sending you customer data without necessarily your consent, whether that's a sort of innocent thing like a route leak or a more malicious thing like a hijack. You can also just keep an eye on what your competitors are doing or your customers are doing. Has your competitor added some new customers? That might be interesting. Is your customers adding new upstreams? That might be very interesting. So while you can see your own view of the internet from BGP Tools, from your own router, BGP Tools can see how the internet sees your network, well, and everybody else's. So here's an example situation that I was looking at the other day. So this is Digi Romania, which I think just also started a Portuguese operation. But if you go to the connectivity tab, you see some, I don't know, my brain is very used to seeing this, but most of these entries in this list make sense. Iridium is a massive carrier; they are a tier 1. Seabone, TI Sparkle, also. Retin also makes sense. Orange makes sense. The last two are interesting. They just don't really fit the mold of what I would expect something very large like Digi Romania to use. So this is actually what's going on here. So this is a route. This is a route leak. What is happening is this ISP, GTS 5606, is accidentally picking up this route, presumably from a peering relationship, and then sending it upwards to their upstream, who is then also picking up that route and sending it to Cogent. This is accidental transit. They are paying for this, but they probably didn't mean to do this. This was easily discovered on my end through an unfortunately paid feature called the WTF button. The WTF button is called that because it's what you press when you say what the. But this button is actually relatively basic. What it's doing is it's just going through all of the downstreams and then all of their downstreams and all of their downstreams very quickly to figure out where this route is. So if you don't want to pay me, you can just spend some time to try and figure out what that is. So route leaks are a fluffy term to some degree, but in my eyes, route leaks are a peer learning your route from somewhere else, probably peering, but sometimes through transit providers as well, which is extra naughty, and exporting that as if they are a customer, or they are exporting you as if they're a customer. This is good. Well, this sounds good, right? Because it's like, hey, free bandwidth. There's a downside with this. The data path may not actually work. So people have ACLs on the data plane, which may not align with their control plane, which means that they're accepting stuff and then black holing it, which is bad. It turns out, people who tend to accidentally leak your routes might not also have that much network capacity. So if you have a large amount of traffic, they may not, or lots of capacity. So your customers are probably going to suffer because of this. You typically don't want to ignore route leaks, even if it means that it's free bandwidth. A quick reason of why most route leaks happen. A standard reason for route leaks are caused by static prefix lists, which basically is you going, hey, so I know all of my customers. Hey, I know myself. So if I see one of these prefixes in my routing table, I will just give it to my upstreams. Don't do this. Very bad. Or at least that shouldn't be your only that shouldn't be your only, that should not be your only way of discovering how to export something. Because, let's say, what if you don't update this list? What if in theory, your automation breaks down and you don't know? The customer leaves you, and now your competitor is now announcing your customer's prefix. Well, because it's in your customer's prefix list, you're going to take that straight to transit. You're going to give your competitor free transit. So not only did your customer leave you, but now you're giving your customer free data transit. This is bad. This is probably going to upset your competitor and your ex-customer. There's also a bunch of other tools. I'll quickly go through this because I'm over time. If you throw in a prefix into BGP Tools, you can get a bunch of DNS information. This is super useful if you're looking at an IP address, let's say in logs, and you're not quite sure what's behind it. BGP Tools may be able to give you a really good answer. This is, also, due diligence, trying to see whose customers are who. There's also network ranking. In this case, you can just go on a country or an entire global level basis, and BGP Tools has multiple ways of ranking networks. These are the ones. Peer count, which is a bit fluffy because you need to feed me data for me to see an accurate peer count. But the rest are relatively solid. If you're looking to expand into internet exchange points, BGP Tools has a bunch of useful information that it collects from internet exchanges directly. So you can see, for example, who is announcing which particular routes to route servers. This is useful if you're trying to plan out whether it's worth joining an exchange and whether you're going to get instantaneous benefit by joining route servers. There's also a looking glass integration with Ripe Atlas. This makes it particularly easy to just smash in IP addresses for trace routes and get instantaneous results. The quality of life feature. And is there anything else? Oh yeah, AS set views. As Wolfgang mentioned, you can throw in AS sets and get relatively quick answers on their size, which is quite important if you're trying to import something. If a customer gives you an AS set, you may not want to import the entire AS set because it might be the size of the internet, which would be bad. Well, would be effectively useless, but it would also probably break your router to try and import it. Assuming you were following along, you may now know how to quickly check providers of your network, spot route leaks, browse around for internet exchanges, DNS entries behind your BGP prefixes, and then sort of what upstreams and downstreams mean, certainly in the context of BGP Tools, and roughly speaking, how I'm calculating those. Thank you. Are there any questions? If possible, could you go to the mic? Sorry.
Hello. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm Savas Kastanakis from University of Twente. So I'm a researcher. I'm using your tool almost every day. And my question is, how do you calculate tags for autonomous systems? For example, now I'm seeing Cloudflare in my computer, and I wonder how do you measure whether they are scrubbing DDoS.
Sorry, what was the first part of it? How am I calculating what?
Yes, you have some tags assigned on the autonomous systems.
Oh, the tags.
Yes.
So most of the tags, I wonder if there's a bit of this here for context. Okay, I'm just going to keep hitting back while I talk to you. The tags are mostly community driven. So there are a couple of tags which are automatically assigned by the website based on sort of raw facts that I can see. Oh no, I don't have any. You're right, there is nothing here that shows the tags. Okay, anyway, for context to everyone else, at the bottom of an ASN page, there's some like rough tags. There's like little icons, I guess, on what I think that network is doing. For example, whether it's a home ISP, whether it does server hosting. So those two are sort of objective ones, right? In that you go into, there's an edit tab at the top, and you go and say, hey, I think this is a home ISP, and then me at some point in the next 2 weeks goes and reviews all of these and says, I agree with you or I don't. There are a few that are very much like very obvious, right? Like factual ones. Like I know, for example, if somebody is running a Tor relay, and so that tag gets put on automatically. But for DDoS mitigation, that is a difficult one because a lot of people now, this tag sort of meant more when BGP Tools started in 2018, because a lot of people now, by force of choice, have DDoS mitigation in their network in some capacity. So I probably need to start thinking about the wording around that tag, because I think if you took that tag for what it, in its raw meaning, almost everybody, every major network, certainly every home ISP now has some kind of DDoS mitigation. So the answer is it's complicated, as with many things in life. But the DDoS one in particular, it's very much like I look at the website and say, okay, well, the primary point of your network is to deliver DDoS mitigation for your customers. Therefore, you are this type of network. Same with the CDN type, right? So it's not supposed to be, tags aren't supposed to be a iterative, like, here are every single product you offer. I'm trying to target the main products you offer. So for example, a home ISP may still have a tiny web server in the corner for their customers. That doesn't make them a VPS host.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Cool. All right, no worries. As the thing said, which I won't click around for, I'll be around, so just see me in my brightly colored t-shirt. Thank you very much.
God, this is blinding up here. So welcome, everybody. This is the newcomer session. I think people are still coming in. I can hardly see the doors. It's very blinding. So if you're presenting during the week, be prepared, wear sunglasses. Let's wait a couple of seconds. People in. We have quite a number of newcomers for this RIPE meeting. It's great. So my name is Mirjam Kühne. I am the RIPE chair. I'm going to present parts of the session to you, and then I'll hand over to other speakers. All right, I think we can start. Everybody's found a seat. Let's test this clicker. So yeah, welcome to RIPE 90 and to this newcomer session. So I hope we can explain how things work. Maybe some of you have already participated in the online session that the RIPE NCC organized last week, I think. So there might be some things that you recognize, and otherwise it probably won't hurt to repeat some of it. No, this is not RIPE 89. This is actually RIPE 90. So you can see we're using the slides, but If you have a sticker which has like my first RIPE meeting on it, which is also saying maybe for others to come and approach you and make sure you feel comfortable. So that's why we're doing this, and of course also to have you here, make sure you feel included in the meeting. Yeah, RIPE 1 took place in Amsterdam in '89, so what this is RIPE 90 now here in Lisbon. Yes, I'm Mirjam Kühne, I'm the RIPE chair. I'm originally from Berlin. I studied computer science at the Technical University in Berlin. And in fact, my first RIPE meeting was here in Lisbon at RIPE 19. I didn't put the year there, it's many years ago. We actually had 3 RIPE meetings here. I'll talk a bit more about this in the opening. And we also have the vice chair here, Neil O'Reilly. He's over there, yes. You get applause, there you go. Do you want to introduce yourself? Yes, now.
Yes, yes. Oh, wow, yes. It's a bit, yeah, it works. A long time ago, I studied electrical engineering, so I know something about feedback. But my first RIPE meeting was even further ago. It was RIPE 3. It was in Amsterdam. And if you're finding as a newcomer that RIPE meetings are a bit bewildering, that's something that you still find even after years of experience. There's lots going on, but it's exciting and it's fun. And if I may put in a quick plug for an unofficial social event, on Wednesday evening, some of us are going climbing. Talk to me.
Yeah, this is also a good thing about the RIPE meeting. There's like, we'll get to the social events later, but there are some community organized kind of, gatherings or, interest groups that are happening throughout the week. So you'll find out about that when you talk to people. Right, so just a bit of blast from the past here. I did not have one of those at home. I did have an Atari as my first computer, I think. But what's maybe more interesting is what I always find fascinating here on the right-hand side is the map of the internet in Europe. I think in 1990 it was drawn. So at the RIPE meeting at the time, we had a working group called the Connectivity Working Group, I believe, where these kind of maps were updated over time, and where new countries were added to the network or new networks. And you will notice that many of those networks that are here on this slide, and you probably can't read it, but you can look it up online in the archives. They are academic and NREN networks. So they were the main network operators at the time, and they're also the, if you will, the founders of the RIPE community, so the initial operators. So it's always good, I think, to look back a little bit at our roots and where we're coming from. And at some point, obviously, the Connectivity Working Group, it was kind of, it didn't scale anymore to draw these maps, and so they stopped and the working group closed. So how many of you know the difference between RIPE and the RIPE NCC? Raise your hands. Yeah, some are cheating here, you're not a newcomer. But okay, there are a number, but there are also quite a number of you who don't. And it's always a bit confusing. So let's talk a little bit about the difference here. So we got RIPE, the community, which, RIPE stands for Réseau IP Européen, and they were founded in 1989 as a loose group of operators who wanted to promote IP. And as a community, it's open to all. It's not a legal entity. We have these meetings here to gather and exchange information and do some technical coordination of certain aspects of the network that have to be coordinated. And also part of that is policy, developing policies, for instance, about how address space gets distributed, how is it registered, and so forth. And then on the other hand, we have the RIPE NCC, the Network Coordination Center for the RIPE community, which was formalized in 1992, primarily as a secretariat for the RIPE community. So in the beginning, the community did everything kind of voluntarily. They organized the meetings, somebody was like hosting the mailing list, and somebody else said, oh, I'm gonna write this database, here on the side. And then at some point, the community was growing, and they felt it would be good to have some paid staff, and so the secretariat was founded in 1992. And that's a legal entity, it's a membership association, it's run by the RIPE NCC staff, it has a board that's elected by the members, and provides services to the RIPE community as a secretariat. And of course, it's also acts as the regional internet registry here in this region that then in turn implements the policies that the community develops. So Hans-Peter is going to talk a bit more about that part later on. And so the RIPE community, like what we are, we currently have, so we have these meetings and we have working groups, we have plenary sessions, we have working groups where most of the work gets done. And here's the list of all the working groups. I'll just quickly go through them. You see some of them are maybe obvious: the address policy working group, database working group, IPv6, routing. You know, there were kind of long-standing working groups that deal with certain technical aspects of network coordination. Then we have others, for instance, the IoT working group is relatively new. RIPE NCC services working group is an interesting one because it really is one of the more formal links between the RIPE and the RIPE NCC, you know, where the NCC reports back to the community and the community provides feedback to the RIPE NCC. The security working group, if you've maybe heard of the anti-abuse working group, that's now called the security working group. They rechartered and renamed. Cooperation is also an interesting one because it provides a platform for the technical community to come together with the not so technical members of this community, like government representatives, law enforcement, regulators, and talk about topics on that layer. Yeah, and some others, open source. You know, it's an interesting working group. They're quite active lately. Yeah, so you'll see most of them meet during the week here, and you'll find out what their scope is. I mentioned mailing lists already. Yeah, we still work mostly on mailing lists, and that has many good reasons. We had some discussions earlier at previous meetings, you know, if we should add some other communication channels. But the most kind of formal and official channel we use is mailing lists. They're all open. You can subscribe. Every working group has a mailing list, and there's also one generic mailing list, the RIPE list, RIPE discussion mailing list for the entire community, where we send announcements and, you know, questions for the community, and you can also participate. It's a moderated list, and the working group lists are also they're moderated by the working group chairs, and the RIPE list is moderated by the RIPE chair team, basically. So yeah, that might be a good start if you're not registered to look at that, and you can find all the other lists on the website. Yeah, just a few words about RIPE 90. Make sure there it says RIPE 90. Excellent. So this is the working plan, the meeting plan for the week. We are here now at the Newcomers, just before lunch. So there's also a Newcomers lunch organized for you after this session. Then we'll start with the opening plenary, and then some plenary sessions that run today and tomorrow, and then working group sessions tomorrow afternoon and Wednesday, Thursday. And then we're closing off again with the plenaries on Friday. And then there are also some birds of a feather sessions. There's one today, at the end of today. It's the best current operational practices task force that deals with, it's kind of an overarching, you know, a group that deal with best current practices for operators and various topics here coming out of the community. They're meeting this time, and this is the agenda. And then there are 3 other birds of a feather, like BOF sessions during the week. There is one today in parallel with the best current practices task force, which is talking with, it's dealing, or it's, you know, discussing, or provides a platform for you to give feedback on the draft document that the I'm going to use a lot of acronyms now. The Address Supporting Organizations Address Council, or also the Number Resource Organizations Numbering Council. So the NRO-NC, they have drafted a document to replace an old document that talks about the creation or the criteria for setting up regional internet registries. And so this has been reviewed, and there's a new draft, and that's very relevant, you know, for this community, because we all rely on the functioning of our IR in this region and also in the other regions, you know, to keep the global internet running. So there's a BOF today. I can recommend you to go to that. There on the website, you see also a description of the BOF and the link to the document if you haven't read that yet, so you know what to talk about. On Tuesday, there is a diversity in tech or DEI session that's usually, it's always a bit different. So this time we have two topics to talk about. There's a proposal to set up an advisory group from the community to the NCC's events team, or to provide some guidance on accessibility issues for meetings. And then there is another topic about mentorship and how to make what's a successful mentorship and how can we help you, mostly also to feel welcome and included in the community. So I encourage you to come to that and give us some feedback what you want, from a mentor. On Thursday, there are two more BOF sessions, one as a panel and maybe some activity to write down some best current practices further, later on about authoritative name servers. So that's kind of DNS related. And then there's another one that talks about the quality of registration data in the database and at the RIPE NCC. So they run in parallel, and you find more information on the website there. Well, how to participate? I mean, obviously, talk to each other. There's lots of coffee breaks and lunch breaks and social events. So it's really all about getting to know people and finding the people that you maybe want to engage with. They're interested in the same topics in you, or you have some questions for. So there are various ways to do that. Obviously, talk in person, but also we have this tool that's running, and also for the remote participants. If you're listening to this, there is an audio and a video cue that you can use to get on the microphone. You can also use the Q&A slot in the button in the tool. And there's somebody here in the room, either the session chair also or the chat monitor, who will monitor that. And there's also a chat. So that's mostly for the online participation here, but you can of course also come to the mic, and the session chairs will explain you how that works. We started a few meetings ago at local hubs, which is actually remote participants who come together in one place to participate in the RIPE meeting as a group, which is great. So this time we have two, one in the Netherlands, organized by SURF, and one in Poland, organized by the Faculty of Technical Engineering in Yaroslavl. So they will be watching, I think at least 2 days, I think maybe a few more days during the week. So be aware that there are also remote participants, when you speak or when you're at the mic, so that people can follow that. Click. Yes. Well, you're here, so you probably have good motivation to why participate, so why you're here. But just in summary, I think this is a good way, specifically for newcomers, also to kind of meet the experts, and there's so much knowledge and so much expertise about networking here in this community that that's really very worthwhile, coming to these events. And if you're starting your career, it's also a good way to build your professional network. Maybe you can look for a job, and in general, kind of keep the internet, running or stable and in the way you want it. Kind of be part of this community who helps build and further maintains this network. And thereby, and you do that by contributing and participating here in the discussion. So don't be shy. If you have a question or if you want to contribute to this discussion, please speak up. I mentioned some of the working groups already, but there's also a program committee, and they are responsible for the content of the plenary sessions that you'll see in the meeting plan. But I said mostly today, tomorrow, and a bit on Friday. And there is, we have a new logo, but this is such a beautiful flag. We used to have this flag that we were hanging out in the front of the hotels, so we need to come up with a new banner or flag or something. But so here's the list of or the pictures of the people who are currently on the program committee. It's a volunteer group. They are elected. And there are actually 2 seats available this week, so you can still also run as candidate if you want to participate. And deadline's tomorrow, and then there will be election going on for the rest of the week until Thursday, I believe. And Doris and Clara's term ends, so it's a term limit, and they're looking for new candidates to help out. And if you have any feedback and any comments about the program, they'll be happy to hear from you. And that's where we also have this rating system in place where you can rate the talks online, you can go to each presentation, and this is really helpful for those who organize the content. There's a code of conduct. It's not the whole text here, but I just wanted to make you aware of this. We have a code of conduct in place. Please respect that, and also know that it's there in case you experience something. There's a team that you can report to. I think all of them are actually here in person this week. You can report to the whole group, or you can also contact them all individually, and you can find them in the hallways. Yes, as I said earlier, there's multiple ways, to communicate with each other, of course, in person. But there's also maybe one thing: the attendees list. If you're looking for somebody from a specific company or organization or topic, or it's like I always wanted to talk to, this person, have a look at the attendees list. And yeah, of course, social events are a great way to get to know each other. So there are 3 organized social events, in addition to what, for instance, the climbing walk that Neil had mentioned earlier on. There's a reception later today at the end of the day. It's a welcome reception, for everybody. Then on Tuesday, usually is a bit later, so after dinner, a kind of a networking event. It's not so far from here this time, and there's no transportation organized, so you can walk over. It's like a 15-minute walk through the park, or it's also public transportation available if you want to use that. And then on Thursday, there is a dinner organized. Unfortunately, the tickets are sold out, but there is a waiting list. You can still, tell the registration desk if you're interested, if you didn't get a ticket, and they can put you on the list. And yeah, that's it really. I mean, share your experience, let us know what you think, fill out the survey, come talk to me if you have any suggestions, or, I'm really specifically keen always to hear from new participants, because you come here with a fresh eye and maybe experiences from other communities that could help us to possibly improve or to make you feel more welcome. So I'm happy to hear that. There are some ways to interact with the community, and maybe lastly also if you need support. There's a technical support team, there's the meeting team outside, there's also the RIPE NCC has a lot of staff here. If you have some questions about specific tickets, if you're a member, they can help you with that. And we have, of course, the lovely meet and greet team. They're running around with the red t-shirts. I don't know if there's anybody here in the room. I see red t-shirts, but I don't think they're actually meet and greet official. Oh, there's one over there. Yeah, great. Oh, there's actually t-shirts and also hoodies that they're wearing, and there's a table out there, a red table. You can find them there. You can answer any questions you might have. And with that, I want to hand over to Hans-Peter Holen, the Managing Director, CEO of the RIPE NCC, and he can tell you more about all the lovely staff that he brought to the meeting. So thank you.
Thank you, Mirjam. Welcome, everybody. I was a bit worried my voice won't carry today, but it seems like I can easily fill the full room, so that's good. I'm Hans-Peter Holen. I'm the CEO of RIPE NCC, and it's actually my 5th year anniversary now, 1st of May, so I've just been here for a bit more than 5 years. Good that you're still applauding. Well, since you're newcomers, you wouldn't know better. Mirjam said her first RIPE meeting was RIPE 19. I'm not quite that old in the community. My first one was RIPE 22, I figured out. So I've been around for a while as a community member, like you guys, but then now as CEO for the last 5 years. So RIPE NCC is a formal organization. It was set up by the community. The community met in '89 to solve all issues with internet in Europe. And we're still doing that, I guess. And it's not only Europe, it's Middle East, Central Asia as well. And in '92, they figured out, oh, we need a secretariat. We need some staff that actually prepares this. It can't only be volunteer. And then even some years later, after running as a project in the academic network organization at the time, it was set up as a membership organization. So all internet service providers in our service region and also other companies that needs resources directly can now be a member of the RIPE NCC. The organization is run by staff. We have between 180 and 190 full-time staff members in Amsterdam and in Dubai, but also in other countries around our service region. I'm overseen by a board, so I can't do anything I want. The board is looking after what I'm doing, and the members is actually looking at the board and electing the board. So it's a democratic organization in the sense that the board is elected by the members and they hire a managing director that serves. And the RIPE NCC provides services and is the secretariat for the RIPE community. So this is the confusing part, right? RIPE community versus RIPE NCC, the secretariat. And we implement policies. I think that's also an important thing to be aware of. It's not us that decides the policies on who get what resources and how to do things. That's you guys in the community. So we're now in the fourth year of our 5-year strategy that we put together 4 years ago. And the first pillar in this one is that we're here to support an open and inclusive and engaged community, because the community established the RIPE NCC and we're here to support the community. Then a couple of years later, the community decided we want a regional internet registry in Europe, because at the time you had to call or send an email to the US and deal with the time zone differences. So it would be much simpler to have that in European time zone and actually be able to set our own policies that are suitable for this region rather than what was suitable for the US or North American region at the time. But we do more than just being a regional internet registry and supporting the community. In the Articles Association, when the organization was formed, it was clear that we should also do other activities. So we do activities to enable our members and community to operate one secure, stable, and resilient global internet. And I have more details on what we do in that area later on. And in order to do this, we need a stable organization with a robust governance structure, and we need engaged, competent, and diverse staff to do this. So looking at the registry, we maintain the RIPE database. That's the public view of what's in the registry, and also what our members, the local internet puts in there in information about their networks and their customers again. We allocate and manages internet number resources. You can do that directly through the LIR portal, or we can help you with that. We investigate hijacks and policy violations, and we support and facilitate policy development process with the community. And you will meet our policy development officer, Angela, a bit later. She will come on stage and tell you more about that. And we also have a way of securing your routing protocols or your routing data. BGP is inherently unsafe. You tell everybody else what addresses you will have in your network. With RPKI, you can sign statements with digital certificates that these are your resources and please send that traffic only to me. On the information services side, to help you on running the internet and security internet, we maintain measurement services. We're collecting data from a measurement network, RIPE Atlas, from more than, I think, 11,000 probes, maybe even a bit more, around the service region, around the world even. So you can measure from all of these probes how your network looks from those areas. We also collect all BGP data from multiple sources around the world, so you can have a look into BGP routing table through RIS and look at what the routing table looks like at the other side of the world. And to see all of this, you can use the visualization in RIPE IP map, or you can use RIPE stat, which is kind of an view of all the registry data, all the measurement services, where you can ask questions that combines this data and present them to you in an easy understandable way. We also delegate reverse DNS zones for the address ranges. So DNS usually maps from names to numbers, but in reverse DNS, you can map from number to name. And that's something that follows the numbers that we allocate. So we delegate those zones to our members so they can fill those with the appropriate data. And we also manage and provide reliable authoritative name servers, so we also provide some other DNS services to our members. In the RIPE database, you can register the information about how you're using your resources, what you've passed on to your customers, what's in your own infrastructure and all that. You can publish routing policies in the Internet Routing Registry, which is a subset of the RIPE database. And you can use the data there to facilitate coordination between network operators. If something isn't working quite correctly in another network, you find the contact information in there to be able to reach out to them and resolve the matters. We also have a rather limited role in managing something called enum, which was supposed to be a big thing, using the DNS to map towards telephone numbers back in the days. We still do that, but it's not taken off as much as we thought it would be when that was done. Already mentioned the reverse DNS. And we do also, based on all the data we have and other sources, we do research into network operations and topology. And you will see some interesting presentations about that later this week. The LIR portal is where you can have a look at the data we have about you, because you're responsible for maintaining your data, and you can do that online in the database. You can also, in the LIR portal, you can also make requests for IPv4 to the extent there are IPv4 addresses left, IPv6 and AS numbers. You can open tickets with member services, and you can view billing and membership information. And you can secure your routing with RPKI. And then I've been mentioning RPKI a couple of times, so even have a slide here on the one-slide overview of what this is. So if you look at the bottom there, your computer or network is in the middle there, and you will, or your network is on the left, and you have a prefix, some addresses that you announce to the rest of the world through a BGP announcement, and tell whoever that wants to communicate with you, send this traffic to us. Now with RPKI, the other networks can look up in the RPKI repository at the bottom right to check if that route announcement is valid. And the way this works is that you can create an authorized statement for the prefix, top left, that says that this ASN is authorized to announce my prefix for these addresses. And then that's digitally signed and put in the RPKI repository. So that's RPKI 101 in one slide, for those who didn't know that. Community and engagement. We do events, RIPE meetings as this one. We do training courses, e-learning, and professional certifications. So you can even get, do a test and have proof that you actually know and understand this stuff. Contribute to public policy and internet governance discussions. It's been increasing interest from governments, from intergovernmental organizations like the ITU, like UN, and so on, that puts out questions or proposals from time to time, and we follow those closely and do put in our responses based on our role and our principles here. And we then contribute to public policy discussions in a variety of fora on internet governance. Now, we also have blog or a magazine in digital format, RIPE Labs, where not only we but also you can publish interesting articles about research you've done or technology or open source you have developed or anything that's interesting to the RIPE community. And we also have a fellowship and a RACI program to bringing new people into the community. So RACI is tailored towards researchers, and fellowship is towards anyone that would like to have an introduction to this community. In order to run the RIPE NCC, I have an executive team, and you may see some of them here in the room. Gabor, he's sitting over there. He's our new Chief Registry Officer, and be nice to him. He started 1st of May. So he kind of got 1 week and a bit to warm up. Next to him here is Felipe, who you may know from many years. He's the Chief Technology Officer. Hisham, who is flying in today from Dubai, he's the Chief Community Officer. Eleonora, or Chief Information Security Officer. Simon Jan, or Chief Financial Officer. Caroline, or Chief HR Officer, and Athena, or Chief Legal Officer. And to manage me and all of us, Daniela, my executive assistant, is also here. You've probably seen her at the registration desk already. I mentioned that there is a board overseeing what I'm doing, setting the strategic directions, approving the budget, and approving a lot of the formal policies or procedures that we use to implement policies. Our chair, André Philippe, will also arrive a bit later. Piotr is already here, Remco is already here, Sander is already here. Raymond, or treasurer, Maria Hall, is also arriving a bit later, and Farrell is already here. Piotr is the secretary, and Raymond is the treasurer, and Andre is the chair, as I mentioned. And the other are board members that have various roles also in outreach and so on. So they try to travel not only to the RIPE meetings, but also to the regional events. And if you really want to discuss something about the RIPE NCC, feel free to reach out to them, to my exec team, or any of my staff members at the help desk and so on to give feedback to our work. We have a support desk downstairs. If you need help with something, feel free to reach out to them. And they say that it's a one-stop hub for anything RIPE NCC related, and they really mean it. So go and talk to them. On Wednesday, we have a general meeting. That's a members-only meeting. It's a separate meeting taking place from 6. You need to register to attend the general meeting. You need to be a member and register. But you can still do that, and you can then also vote for changes to the Articles of Association, mostly towards the arbiters, but also elect 2 new board members for the next 3 years. So please sign up for that. Now, if you're just interested in the services that the RIPE NCC produces, part of the GM is open to anybody. It's the services working group, and that's happening just before this. And then I'm done talking, and I will hand over to Angela, who's going to talk about our policy development process. Angela, stage is yours.
So good morning, everybody, and welcome to our newcomers and also the old comers, of course. I'm Angela Dallara. I joined RIPE NCC almost 11 years ago. After hearing Mirjam and Spectre and Niels, I'm also newcomers because my first RIPE meeting was RIPE 70, so I'm a baby in this. What I do is I'm the link between the RIPE community that proposes new policies and develops them, and the RIPE NCC that is supposed to implement them. So if you have any question about policies, about the process, if you have any doubt about if a policy is applying to your needs or if you need a clarification, stop me or send me an email, and I will be happy to answer your questions. And I'm also here to invite you on Wednesday to the Address Policy Working Group, because we have at the moment 3 policy proposals on the table. There are 2 are regarding IPv6 and 1 is regarding the ASN numbers. You don't need to be a member to make a policy proposal. You don't need to be a member to participate in the discussion, but you really need to participate in the discussion because, as I said previously, you're all policymakers. You're going to help the proposers in making their policy, their proposal better, because you can signal something they didn't keep in mind when they wrote their proposal. And this is a cooperation process. So please participate subscribe to the mailing list because all the discussions are happening in the mailing list, specifically for these 3 proposals in the address policy working group. But I've read that there is something going on also in the routing working group. It's not a proposal yet, but you might want to say what you think about it. So because you got a lot of information, I don't give you a lot of details, but I hope that you will enjoy your meeting and that you will participate in the discussion about this. And now I see Mirjam coming back. I give you the ball back, but I think we have probably Fallon that is going to tell us something about looking for testers.
Thank you. So my name is Fallon. I work for the RouteViews for 10 years right now, and I'm here with my colleague Antoinella, and we are doing user research because we really would like to know what you want from the RouteViews, what features are you missing, what do you think can be better. So this week we are here for 2 things. We are here for our OO2 solution for the right database. So if you have experience in OO2 or you want to know what we think is the best way to go, please contact us. And we have Antoinella for the prototype, for the framework. So if you are interested, please contact us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. That was a lot of information. Are there any questions? Otherwise, we have some questions prepared for you. I don't know if Ricardo, are you there?
Yep.
Voice from the off. So, I mean, I'll give you a few more seconds for questions. I can hardly see it, but I don't think there's anybody at the microphone. So, well, you can always ask us later. So I'll hand it over to Gerardo. Actually, there's one more slide here. Keep in touch. I don't know where that comes from. Oh yeah, there's also a forum that the RouteNCC is providing specifically about specific topics that you can also participate in. And so we come to the end. This is the question slide. And then Gerardo, it's you.
Thank you, Mirjam. Let me start this party. Welcome everybody to our Ripe 90 Kahoot quiz. My name is Gerardo VA, and I am your quiz master. Now, we're broadcasting today from the Ripe Atlas network. I'm making friends with some probes, pinging servers all over the planet, and watching someone test the latency to a coffee machine in Antarctica. Now, this quiz is your chance to prove that you've been paying attention. The winners will achieve eternal fame, well, at least until the next quiz, and your nickname will echo through the halls of Ripe 90, whispered with awe and admiration. Now, the topic of the quiz is, of course, ripe, which you may or may not know. Now, let me explain to you how to play the game. Now, you're going to see on top of the, top of the screen, a game pin. This is the pin number that you have to input if you go to kahoot.it or if you have the Kahoot app on your phone. You can also use the QR code, but I think if you go to the website and type in the game pin, that is the best. Now, all you have to do is answer questions. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions and give you 4 possible answers. The person who answers the correct answer the fastest gets the most points. You do also get points for answering correctly, but a bit less if you answer slower. So let's see if everybody is joining. I have a couple of people, like 60 people. That's quite a lot, man.
Whatever.
No, it's not whatever. It's quite a lot. I see some people still joining in. And let's give him some time. In the meantime, I'll just play a little music. That was very little and very short. Okay, I'm going to count to 3, and then we're going to start the game. 3. So, welcome to the Right 90 Newcomers quiz. And the first question appears in 2, 1. Who is the right chair? Very difficult question. Is it Neil O'Reilly? Is it the right chair team? Is it Mirjam Kühne? Or is it Hans-Peter Holen?
Who was that?
Yeah, one of these 4 is the right answer. So who is the right chair? Neil O'Reilly, the right chair team, Mirjam Kühne, or Hans-Peter Holen? And of course, the right answer is Mirjam Kühne. She was just standing in front of you.
Are you crazy?
No, not yet. The scoreboard says Lala at the top, Luisa, Yella, Peter, 167, and not AI. Luckily, one of those is not AI. What does the right PC do?
Are you sure?
Yep, I'm very sure. Does it ensure that there are parts celebrated at the right meeting? Does it select the work group chairs? Does it choose the presentations for the right meeting plenary sessions? Or does it choose the presentations for the whole working group sessions? Yes. So this is a very, 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 very easy question. What does the right PC do? And the right answer is choose the presentations for the right meeting plenary sessions. They're the ones who are choosing what you will be seeing during the week, giving all that really good content. Scoreboard says Peter 167 the lead. Who am I? Lala, Ogami, and Interpack. Next question. Who makes right policies? Yes, that question. So who makes the right policies? Is it the IETF? Is it RIPE? Is it RIPE NCC? Or is it why should I care? Which is definitely not the answer you should be pressing. So nobody press the blue. It should be either IETF, RIPE, or RIPE NCC.
Oh, yeah!
Gerardo, can you hear me? Gerardo, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Ping, ping, ping. There's something wrong with the screen here. We can't see your slides, so we can't see the questions or the answers. So we need you to have a break for a second, and hopefully the tech team is able to. Yeah, there we go. You see a question now that says, who makes right policies? Were you there? Were you at this question?
Yes, I was at this question.
Okay, great. Then you can continue now. Perfect. Sorry about that.
No. That's what it happens. Technical things.
Good luck.
Thank you. Now, the next question. The scoreboard says Peter 167 at the top. Who am I? Lala, Aogami, and Voti. Next question. Who implements RIPE policies? Is it everybody? Is it the RIPE chair? Is it the RIPE NCC? Or is it RIPE? So RIPE makes the policies, and who implements the RIPE policy? Boom! One of these 4 is the right answer. We'd all like to say everybody, but nope. Only the RIPE NCC implements the RIPE policies. RIPE discusses the policies, decides on them, and then the RIPE NCC has to put them into action. And the scoreboard says Peter 167 still at the front, Lala coming in, Voti coming in, Interpack coming in, and IPv7. I didn't know we had IPv7. And the next question is, you need to become a member to join my fan club, the RIPE community, the RIPE meeting, or the RIPE NCC. So in order to join one of these 4, you need to become a member. Now, I'm not going to say anything about my fan club, but my fan club. Is it the RIPE community, the RIPE meeting, or the RIPE NCC? And you need to become a member to join the RIPE NCC, of course. The RIPE meeting, you're all here, you know, join the RIPE community. Just heard it. Anybody can join. And my fan club, well, you'll have to ask. Now, Lala at the top, Peter 167, Interpack, Voti, and IPv7. Let's go on to the next question. So, do working groups discuss RIPE policies on a mailing list? True or false? So, what did Mirjam say about the mailing list? What did Mirjam say about the RIPE policies? What did Mirjam say about the working groups? The right answer is true. Working groups discuss RIPE policies on mailing lists. You might also discuss them during the working group sessions, but it all has to go to the mailing list. Now, the scoreboard says Lala at the top, Peter 167, Voti, Interpack, and IPv7. Next question. Which of these is not a RIPE working group? Is it the open source, the IoT, the big data, or the DNS? One of these four is and amongst the real working groups. Is it open source? Is it IoT? Is it DNS? Or is it big data? So, and the right answer is, of course, big data. There is no such working group. And for the rest, you can go to the other three and figure out what they do. Now, Peter 167 taking the lead again. Lala, Voti, Interpack, and Null. The Null is here. Which of these came first? So, if you've been around, you probably know. Was Voyager 2 closest to Neptune? Was RIPE 1 taking place? Was the fall of the Berlin Wall, or was the first working World Wide Web browser? That's almost like a tongue twister. The first working World Wide Web browser. So, which one of these came first? If you know your history, you'll know that RIPE 1 happened before any of the things. So, if we're studying history, the first thing you should learn is RIPE 1 happened before all the rest. Peter 167 taking the lead, La Impact Voti, and on to the next question. Does RIPE have a secret working group?
No!
Not that question. Now the quiz master has to die, unfortunately. The other option is, what is a working group? And then there are no secrets. There is no such working group. And if it's a secret, shh, we would never, ever, ever, ever tell.
Are you sure?
Yep, I'd never, ever, ever tell. And the right answer is, of course, if it's a secret, we would never tell. That's what secrets are for. Scoreboard says Peter 167 at the top, Lala, Interpack, Muha, and Voti. Question number 10. Where can you find the RIPE NCC support desk? Is it on WhatsApp? Is it on Facebook? Is it in the coffee break area? Or is it nowhere? Now, that would be a very, very sad answer, right?
Ooh, here comes trouble.
Yeah. Whoever answers nowhere has not been paying attention. Where can you find the RIPE NCC support desk? Of course, at the coffee break area. There they are, smiling and ready to answer all your questions. Scoreboard says Peter 167 at the front, Lala, Interpack, Moha, and Voti. It did not change at all. And on to our almost two last questions. Which organization was the first regional internet registry?
Who was that?
Yep. Was it the RIPE NCC? Was it APNIC? Was it Internet? Or was it ICANN? Which organization was the first regional internet registry? So, was it RIPE NCC, APNIC, Internet, or ICANN? And if you know your history right, you'll know that RIPE NCC came before. ICANN is not a registry, Internet was not the regional internet registry, and APNIC came right after RIPE NCC. And scoreboard still says Peter 167 at the front, Lala, Interpack, Muahaha on fire, and Voti. Up to the last question. What does NCC stand for?
Oh, yeah!
Nordic Construction Company, Network Coordination Center, Network Carbon Copy, or Nerds Computer Club? Try to say all these four quickly and see how twisted your tongue goes. Nordic Construction Company, Network Carbon Nerds Computer Club, and Network Coordination Center.
No!
And that is right. The NCC stands for Network Coordination Center. And that's it. Let's see what the podium says. On step number 3, we have Interpa. Lala on number 2. And on number 1, Peter 167. Congratulations, all of you. Welcome to the RIPE 90 meeting and for surviving the Newcomers quiz. We hope you had fun and learned something new. Keep enjoying RIPE 90, and remember, a day where you didn't learn anything is a day you have lost. See you online, and until the next time.
Thank you, Ricardo. That was fun as always. Thanks, and thanks for participating. I hope you learned a bit. There's still some time if you have any questions or if anything wasn't clear to you. We have about 10 minutes. After that, there is a lunch break. There's actually a section for you for newcomers, a specific area where you can sit. You'll see some signs there. but of course you can mingle with anybody. You know, you don't have to sit with them in the newcomers area. But yeah, it's one of the things you organize for newcomers. There's some other you know, sessions you organize for you, so you feel part of the community. I don't see many. I'm kind of talking because I'm hoping somebody will get up and ask me a question, but I don't see that. So maybe later during the week, you feel more, you know, motivated to participate and ask questions and give comments. So then, yeah, that's it for the first session of the week, the newcomer session. I mean, after the tutorials. And then after lunch, we'll start with the opening plenary and some plenary talks. And then, yeah, dive right into the meat of things. So enjoy the rest of the week. And yeah, see you around. Welcome everyone. It's 2 o'clock, so we're still waiting a couple of minutes for people to come in and find a seat. There's still some seats. Hopefully you all find a chair. There are some empty chairs over there. Yeah, come in. I already noticed in the newcomers, I can hardly see you. The light's really bright. Oh, thanks, Daniel. Respectable person here. keep you quiet. I'm just kind of trying to fill a bit time to get everybody come in and find a seat. I think there's still some people out there, but we'll get started soon. Oh, is it really not loud enough? Okay, all right. I'm too tall. Be shorter, yeah, I'll try. It'll come with time, I'm telling you. Is this better? Okay, great. Right, I think there's still some people coming in. Right. Well, welcome you. Welcome to Ripe 90, all of you. So it's great to see so many of you. Well, I can hardly see you, but I think it's a pretty full room. And we actually see this also in the registration numbers. Here we had over 600 registrations, and at this point in time, we have over 400 on-site people checked in. Oh, there's the bell. So probably some more people coming in. And we have attendees from 47 countries here on site, which is great, and also 81 newcomers. We had a newcomer session earlier today, which was well attended. So it's great to see, to see so many of you, and also to see, so many from different countries and different backgrounds. And if you notice, maybe outside in the hallway, the wonderful artwork that the RouteViews has put together. The theme actually is interconnections. You might not have noticed, but you might see it on the lifts. And so there's kind of a thought behind this. And obviously that's what RIPE is all about, right? Interconnections, not just connecting networks, but also, connecting people. And so that's, it's great. So many of you are here and working together and socializing together also, and continuing this wonderful community. So I'm really looking forward to this week. We also have online participants again, remote participants. We even have 2 local hubs again. Thanks for those organizing them. There's one in Poland, organized by the Faculty of Technical Engineering, and there's one in the Netherlands, organized by Žorž, the NN, who is then, they might not be online the whole week, but some days you might see them joining us. Breaking things. This is actually the 3rd time we're here in Lisbon. So, and the first meeting in RIPE 19 was my very first RIPE meeting. And so I had just started working at the RIPE NCC. And if you look at the minutes of RIPE 19, it's interesting because the managing director at the time, Daniel Karenberg, had announced that they were partially, working on their staff shortage by hiring this person who just finished her computer science degree in Berlin. And so it's actually mentioned in the minutes. So that's how small the RIPE NCC was at the time. And so I just started, and then I was attended to this RIPE meeting here in Lisbon, which was, of course, a fantastic experience. Also at this meeting, the London Internet Exchange was announced. It hadn't quite launched yet, but it was, I think, starting a few months later. So it was announced here at this meeting. And the maintainer object for RIPE databases were introduced in 1994 as well. And then we came back in 2009 to Lisbon again for RIPE 59. And then there, if you look through the minutes, some of the highlights was that the last/8 policy, or the run-out fairly policy as it was called, was discussed during the meeting, and then later further on the mailing list and also agreed. And RIPE Labs was launched at the time. It's when I kind of, come back to the NCC, and the platform was launched. And you see there some staff handing out these wonderful T-shirts with that fantastic logo that we'd come up at the time, with this big light bulb. And RIPE Labs is still flourishing, and it's still running. It's a great community platform, still maintained by the RIPE NCC. So it's just a blast from the past, and now we're back for the 3rd time. So we really love it here, apparently. It's great. And I don't know if you noticed on the staircase, so there's all the RIPE meetings that we had so far. It's really quite impressive what this community has achieved and how often we came together already. Now we also have a RIPE code of conduct, as you know, please treat each other with respect. And also if you want to report something, as you know, there's a team, a RIPE code of conduct team. There are also some posters around, and I believe most of the team members are here in person at the meeting. You can contact them individually also or as a group. There's a link on the slide how to find them. More volunteers, this community is mostly run also by volunteers. There's a lot of volunteers here running working groups. This is the list of working group chairs currently. This might change by the end of the week because some working groups are looking for new working group chairs. And then another important set of volunteers is the RIPE program committee. So these are the people who have put together the program for you, for the plenary program for this meeting. So if you have any comments or if you want to have any feedback for the program committee, please let them know. And there's also a link on how to reach them. And there are 2 seats. I think Doris's and Clara's term ends this time, and the PC is actually looking for new volunteers, candidates. And I think I have that here on the next slide. Yeah, the program committee election is the candidates deadline is tomorrow, and then elections will start and run through the week. There are a number of other kind of governance items or selection, topics going on, or ways for you to participate in the governance of the community. The NomCom is looking for feedback, and the NomCom chair is going to have a presentation later, and they have office hours. So please don't be shy and provide feedback to them for the next chair term. And the program committee, as I just mentioned, they're looking for new candidates, and then also some of the working groups, status policy, IoT, and DNS. They're in the middle of selecting a new co-chair. And then also under governance is this topic that you'll probably see more returning throughout the week, is the Address Council, the Number Resource Organizations Numbers Council. They've been working on a draft on a new RIR governance document, which replaces a current, or the idea is to revise and update a current document. And so there's a BOF later today, but they also have not office hours, but they make themselves available here in the hall if you want to talk to them during every lunch break. So this is the meeting plan. Compared to last time, the schedule is pretty much the same. So mostly plenary today, tomorrow, then tomorrow afternoon, and Wednesday, Thursday working group sessions. And then we're closing off the week again with plenary sessions. And then there are a number of BOFs. So that today there is the BCOP, the Best Current Practices, Best Current Operational Practice Task Force. They're having a meeting with these 3 topics on the agenda. And they're also looking for engagement from the community and people who work on these topics. And parallel to that is this BOF I had just mentioned about the RIR governance document. Just as a little recap here into kind of a teaser for the BOF, there's this document that is kind of known as ICP2, a policy document in the ICANN world, and then the ICANN website that talks about the criteria for establishing new RIRs. It was felt that it needed to be updated and revised, and so there's been an ongoing process to gather community feedback. There was a survey that the Address Council had shared with you, and then based on the feedback that came in through the survey, they worked on this draft document, and the deadline for feedback is 27th of May. And so there will be the BOF, and there will also be in the Address Policy Working Group on Wednesday, a more formal presentation about the status of this activity. And then we're wrapping it up on Thursday during the community plenary with some results, or like a summary of the discussions during the week. Then there will be 2 other BOFs on Thursday. In parallel, there's one an idea, an initiative to possibly write a BCP about authoritative name servers, which kind of is a follow-up from the task force in the BCP that we published about recommendations for DNS resolver operators. And then in parallel to that is another BOF looking into data quality in the registry data. And you can find all a bit more descriptions of all the BOFs and also a link to the RIR document I just mentioned in the BOF descriptions on the link. There's a link there. Then tomorrow, I also want to invite you to all participate in the Diversity in Tech or DI session. It's always a bit different, depends a bit also on what topics people want to talk about. So this time we have 2 topics, and there's a proposal to set up an advisory group from the community to advise the RIPE NCC events team and me also, on accessibility issues, accessibility for the meetings and to make sure we're properly inclusive. And then also another topic on mentorship, what's a successful mentorship, and we really hope specifically newcomers also participate in the sessions to tell us kind of what works, what doesn't work, what you're expecting as a mentee, what would be helpful for you. Then, of course, a RIPE meeting would be nothing without a lot of space to socialize and to talk about. As I said earlier, interconnections, we're connecting people also. And lots of, I remember the previous chair always said, an integral part of the RIPE meetings are long coffee breaks and long lunch breaks. And so we get to talk to each other and get to learn how to know each other and work together. But then there are some formal social events also today. There's a welcome reception at the end of the BOFs here in the hotel. I think it's just out there. And then tomorrow a networking event it's in walking distance, so it's like a 15-minute walk throughout the park here. There's no transportation organized here by us, but you can either walk or take a public transport, and please bring your badge. It's after dinner time, so we don't provide dinner there. So please try to find some food on the way or before. And then on Thursday, we have the dinner again. Unfortunately, the tickets are already sold out. So, but there's a waiting list, and you can still register at the registration desk and let them know if you're interested. There might still tickets become available. And yeah, last but not least, the meeting would not be possible without our generous sponsors and hosts. So this meeting is hosted by .pt, the CCTLD for Portugal, and we have as a diamond sponsor the RIPE NCC, who've organized this and contributed a lot to the meeting. And as a platinum sponsor, we have AWS again. A number of silver sponsors, it's IPv4 Global by Hilco, IPXO, AM6, and VeriSign. And then Internet Society contributed as a bronze sponsor. And we also have a sponsor for the Barista, which is of course important, and that's Interlink this time. So that's all I had to say to welcome you. So I hope you have a constructive meeting. We have a packed agenda even here in the opening plenary, so I'm going to keep it short. I would like to introduce as the next speaker a representative from the local host, Luisa Ribeiro Lopes. So please come on stage.
No, I'm not so tall. It's okay. Wow. So many people. So I'm not a tech person. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Lisbon, especially to Mirjam, Kit, it's okay, RIPE Chair, and all the speakers in this welcome session. Thank you so much for being here and for having me here. It is with great satisfaction and pride that .pt, together with RIPE NCC, welcomes you to the 90th edition of the RIPE meeting. Hosting an event of this magnitude in Portugal with so many people from all over the world is an honor and recognition of our country's growing importance in the global internet landscape. As Mirjam said before, the RIPE meeting took place in Lisbon already twice. RIPE 19 in September 1994. I'm not here in .pt in that time. And RIPE 59 in October 2009. Lisbon is a city with a rich history of exploration and connection, a place where cultures have met and ideas have succeeded for centuries. It is, I believe, the perfect setting for this gathering one more time. We are living in a complex global times and experiencing incredible technological acceleration. The social impact of the digital world continues to grow, and we are all, not just political, but also technical community, responsible for shaping the future for everyone. Since 1989, the RIPE meeting has been a crucial meeting point for the technical community, a space for sharing, debate, and collaboration that drives innovation and the progress of the internet. And it is just this spirit that moves and motivates us to support and participate in this meeting. Throughout this week, we will have the opportunity to dive into topics of extreme relevance for the future of the internet. The program is vast and comprehensive, from optimizing IPv6 and routing security to DNS resilience and the implications of IoT to the latest networks measurements. Each session, each workshop, each informal conversation represents an opportunity to learn, share knowledge, and build innovative solutions to the challenge we face. I would especially like to highlight the session dedicated to diversity in tech, a topic that I very dear to us and for me in .pt. We truly believe that diversity is a fundamental driver for innovation and creating a better and inclusive internet. It is essential that the technical community reflects the diversity of the society it serves, and that everyone has the opportunity to contribute with their vision and experiences. This session is an important step in that direction, and we hope it will inspire further initiatives and debates on this topic. We are certain that these days will be filled with intense work, learning and networking. Make the most of this opportunity to exchange ideas, make contacts, and build partnerships that drive the future of the internet, while also ensuring that it remains global, open, and free for all. Thank you for choosing Lisbon once again. We are grateful to the RIPE and .pt staff, all the team. Without your hard work, none of this would be possible. I wish you all an excellent RIPE meeting. May our city inspire you to have great debates, innovative solutions, and new friendships. Thank you so much.
Thank you for these lovely words. I just want to note there are still chairs here on this side if you want to sit, and probably also there, I can't really see it, but there's definitely still seats if you want to sit. As the next speaker, I would like to introduce Hans-Peter Holen, the Managing Director of the RIPE NCC.
Thank you, Mirjam. and welcome everybody to RIPE 90. That's quite a time. The first RIPE meeting was in 1989, and there was a group of like-minded people that met to solve all the issues of internet in Europe and beyond. We still have a bit to do there. Just to give you a quick recap of the RIPE community, which Mirjam is chairing. It's open to all. It's for changing information, it's technical coordination and policy development, while the RIPE NCC, the secretariat, was formed a couple of years later to be a secretariat for the community, to be a membership organization. It's run by staff. We have between 180 and 190 staff members. We have a RIPE NCC executive board overlooking me, and the board is elected by members. And if you haven't done so already and you're a member, please register for the general meeting on Wednesday where you can vote for board members. And we provide services and we implement the policies. Some logistics for the meeting. We have MeetEcho. You may think that that's only for remote users, but it's actually a useful tool if you're here as well. You need to register for the meeting, which you've already done if you're here. You can bookmark your unique login link and use that for all sessions. You can add questions in the Q&A window and use audio, video, or the live transcription. If you have trouble reading what's on the screen for the transcription, you can have that on your computer screen to follow it closely in the room. There is a live stream also on the RIPE 90 website. That's just if you want to consume it. There is no chat there, but you still have the Q&A available. We also record all the sessions and they are archived publicly afterwards. So if you miss one of the parallel sessions here, you can go back and watch it next weekend. So in the MeetEcho interface, you have the audio video queue. So if you want to speak, ask questions and so on, please press for that one. And then state your name and affiliation out loud. You know, we would like to know, even if you've been here for 30 years, we don't know who you're working for now or who you're affiliated with. Like, so, you know, be polite to everybody and state, you know, I'm Hans-Peter Holen and I'm with the RIPE NCC, like, you know, like that. Q&As, if you don't want to go to the microphone, you can type in your questions there. There is a chat if you have issues, technical issues, or something you want to just share with people that are watching, and stenography. So if somebody don't understand what I'm saying, for some reason they do, and they type it up there. Sometimes they also make jokes on my behalf, but we will see. Your badge is important. Wear it at the site, wear it to all the social events as you need it to enter. And you can even use it to connect to Wi-Fi, and you can scan codes for the on-site information, the meeting plan, and parallel events. So it's quite useful, you know, shortcuts to have there. Photography. If you prefer not to be photographed, then wear a yellow lanyard. Then the photographers will do their best to avoid taking your picture, and we will definitely then sort it out and not publish it afterwards. Please respect your fellow attendees' choice of lanyard. So if you see somebody with a yellow one, please don't take pictures of them because they're kind of asking you not to. Keep an eye out for the official RIPE 90 photographer and or social media manager, and you can see their picture here. Yeah, he's scrolling around here, so yeah, no, he's very discreet. Thanks for that. The RIPE NCC, we're here with 60, 70 staff members, I think. We have a meeting organization teams that is making all this happening. It's quite an effort. We have a tech team that does all the technical stuff. If you're speaking, please make sure you submit your presentation up front and that they have tested it so that it actually runs. If you need IT support, we have IT support both outside this room. There is a support desk where member services and registry staff can help you with issues with RIPE NCC. And we do perform assisted registry checks if you want to have an opportunity to review the accuracy of your registry data. And please talk to my colleagues who works in an area of your interest. Looking at the presentations here, I started some meetings back to say, oh, can I have a small circle about which sessions we're talking in? And I see now that that's almost all of them. So if you want to avoid listening to somebody from the RIPE NCC speaking, there are very few sessions to choose from anymore. But yeah, we have talks on measurements, on security, on diversity, on address policy, on DNS, on services. There we will present what we did last year and what our outlook are front of. That's part of the GM, the Services Working Group. And the Services Working Group is open to everybody, but the GM is only for members. But you can hear the presentations about what the RIPE NCC has been doing, or you can read the annual report, which is what we base this on. Then IPv6, database working group, routing working group. If you're interested in security on the internet and RPKI, please go there. Cooperation working group, and the RIPE community plenary. We're also going to talk about some interesting things happening on our websites. And then even on Friday, we have presentations in the plenary, and the closing plenary, it's the most interesting of all the presentations during the meeting. And that's, of course, the technical report from the meeting. Please participate in our feedback sessions. We are not only developing software and interfaces the way we think they should look, we want to hear what you need and how you use them. So Fallon, Antonella, and Pedro are here and will do user testing. You can book a session with them and go through and test some of the new things that we're working on and give your feedback on that interactively. It's very useful and we really want your feedback on this. General meeting, if you haven't registered for the general meeting, please do so. There are some interesting resolutions to change the articles to vote on this time. It's on improving the arbiters panel. There is a board election going up. 2 of the board members' terms are out, and we have 3 candidates for 2 terms, so for two seats. So we really need your votes and your help in selecting those. And the vote then goes on from the meeting on Wednesday until Friday morning. So you don't have to be present at the meeting. If you're remote, you can register and vote there as well. Something that you heard Mirjam mentioned already is the so-called ICP2. And what on earth is that? Well, it's a document written 25 years ago on how to set up new regional internet registries. At the time, we had RIPE NCC, APNIC, and ARIN, but we then wrote a document to describe the criteria for establishment of a new regional internet registry. Now, 25 years ago, without a revision, is a long time. It's been a stable document. It hasn't been needed that much. There is no process going on for review. We've opened that. We've drafted core principles, or actually the volunteers on the NRO Numbers Council have drafted core principles, taken input from the community and reviewed and reported on that. There is now a drafted document out for public comment. And there is a BOF later today where you can actually discuss in person improvements to this draft. And going through the process for the rest of the year, we hope to have this approved at the end of the year through all the RIRs. So it's important that we get updated, one of the most important governance documents that governs how do we set up new RIR, what's the criteria for continued operations, and if we don't perform, what happens then? We have just launched a new trust portal, and you all trust us, right? So we don't need a portal for that. But it's a thing in security and compliance. With all the new regulations coming up, and with more and more companies doing certifications in order to prove to their customers that they can be trusted, a lot of companies have, and now also the RIPE NCC, made a portal where you can find all the information about how we deal with information security, how we deal with legal and compliance, and we've also have a section for law enforcement and competent authorities. Well, this is the first publication, so we really would love feedback on this, and we will enrich this as time goes on. Several people from my security team is here, so reach out to us and talk to them and give feedback on this. We really would like that. And that's all I had. So unless there are any questions, I think I'm 4 seconds over time, so I have to wrap up. No questions? Then thank you.
Thank you very much. We're running a little short on time, but I would like to introduce you to Žorž, the chair of the RIPE, this year's RIPE NomCom. You're like zero.
I know.
I'm sorry.
Hello, everybody. I'm Žorž. I'm the chair of the RIPE NomCom. I would like to ask the members of the NomCom to come here and so people can see you. The RIPE NomCom will select the new person or team for the next term for the RIPE chair and the vice chair. And these are the candidates. So it's Fergus McKay and Mirjam Kühne are the nominees for the RIPE chair. Then we have for the vice chair, we have 3 nominees, Olena, Anna, and Rob. If you're in the room, please stand up. Are you in the room? There. Mirjam is there. So these are the nominees for the chair or the vice chair. Quickly, whatever you talk to us, we will treat all your feedback in confidence. If you want to make a public statement, do it on the RIPE mailing list or somewhere else. Whatever you tell us, it will be treated with confidence and will not leave the room. All the NomCom members are in Lisbon, so please come and talk to these people that are behind me and me. We are looking for all the possible feedback that you can give us. We are holding the office hours each day during the lunch break. Actually, it's the second half of the lunch break from 1:15 to 2 Lisbon time. It's in Catania room on the first floor of the meeting venue. This was the open office room from today when we had the first gathering. It's just next to the childcare. So look for balloons, and the next one is the NomCom room. Yes, yes. So please come join us at the open office hours. Talk to the NomCom members during the open office hours during the meeting, and give us as much feedback as possible because then we will have enough information to select the next RIPE chair and the vice chair. Thank you very much.
And no explanation of how to get to the people.
Thank you. And with that, I would actually like to hand over to the RIPE PC, the program committee, who will run the, I know it's Jan again, who will run the next part of the opening plenary.
Oh, that was loud. Hello, everyone. I'm Max. I'm the chair of the program committee, and I would like to introduce the first speaker for today. We're a bit late, and people have reminded me that I live in Switzerland, so we should be strict. So first off, we have Maria Farrell, who has a presentation that will probably make you think today. So are you ready, Maria?
Good morning, everyone. So I am Irish, and I'm so glad we have Irish stenographers, because that means I can speak really, really quickly, and they will write it all down, and they will understand everything. No, I'm sorry, that is a joke. I promise I will be civilized and correct. So my background is that I used to work for ICANN. So I've worked in tech policy for quite a long time, 20-25 years. Some of it in the addressing space, and some of it doing consulting, some of it working for the World Bank, and an awful lot of the last 10 years or so writing. Basically, I am a writer. That is what I do. So about a year ago, I wrote an article which, with my co-author, Robin Burton, which went viral. And it's basically called "We Need to Rewild the Internet." And so I'm going to talk to you today about what rewilding the internet means, We're going to start with story time though. Then we're going to have geopolitics. And after that, we're going to segue into what does rewilding mean for this community and for us as individuals. And then finally, kind of wrapping it all up to say, where do we go from here? So, story time. Well, in the kind of early 17th century, in the area we now know as modern day Germany, the country was largely covered by deep mixed forestry. And in those forests, and of course, we think of the German forest of Middle Europe, of that Middle European history, as the place where fairy tales come from. And this is sort of a fairy tale because it's a tale about human folly and suffering. But it's actually a completely true story. So back in the day, the forests were owned by all, the peasants and the lords. And the peasants had rights of foraging, they had the right to go hunt in the forest, they had the right to grow things. And the lords also owned the forest, but had the right to hunt in them and had the right to extract from them. Around this time, Europe was suffering from a timber crisis. There just weren't enough trees to build all of the ships, to build all of the cities, to build all of the ships that we wanted to send around the world to dominate, to extract, to colonize. And so there was a continent-wide worry about how do we grow more trees. The lords decided, you know what, we know how to do this. We will enclose the forests. We will keep the peasants out. We will stop them from coming and growing and doing all of the things they do. And we will harvest all of the old growth. And that is what they did. And after they harvested the old growth forests, they planted new ones. And I should say this is really, we're not just talking about Germany here. We're talking about Prussia. And these are people who loved marching, who loved uniforms, who loved straight lines. And so when they replanted the forest, they planted them in glorious straight lines, in glorious monoculture, Sitka spruce for the most part, and with nothing on the understory. They kept that clear. You don't want anything growing there to compete with the trees. 70 or 80 years passed, and they harvested the trees. My friends, let me tell you, it was a bonanza. It was a history, an epoch, a history-making, an epoch-defining amount of wealth that suddenly came out of the forests and into the pockets of those lords. And they spent it richly. They spent it on ball gowns. They spent it on townhouses. They spent it on military commissions for their sons. They spent it paying off their sons' gambling debts. They spent it on several surprisingly expensive wars. And then they replanted the trees. And you know, this is sort of like a fairy tale because things happen in threes. This time, 20 or 30 years in, same straight lines, same monoculture. They noticed that the trees were spindly and they were weak. They would fall over in storms. They were ravaged by disease. In fact, so many trees died that a new German compound word was created to describe it, and that word was Waldsterben, forest death. So many of the trees died because they, well, first of all, it was a mystery, but then I think we came to understand why. This is more or less what it would have looked like because we still do some of the same extractive forestry practices today. Now, what was I going to tell you? I was going to tell you more things about trees. Monoculture. This is where we go with monoculture. So the trees basically had all been weak and had died for a number of reasons, but the main one was this. The previous diversity had been a source of abundance and a source of wealth. The resilience of the forest had depended on the many different species that lived in it. And when those were taken away, the forest became weak. It became fragile. And so it was susceptible to all sorts of disease and weather events, and basically it was a complete disaster. Well, the reason being that the wealth that had been laid down for thousands of years was extracted in a one-time bonanza. And I think moving away from the trees now, moving to today and to today's internet, and I know many of you are very familiar with the ongoing debates about concentration and consolidation. You can see that the story of the Prussian forestry is also the story of the internet, in that it started off as diverse. It started off with multiple owners and controllers at different layers of the tech stack, with many, many different kinds of relationship, not just ownership and control and very, very large companies managing huge swathes of planetary networking. It started off with small, different kinds of ways of interaction, different kinds of relationship. And today the internet looks more like a plantation. It looks more like a monoculture with single owners, with an extractive regime. It looks like a plantation in the sense that it is made to do just one thing, to extract data and turn that into wealth. And that is all it does. And you can say, well, plantations are good for growing things like tea. They're good for growing rubber. But plantations are not habitats. They're not ecosystems. And I know a lot of tech CEOs call what they do ecosystems because they may be 2 or 3 products in the suite. But let me tell you, that is not an ecosystem. An ecosystem is a habitat. It is a place to live. It's a place to flourish. And in an ecosystem, we have real competition. We have that leads to innovation, because if you don't compete and innovate, you die. And that's the other key thing about an ecosystem, is there is death in an ecosystem. Everybody dies. Nobody gets to be king forever. And the other two other vitally important things about the ecosystem are they are diverse, and from diversity comes resilience. And secondly, ecosystems are places where there are multiple different kinds of relationship. Very similar to networking and to how the internet evolved. The number and different kinds of relationship you have are where the value lives. So in the forest, it was all of the different species and the understory and the brush and the grass and the wildflowers and the mad things the peasants did, running their pigs through, making sure that the land got churned up and new things would grow. There was kind of the variety, the unexpectedness, the delight in different people doing different things. That's what an ecosystem is. An ecosystem has not just predation and parasitism, which is what the 2 relations that characterize our present internet, but it has mutualism, it is commensalism, and lots of different ways to relate. So today, I think we have an internet that more resembles the Dark Tower, almost the Dark Tower of Sauron. And I know that's a metaphor we're all familiar with, but here's where I think it's important, in that we know there is duopoly at all of the visible layers of the stack. We know that there's 1 search engine, there's 2 email providers, there's 2 browsers, we know all of this. But that duopoly and monopoly is being extended down the stack, down through the physical infrastructure and through the protocol layers to ensure that today's winners, today's evolutionary kings remain in place forever. And that is something we have to stop. Quite simply because of the kind of people they are, but also because, and we have learned this in peril, the combination of big tech, government, and fascism, which we are seeing unfold in a completely brazen, unapologetic manner, is an existential threat to our democracies, to our planet, and to our civilization. So, Tony Benn, a left-wing politician in the 70s, used to ask these questions of anybody in power. And those questions are, what power have you got? Where did you get it from? In whose interests do you use it? To whom are you accountable? And finally, how do we get rid of you? And Tony Benn used to say, if you cannot answer the last one in a very clear and simple way, you are no longer living in a democracy. So if we cannot get rid of the current rulers of this kingly internet, we no longer live in a democracy, and we no longer live in an ecosystem where things can continue to evolve. That message, which so many of us have known for so long, has suddenly become wildly, just brazenly clear over the last few months. And this photo, which I've seen on top of so many articles about tech policy in the last 3 months, of US tech CEOs lined up in the front row to applaud President Trump's inauguration, it has changed more hearts and minds than you can imagine in the policy circles of this continent. So it has led to leaders in Brussels and in Paris, in Berlin, and all around the continent saying, we need to do something different. We understand now what people were saying to us about fragility, about choke points, about dependency, and we need to have strategic autonomy. We need the Eurostack, whatever that means. It means a lot of things to a lot of different people. I think for many of us, it means that we need to have competition and choice at every layer of the stack. But fundamentally, we need to not just replace the current paradigm with a different set of companies, just that they're European, just that their CEOs have burgundy-colored passports. We need to have something that is actually continuing to evolve and compete at every layer of the stack. To do that, we need to rewild it. We need the internet to once again be a true ecosystem of competition and cooperation, of evolution and of death. How do we do that? How do we get something that looks like the lines of serried ranks of Sitka spruce and make them into something that is more diverse, that is rich, that is resilient, that has choices, not just for now, but for the people who will come after us? How do we ensure as individuals in our work building the internet every day that we are maintaining the openness, the ecological niches for people who will come, for people who are trying to build different things, and frankly, who will be doing it in a much harder world than we have grown up in? How do we make sure that we keep that openness available for them? Well, there was one thing that the Prussians didn't know about, and actually that none of us knew about until the late 90s. And that was, it wasn't just that the forest died because they took away all of the richness out of the earth, you know, that we took away all of the nitrogen or whatever it was that was feeding the trees. It was that when you killed the forest, the visible forest that you could see, you also killed the underground networks which gave it life, which made it flourish. And those, as many of us know, are the mycelial networks, the fungal networks that travel along the roots of the plants and that pass sugar, that pass proteins, that pass enzymes, that pass information, that pass warnings, that gather and push resources to trees that are dying. Those mycelial networks, when they died, no forests, no trees could flourish in the ground that were planted thereafter. And that is a crucial thing to know, because I think most people, and most people outside of this room, know what the visible internet is, right? They know the app level, they know the big companies, and they also increasingly know about undersea cables. They know about satellites. They know that there's machines there. There are companies there and they're doing things. But what they don't know about, what the secret sauce of the internet is, that it was for the German forestry, is that underground network. And the underground network of what makes it work, the secret sauce of the internet, well, it's you. It's everybody in this room. It is the human networks that hold the knowledge, that build the trust, that ensure the values of an internet that is open, that is growing, that is evolving, and that is trustworthy. And so when we think about how to rewild the internet, we're not just thinking about a bunch of technical measures and policy steps that we can take, and they're important, but about this group of people and the group of people that it is connected to, and how we work to ensure the values of the internet, openness, competition, interoperability, how we ensure that they survive and flourish and thrive for the future. So luckily, ecology gives us a toolkit. And I suppose one of the big things in my life, actually, in the last few years has been, honestly, being a woman who really got into gardening. That stuff creeps up on you, and it happens. And because I'm, a geek at heart, I couldn't just stick with the gardening. I had to start reading ecology textbooks, and I had to really go deep into this stuff. And the more I got into it, the more I realized that, network thinking is the same as ecology, is the same as complexity theory. The more I realized that for all of the broken, depraved internet stuff that is out there, and the feeling that we're on the bottom of a huge mountain that we have to climb, and we've got no gear and we don't know how to do it, and we're all on our own. Actually, there is a bunch of people who have been doing this for longer. Ecologists know how to cure, how to regenerate broken habitats. Ecologists know how to pull themselves together emotionally and collectively to do the hard work. And ecologists have done the science that tells us what works and what we can use. So This is a Dropterus felix mass, and anyone, it's a fern, anyone who did biology for the Irish Leaving Cert in the 80s or 90s will know a lot about this plant. It is an old plant. From an evolutionary perspective, it is older than almost anything else on Earth, and it will grow anywhere. And I tell you this as the owner of 10 or 11 acres of a small holding in Kerry in the southwest of Ireland. This stuff will grow through concrete. It will grow where you put plants. It will grow where you planted a nice hedge. It will grow anywhere. And okay, I respect that, because you just have to make some space, and this is what ecologists know. You just have to make the space and nature will grow back. Things will grow, people will find good ideas to build in the space you have made. And it is such a fundamental understanding that ecologists have that we can take and share, and use as we motivate ourselves. Secondly, so what do we do? Well, one of the things I think we need to do is we need to change our aesthetics of what a network looks and feels like. On the left, this is the same piece of Scottish Highlands, 15 years apart. On the left, a bare and barren landscape. Basically, it's just bracken, that plant I just showed you, the fern, and grass, and hardly even any heather. It is grazed and overgrazed to extinction by sheep. All they did, one thing, they took away the sheep, and 15 years later, you see this abundant, almost rainforest. So what does that tell us? It tells us two things. One, it comes back. Diversity will grow if you just give it some space. But two, we need to change what we think of as beautiful. Because I see that photo on the left all the time on, to advertise tourism in Britain. And many of us increasingly have kind of almost trained ourselves to see like, that is a barren, that is dead. That is nature side right there. And on the right, we have something that is beautiful and abundant and diverse. And so when you think of I'm thinking you think of, routing security, you think of resilience, you think of not having choke points, you think of not having just one path and just one small number of people. I think when you think of security, it makes us think of what is security. Security isn't brittleness and centralized control. That's an aesthetic. That's Prussian marching guy, that's soldiers with loads of brass on and who can't fight in a war. Security is different and beauty is different and what we're looking for is different. And I think we have to open our minds and our hearts to thinking, okay, the future is not going to be what we thought it was, but it's going to be something much different, much stranger, much more bizarre, much more surprising. And so we have to change our aesthetic of control to an aesthetic of openness to what can come. The other great insight from ecologists is mosaics. So you make a bit of habitat over here, you rewild over here. Guess what? It's not big enough to grow like an oryx or a lion, a mountain lion or a wolf or whatever your apex predator that you're really geeking out on. The only thing you need to do to make a small habitat work is just to connect it to another habitat. It's like we have to think differently about scale. In the tech industry and even in networking, I think we have been brainwashed. We brainwashed ourselves to think scale is the only thing that works. How many times have you heard somebody say, that's a great idea, but it'll never scale, right? We shoot stuff down all the time because we think scale is a value in and of itself, but it's not. Diversity is a value, resilience is a value. And how do you make habitats resilient in nature? You simply connect them to other habitats. That's all you need to do. This is a photo, actually, I wish it was of Ireland. It's of England, but we'll take it. It's Somerset. These, and you see the green fields, but between them you see the hedgeways, right? The hedgerows. And there, they will be whitethorn, there'll be blackthorn, there'll be alder, there'll be sallies, there'll be all sorts of, there'll be brambles, there'll be things we think of as weeds, plants in the wrong place. They are nature's highways. They are what the insects live in, what the birds live in, what small creatures and voles, they travel along from one place to another. They make their lives possible. And so I think we as people in networking need to think about, okay, we're making nature's highways here. We're making nature corridors, right? Here's a big ass corridor from one habitat to another over a road that otherwise would be impossible for large mammals. What do we do in our work? How do we make those nature's corridors? How do we connect, ways of business models, new business models to another, different networks? How do we build networks that don't all have to be ginormous. How do we do business with, not necessarily big cloud or legacy big tech? What are the different ways that we can build those, make those habitats, but also join those habitats to each other? And I think the final thing that I kind of will leave you with really is that what we do matters. Every choice that we make in our jobs and as organizations matters. This is a bee habitat. It is a bee hotel in County Clare in Ireland that is made and that holds habitat for hundreds and hundreds of solitary bees. And it means that for tens of acres all the way around it, the pollination has just gone off the scale. People's orchards are thriving. People's crops are thriving just because of this structure that somebody put up over a weekend that solitary bees can live in and do their work. So what we do matters. And so I guess what I want to, hear from you and now and into the future is, what are you growing? Because sometimes I think you find diversity in the most unexpected places. That is my garden during lockdown when everybody had a lot of time. Cities are the most biodiverse places on this planet. Outside of the Amazon, if you want diversity of different plants and insect life and subterranean, invertebrates, go to London. Like, go and look at somebody's garden in London, especially May. So that's my contribution to nature in my little garden, but it's significant. It makes a difference for hundreds, perhaps thousands of invertebrates and insects. So what are you guys doing? What does rewilding look like to you? That is what I want to hear about, because I will just kind of close by this, and I want to hear from you now and into the future. We are living in the worst of times, and we are living in the best of times. There has never been more need for an open, interoperable, decentralized, resilient, and diverse internet, the one that we all originally made. There is also, looking into a future of, of war, of states' actions against individuals, where we will have to build resilient internet all the way up and down the stack simply to protect ourselves and to come through the times that are coming, racing towards us. But it is the best of times, because never in my career have I seen the urgency, have I seen the ability to find other people who are already doing the things that we're just worrying about. Never have I seen so many people who are united, and the young people building an entire, infrastructure for public social internet. People are so hungry to hear what you are doing. So my ask to you is, I know about a lot of the app layers, and so do most people. We know that to protect future generations, it is the deep infrastructure of the internet that sets the path for the future. So what are you doing? How can we help you? And how can we put what we're doing together to rewild the internet so that we flourish not just today and not just in this room, but in the years to come and in the decades to come, and for people who don't yet know how much they need the secret sauce that you're cooking up in this room. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you, Maria. Very, very well. Very nice presentation. And we have questions, please.
Hello. My name is Kurt Kaiser. No affiliation. Thank you for your talk. You certainly made me rethink about the positive term killer app.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. Dmitro Kochmaniuk, Proton Mail user. Speaking for myself, I was with you the whole time, except when you brought this Eurostack or Eurocloud, I've seen it. You know what? I want to ask you this. Is Russia Mail.ru part of the Eurostack? Because last time I checked, Russia was in Europe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's
a country that is very famous for gelling its people, data controlling, data residency requirements. So it's for the United States when it comes to that. I'm just saying, be careful what you say.
So I'm bringing to you the Eurostack so that you know that it's happening. and that you know that there are so many different interpretations of what this might be, and there are so many different geopolitical responses to the geopolitical crisis in which we do find ourselves. And for all, I mean, I come from the left, I come from digital rights. My people have been on this forever. Like, we have to have resilience, we have to have alternatives. And so now we finally see that the Ursula von der Leyen's and the Emmanuel Macron, they're finally seeing, yes, actually it does matter who owns the back end, and it does, backdooring does matter. And it does matter if the company, that the 2 or 3 companies that your government depends on to build public services is headquartered in another country where a president will put his finger on the scales and you don't know what's going to happen. So I live in geopolitical reality. I'm also a digital and human rights activist, and I'm under no illusions about what we need to do, not just in Europe, but all of us, to strengthen and harden while maintaining suppleness of the networks that we need to maintain human rights and the rule of law in the years to come.
Sorry, that's not my question. Look,
okay, well, that's my answer.
UK is a part of 5 Nines, and you're saying that Russia and UK are built into Europe?
This is a line.
I'm just confused about that.
You asked a question, I gave an answer, now we move on.
I take a non-answer. Thank you.
In terms of interest of time, I'm closing the queues now, so please, you were first.
Hi, thanks so much for this. This was wonderful. Oh, right, I'm Gus, representing myself. So you mentioned that you used to work at ICANN, and that got me thinking sort of about when you sort of, the names and numbers of the internet, they kind of come back to these 2 organizations that are somewhat US-centric. And I'm wondering if this is something that you've thought about, or if you know anyone else who's thinking about, just in that sort of that general line of thinking.
So I'm not sure what the question is that just that the ICANN and those organizations are US-centric?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure they are. That's a long conversation. Yeah. How we govern them, I think, needs to be more global, but the fact that we need a single authoritative address and numbering spaces is to me inarguable. So really it's a governance question. Yeah.
Thank you.
Maria, thank you for your talk. Very thought-provoking. My name is Dinesh. I'm talking in personal capacity here. You mentioned about what I got from the talk. The beginning part was that you've got these commercial organizations who are all working in silos. And for me, this industry has always been about collaboration and helping each other. But over time, I found that while we do have the nonprofit sector, and the nonprofits themselves have their communities and they all work very well together, it seems to me that they're working in their own silos. There doesn't seem to be much collaboration from what I see as time goes on between the different nonprofit organizations. So my question is, am I right in my thinking here? And if I am, what do we need to be, as the various different nonprofit organizations, be careful of going down a particular path?
So I've worked in the nonprofit civil society sphere for a very long time, and both as a volunteer and sometimes as an employee. I will say this: I don't think anymore about things we need to worry about or be cautious about. I feel that we in civil society have spent too many years saying, "Don't do that thing, you'll kill people. Don't do that thing, you'll kill people." We're always reacting to the business models and the extraction model of big tech, effectively. And for me, I think what we need to be doing is building the future we want to see. And I know that sounds so naff and so cheesy, but it's just like next month I'm going to Norway to help with a workshop on how to fund open social media protocols, that give us actual interoperability and portability, and social media that doesn't radicalize your uncle and your teenage boy and all of that. Like, I feel that we just wasted our time and our breath pleading with people to be less shitty. And I think our job is to actually build the stuff that we want. Build it and they will come it's an expression for a reason. I think we can't anymore waste our time trying to argue with people or trying to figure out if they're in good faith or not. We have some strong values here, and we need to be supporting the organizations that themselves embody those values, the organizations of internet openness, of human rights and rule of law. And I think we have to be robust about how we defend those organizations and those institutions, because once we lose them, we won't build them back. You know, they're like public libraries or healthcare. Nobody would invent it right now. So we have to, I think we have to circle the wagons and build what we want and protect what we have.
Okay, we need to wrap this up. Please be brief.
Okay, so hi everyone, Annika Hanek, freelance software developer. I grow open source software. One is, for example, the Alice Looking Glass, you might know. And I found myself, for example, confronted now with things like regulatory things like Cyber Resilience Acts and so on. Isn't this like quite an obstacle for things like building wild and underground things? So how does this your wish that we go more wild? How does this go with the contrast of having more and more regulation?
Yeah, so so you can see regulation as something that puts obligations on us, and it does, and many of those are good. I mean, I grew up as a teenager in the 80s where literally every 3 or 4 months there was some horrible disaster where 200 people were killed on a ferry or 100 people were burned to death in a disco, and it was because we did not have public health and safety laws. And so, you know, I do believe in having some regulation. It means that people, you know that, I'm sorry, I don't need to convince you of that. But I do also think that a big part of what we need from policymakers is them to use their powers to enforce competition, to enforce antitrust, to criminalize and prosecute fraud that is being conducted on scale on a lot of the big social networks. Like, I think we have to use our muscle. So I don't really see it so much as I wish they wouldn't put more obligations on us because it makes life hard. I actually wish they would do, and excuse my French, their fucking jobs and protect competition, stand strong for innovation and require openness. The laws are all on the books. They're there already. You know, we've got DMA requires interoperability. DSA, we've got all of that there. And we need policymakers to actually grow a spine or locate their spines and do their jobs. And that's where I see it. I know it's not quite an answer to your question, but that's where I see it. Can I just close by saying just one last thing? I, as a teenager, and probably many of us in this room, probably, you know, many are Europeans, and we would have looked at the history and looked at the Europe in the 30s, and we always wondered in the back of our minds, like, how did that happen? What were people thinking? What were they doing? And probably, you know, they also had in our minds, like, what would I have done? Like, would I have been someone who stood up and did something? Or would I have been somebody who said, you know, I've got a mortgage and just that whole like, you know, internet thing's just going to have to look after itself because I've got to put my kids through private school. Would we have been the person who actually, and now we get to find out, we get to know who we are when our democratic values, when our democracy itself is under existential threat. We know right now what we would have been doing during the 30s because it's what we're doing now. So my last words to you all today are, think about what you want to be able to say you were doing when this time came, what you were building, who you were talking to, who you were listening to, who you were raising up. That's what, I mean, if you want to know the answer to what we would have done then, it's what we're doing now. So I just hope we're all going to do the best that we can and realize that the strictures we have about what is possible or what is likely or what is politic, those are artificial. We have to do this now. This is the last chance we will get.
Thank you very much. Oh, there is Timo. Hello, Timo. Please explain us how to start an ISP from scratch with 0 resources. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. It's been a while since I've been on the Stable RIPE meeting. I think the last time was somewhere in the 2016 or something. Back then, I was talking a lot about IPv6 deployment, which I was doing for my employer at the time, Access for All. So that's where I worked. I worked at Access for All for 25 years, and now I work for a different ISP because things happened. when I came up with this title, the first question I got from people is, why would you start a new ISP now? There's already so many. What's the point? So we're going to have a look at that. We have to go a bit back into history for that. So I used to work for X4, as I mentioned. X4 was a ISP in the Netherlands, one of the first residential ISPs in the Netherlands. It was founded by a bunch of hackers that you see on the picture there. Well, that was in 1993 as an offshoot of the Hactic Foundation. And they started one of the first internet providers in the Netherlands. There was some scientific research providers, but this was just for everyone. That was a very successful organization, very successful ISP that stood for digital rights, for openness, for freedom of speech and everything. But in order to be able to invest in new infrastructure, the company was sold to KPN Telecom, the Dutch incumbent telco, in 1998. But X4 remained an independent subsidiary, so we had our own staff, our own network, we made our own decisions. And it became one of the larger ISPs in the Netherlands, very successful. And we're known for its openness and technical knowledge, modern standards, etc. We're one of the first ISPs in the Netherlands to start rolling out V6, for example. But then in January 2019, KPN announced that they would end the brand. They would no longer have the Access for All brand on the market. They wanted a single brand strategy, which was KPN. That meant that all the infrastructure that Access for All had would go, and everything would be merged into the KPN brand, all the subscribers and everything. This is it is in Dutch. I have the English caption underneath, but this was it when it came to the news in January 2019 that this was going to happen. There was another brand, Telfort, which was the similar but a budget brand of KPN that they also ended up to make everything into a one brand strategy, which was to maximize profit, basically. That's what big telcos want. They have shareholders, so they want to maximize profit. So our customers were really not happy with this. Our customers valued what we were doing, and they feared that a lot of the technical stuff that we do would not be done by KPN, and a lot of the digital rights stuff that we were involved in would not be done by KPN. So our customers, our subscribers, actually started a petition saying that was called Access for All must remain, must stay. The petition was signed 55,000 times within 4 weeks by customers. And this resulted in an action committee being set up, which was called Access for All moet blijven, Access for All must stay. There you can see them. They were these actually customers of Access for All that were protesting outside the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, where KPN was holding some shareholder meeting, and they decided to stand there and make their case. There was protest outside the KPN head office. There was graffiti. And of course, there were t-shirts. You have to have t-shirts. And the Access for All Works Council actually started a court case with the business chambers of the court to argue that dissolving Access for All was a really bad idea, would drive customers away, and would actually not be good for KPN. There was also not really a need, because Access for All was a profitable and reasonable business with a reasonable market position. We were doing good ratings and everything, but however, it failed. The court case ruled in favor of KPN, and the action committee had actually tried to buy Access for All from KPN. That didn't work either. That was sad. That was plan A, to save Access for All. That failed, as I just explained. So when plan A fails, you have to have a plan B. So the plan B was to start a new ISP on the same core values, with safeguards to ensure that such a sale of the company would never happen again. So that's where you start an ISP with no resources. There was no staff, no equipment, no network, no money. So how do you go about it? So the Action Committee started a crowdfunding based on a loan, so people would fund money and get it paid back in 3-year installments. When you do this, one of these crowdfunding things, you need a minimum amount and a maximum amount for the campaign. So the minimum was set on 1.25 million and the maximum was at 2.5 million euros. This maximum goal of 2.5 million was reached within 4 days by more than 3,000 investors, all investing in a new ISP. So that means there was a fresh start. On the 11th of November, 2019 at 11:11, a new ISP, Dutch ISP was launched, Freedom Internet. The idea was that the company would have security and privacy by design. Remember, there was nothing yet, so everything was by design from the ground up. Digital freedom, free of surveillance, transparency, modern internet standards, a safe and open internet, and of course, excellent technical support. And excellent peering. Thank you. We do that too. The model we chose was a steward ownership. This was in place to avoid such a sellout again, so that no big business could come in and sell the company, because a steward ownership has a foundation that governs it. And it's a non-profit foundation, and that will protect investors from taking like decisions solely for financial gain. So they also safeguard our corporate charter. We have a corporate charter, and the foundation governs that and make sure that we go by it. Now you will probably wonder why there is a picture of an apple pie there. That is because the foundation is called Stichting Appeltaart, or the Apple Pie Foundation. This goes back to the extra times where if you needed a favor done by someone, something that's out of the ordinary, you would pay them with an apple pie. You get apple pie for them and they get stuff done. That bit of culture came with us, and the foundation is Stichting Appeltaart, Apple Pie Foundation. So they hold part of the shares of Freedom Internet, as well as a preferential share. So they have the power to veto if anyone would make changes to the core of the company, and to anything they wanted to do that was not according to the corporate charter, they could step in and veto it. This is to protect our values. So when Freedom Internet generates profit, a part of this will flow into the foundation, and that will act as a fund for them to support initiatives with innovation, social solutions relating to the internet, and they can finance it. So basically things for the good of the internet. There's another safeguard. You see the logo there of Bits of Freedom. This is the digital rights organization of the Netherlands. And the domain freedom.nl, which is the primary domain that we use, is owned by them. So we have it on loan from them. And if we do things that they do not agree with, they can take back their domain name that is in the statutory documents. They can take the domain name back, which means that Freedom would miss their primary domain name and would be basically useless. So this is another safeguard. They have a lot of power with that. And this was also deliberately set up this way. So in March 2020, the first internet connections were delivered. We're actually at that moment still hitchhiking on the back of a small ISP called Cambrium in the Netherlands. A lot of people won't know it. They allowed us to get this going without big contracts with wholesalers, because that was not financially feasible at that time. Unfortunately, the company has also been sold. They got sold to T-Mobile, which is called Odido in the Netherlands. So they don't exist anymore, but I think they deserve a mention. So we started with batches, 128, 256. I think you know where this is going, 1024 lines. This was the end of the test batch, where we had 2048 connections online. This was all to test our ordering system. Ordering system is very complicated. We'll see that in a minute. But as we were hitchhiking on the back of another ISP, we needed to set up our own network. I have hardware and switches and the connections with IXPs and all that sort of stuff. So more finance was needed. And to go from a startup to growing ISP. And this time, the customers and supporters were offered to buy a share in Freedom Internet. So these shares, certificates, were sold at 250 euros. And we had 2 rounds. The first one was between 2 and 4 million. That was done in 2 weeks. And then there was a second one with 1.5 million. That was done in a couple of weeks more. These people have shares, so they own shares in our company, and they can deal them. Actually, you can sell them to other people if you want. But with that, they also have something to say, of course. Not everything, because that lies by its apple pie foundation. The core values are internet and privacy, security, and transparency. So, like examples of that is we do not record personal data unless it's absolutely necessary. Like we don't need to know your date of birth. We don't need to know your gender. All we want to know is a name, an address, because we want to supply you with internet connection, and a phone number and an email address so we can contact you. That's all we need to know, and we don't ask for anything else. We also don't share these data unnecessarily with partners. So for example, if we have a partner that supplies TV products to our customers, so when we order for a customer, we order a TV product, they don't need to know the telephone number of the customer. That's not necessary. So we select only things. And then, for example, if we need to send you a parcel through our logistics company, they don't need to know your first name. That's none of their business. And they definitely don't need to know your date of birth. Some of these partners actually have these fields as required. And if we don't think they're necessary, we just fill them with random data for telephone numbers or for a birth date or whatever. It's nonsense. And we only work with partners that go with the same privacy protection. For example, it is very difficult sometimes. This makes it actually very difficult to find partners. As I mentioned earlier, we have certificate holders, and we wanted to have a platform for certificate holders to trade their certificates with other holders or with people who are interested. You try to find a trading system that is not based on Azure or AWS or whatever. It's almost impossible. We have found one now. I think they might be able to do it and make some special adaptations for us. That can be very complicated, but it works. Otherwise, of course, we don't use any third-party cookies or tracking pixels in our website or in our emails to customers. Only fully anonymized, functional, and analytical cookies are used. We don't use public storage or cloud storage or applications, so no cloud providers, no big tech. In internal communication, we never share personal details. So if I send a message to one of my support staff or to another engineer, we never mention a customer's name or a customer's IP address. We always just put a link to our user database where my colleague can then click on and see all the details that he needs. This way, we make sure that if an email leaks out or a conversation in a chat gets out, that there are no customer details in there, but they're all just in our user database. Of course, we have the latest cipher for SSL and TLS. We don't keep any logs any longer than necessary. And we use open source software as much as possible, which is, I think, between 99 and 99% of our software that we use is open source. Here's a few in a bit of a random order. Some of the software we use Debian. We use Power DNS for our DNS services. We do Zamat as our ticketing system. You can see there's a whole lot of open source software packages that we that glue Freedom together. When Freedom started off in late 2019, RIPE had just run out of IPv4. So we were only to get a 20/24 from the recovered pool. Yeah. Of course, we did IPv6 from the start. Everything is completely a dual stack because we did a survey under our potential customers and asked them, would you be happy with IPv6 only or some translation mechanism? And the basic outcome was that is what all the ISPs are doing already or will be doing shortly. We want full dual stacks. We want public IPv4 and v6. So that is the way we went. This means we have to lease address space. This is expensive, but we calculate these costs into the subscriptions for our users. But it is what our users want, and it sets us apart from some of the other ISPs in the market. There's even a lot of people who lease a /29 for us because one public IP address is not IPv4 address is not enough for them. So that is what they want. So that's what we do supply. Of course, internal we use a lot of v6, and our own /24 is used for our external services. Then the technical challenges, apart from getting IP addresses, the easy bit is set up a redundant network, data centers, connect to internet exchanges, some transit providers. You know, it's if you worked in the industry for more than 20 years, this is not rocket science or brain surgery. So this was actually pretty easy to do. What the hard part is for a small ISP is the fiber to the home infrastructure and the logistics that come with it, unbundled access, which is something that the regulator in the Netherlands has put on the market as a necessity that the incumbent telcos need to share their infrastructure with the new players on the market that's on unbundled access. Some of the people in the fiber world will know this. What this means is this is a very crude drawing of how you connect to an ISP. In the middle is a POP. That's a little box that's somewhere in your local area where the fiber to your house ends up. That is what we call the layer one, the local loop. That's the physical fiber that is put in the ground by a company that owns it. That can be a telco, that can be a city council. Some building companies are doing it in the Netherlands. There's a lot of them. And then over that, you have an operator that actually puts light on the fiber and has equipment in the POP and make sure that there is some equipment in the house to handle the delivery of the fiber. And then on top of that comes the layer 3, which is the ISP, in this case, Freedom. And the challenge is that we have to deal with 6 of those operators. And there are, between those 6 operators, there are 20 local loop companies, providers. And those 6 operators all have their own management system, order management system, postcode availability checks, incident management, interconnection, because we have to interconnect with all these operators. And between them, there are 10 types of fiber termination units. Those are the little boxes you get in your meter cabinet when your fiber is brought into your house. So there's 10 different ones of those. And in most cases, the operator and local loop provider combination, because there is different combinations, has its own set of equipment. So we have for AON, which is the active optical network. You need an NTU, like a network termination unit in your meter cabinet. There's 8 of those, and for passive optical network, you need an ONT in your meter cabinet, and there's about 10 types of those. Coupled with the 10 types of fiber termination units, that makes a really difficult order system because we need to know what we send to the customer's premises, and we need to know how their modem will hook up to that, and what prices to calculate, because all these operators have different pricing. Some of them have only one speed, offer one speed, others provide different subscription speeds. This is actually the biggest challenge, and we have made it ourselves very difficult by connecting to all these operators, but we wanted a big footprint, so that's what we got. The partnerships, we have collaborated with partners to provide services. I also already mentioned television. That is not something you will be doing yourself if you're a startup ISP. Email is also pretty intense if you want to do it right. So for example, for email, we work together with Sovereign, which is a Dutch secure email provider, a bit similar to what some people might know, Proton Mail. It's based on the same values. And they share the same privacy and security principles as we do. It actually helped us set up our company. Then for our telephony, we work together with a Voice, which is also a company that really is on the same wavelength as we are, and they actually even participated in the crowdfunding. We have Canal Plus for television. They actually, there's not much choice for television in the Netherlands if you want to do a multicast and over-the-top service, but we have come with them to a model where they can guarantee the privacy of our customers. So they have made some adaptations especially for us so that we can deal with them without having the customer data stored in cloud, etc. Then there is Trinet and Dutch ISP that we, and an operator actually, that we share sort of not so technical parts of our company with. So that's like a help desk, HR, financial administration. Those are things that are easy to do together to kind of make a little bit more financially attractive. And AVM, a lot of people will know this company. They supply our CPEs if the customer wants it, because the customer is also free to choose their own hardware or to buy a modem from through us or lease it through us. That's all possible. And AVM is very helpful in supplying the right hardware for all these different combinations of hardware that we have, fiber hardware that we have. So where are we now? 6 years on, we're still growing at steady pace. We have been awarded the best all-in-one service provider now 2 years in a row. This is a badge you get from the Dutch Consumer Board. They do 4 times a year. They choose. They let customers in a panel choose what they think of their ISP. Based on that, there is a rating, and we have been coming out 10 times the best. And the last of 8 of those, so that was 2 years in a row. The picture you see there is the badges on our wall in the office. The last one is missing because that's still in the post, because we already received that in April. But of course, we're a Manners participant, and of all Dutch ISPs, we have the largest footprint, which means the most, how we can reach most addresses of all the ISPs, because that is it's segmented. So a lot of ISPs only have a certain reach, but we can reach the largest amount of addresses in the Netherlands. With a team of 16 people, we are working on improving our existing services, developing new ones that our customers are asking for. We have a very active community. We have a very active community discourse forum where customers can ask for things for improvements. We can discuss services with our customers, and it's very helpful. They're actually also a good partner for us, and to support initiatives that improve the internet and safety and transparency, because that's what it's all about for us. That was it from me. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Timo. And Jan, can you read the first question we have from Meeteco?
So Max Tulio is asking, hello, how are you gaining the customers? Why regular people are switching to your network? Where and how do you advertise your service? Thank you.
How do we pay our customer?
No, how do you find customers?
Oh, how we find our customers.
How do you do advertising or marketing?
Okay.
Or...
Yeah, so our marketing budget is extremely small. And most of it is actually through word of mouth. We do some local advertising when fiber is rolled out in an area. We go there and with posters and stuff. But most of it is word of mouth. We don't have the budget for big marketing campaigns.
Okay, thank you. Let me just already close the lines because we're way behind in time. So let's start from there for load balancing reasons.
Okay, my name is Daniel Karrenberg. I'm the first and a current employee of the RIPE NCC. I'm also one of the 31,000 crowdfunders and certificate holder. And above all, I'm a very, very satisfied customer. And that's the point. The way they get their customers is that they do a good job. And the thing I said earlier about being peering junkies was not in vain, in jest. The best peering you can get as a customer in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Now for my questions.
Oh, yeah.
It's a two-part question. One part is, of course, your business hinges on the open access. Do you see any threats to this currently in the Netherlands? And the second one is, in this open access where the incumbents have to provide you the last mile, you mentioned that this is one of your biggest challenges because of the many combinations of things, but is it also, as you feel it, from a bit of obstructionism from some of them?
In most cases, it's not obstruction. It is just how it worked out because all these people invent the wheel and find a new piece of hardware to put in your meter cabinet. So I don't think that it is on purpose. Going to the first part of your question, if I see threats, that this unbundled access is in danger, yes, it is.
And why and how and what can we do?
In the Netherlands, especially, we have to go on to the ACM and convince them that what is happening at the moment is detrimental to the freedom of choice.
That's just to translate this. Yeah. This is the consumer and market regulator. Yes. Yeah.
Competition regulator. Yeah. I have an idea. Well, in my opinion. They are fooled easily by the big telcos who come with a lot of power and big pockets, deep pockets, and they are kind of easily fooled by their nice stories that they're going to make things better and going to be honest. Yeah, so that is a challenge for us, and we're fighting that very hard. We are lobbying in everywhere, in Brussels as well, and we're trying to get this also on a European level.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, CITES Network. So as a Swiss ISP, I've got the luck to go and to be able to switch directly in the POPs where everybody is. I was wondering if that would be something that you could do and you did consider. I mean, becoming a bit more operator than what you are right now. I understand it's probably expensive, but
it's very expensive. And as a startup, we have one big problem, which is cash flow. In connecting customers is very expensive because we need to send them hardware, engineers and stuff, and we'll be 2 years down the line before we actually make any money from a subscription.
Okay, so, then I have more questions and we can discuss that later on because that's a long one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Blake Willis, happy Fediverse user.
Congratulations, great stuff. Are there any other major challenges that you're facing, non-technical challenges that maybe you didn't have time to stick in your deck, like regulatory or business kind of issues?
Regulatory, yes. Technical challenges mostly to do with cash flow problems. So it is expensive to buy new hardware, and it is expensive to get more staff. So
and it's
really,
not like an AI startup, so you're not bringing in tons and tons of
No.
cash. It's like you have to crowdfund anything you want to do.
Yeah. So that's also why we're not doing stuff that Will was asking for, putting stuff in POPs and stuff. But for technical challenges, I don't think so. Regulatory, there's always challenges, absolutely. Some of that has to do with what Daniel was mentioning about the unbundled access, because if that disappears, we're gone.
Thanks.
Hi, Mark van der Wal from FNIC. I was wondering, how do you deal with requests from law enforcement, and specifically, do you publish statistics on those requests?
I was actually planning on publishing a transparency report, but I haven't gotten to that yet. I'm actually responsible for the lawful interception part of what we do, and we do that through how the law is in the Netherlands, and that is all regulated, and there is a special body for this, and there is actually an organization of Dutch internet providers that is called the NBIP, and they own infrastructure to do this, and when you're a member of their organization, they supply you with the equipment to do whatever is necessary for law enforcement. But we obey the law. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you, Timo. Thank you very much. So I stand between you and coffee, and we're very late, but I have two small announcements. Like the first one is, please rate the talks. Let us know what you liked and what you didn't like. And then the second one is we're still looking for some submissions for lightning talks, because we've had a cancellation for a talk like on Friday in the very last section. So if you have any idea, please get in touch with any one of us from the program committee. Let us know what you're thinking, and then we can help you do a submission. Lightning talks are short, 7 minutes, so you don't need to prepare that many slides, so you might find time during the week. So enjoy your break. We'll be back in less than 20 minutes.
Okay, hello, hello, hello. Could I ask you all to take your seats, please? That's exactly the right response, Sandra. Well done. Okay, so my name is Brian Nisbet, and along with Doris Hauser, we shall be chairing this second plenary session. So we have a couple of full-length talks, and then we have our first lightning talk session in this as well. Quick reminder, please rate these talks, think about them, give us feedback so we can make even more amazing programs for time to come. So without further ado, I shall invite Nina Bargisen to the stage to talk about the RouteViews project update.
Hello, hello, hello. Come on in and sit down. Hi, I am Nina. I was just realizing I actually never spoke in the plenum at Right, which is kind of interesting. I spoke many other places, but that's fine. This is my first. Be nice. Today, I'm going to talk about the RouteViews project. For those of you from the British Isles, you would probably call it RouteViews project, but it is an American based project, so I will be calling it RouteViews. So when I say route, think route if you're from those areas. Oh, here's my clicker. So, and why are we here and why are we talking about this project? Because if you can read all of this text that we put on this slide, this is a very old project that started back in 1995. But it has been around for a very long time, and we must admit it probably also have been forgotten a little bit by some people, and there might be some new folks who don't know about it. So this is why we, first of all, trying to give it a little bit of a restart, but also going around and telling people about what is it that we do, why are we here along with the also very brilliant project here in the Right region, which is the routing information system that is run by Right NCC. And who are we and what do we do and what do we plan to do? So that is going to be the topic for the next 20-25 minutes. So we started in 1995. We now have around, it says 40, that actually we have now reached 50 collectors worldwide. We put them into internet exchanges and we collect routes. Just as most of you will know that the routing information system do, and some of you with gray hair, just as me, will remember that we also do. We collaborate with CAIDA, and we're supported by NFS grants in the US. It is now based at University of Oregon, and it is now operated by the Network Startup Resource Center. It used to be its own project when it started at University of Oregon, but over time, people have retired, and at some point, NSRC was asked to take over and help both with funding, but also with the technical, with running the project and building it out. And that is what we're doing. And they have hired in a new team, which is Hans. Hans is somewhere here in the room. Me, Philip Smith, Owen Conway, so it's some of you might remember, Anton, who is also somewhere in the room, and Philip Bibbs. We are the current sort of base members, but we get support from many other people as well. And we are now trying to sort of move the project along. So what is it that I'm talking about? Well, I mentioned the routing information system, assuming all of you know, but we're going through a little bit of a recap maybe of this morning's BGP tool, BGP training session, but also a little bit about exactly what it is that we do. So basically, it's a tool that allows internet operators to look at the BGP table from different backbones and different viewpoints throughout the world. And we have many use cases we can use that for, and we put them at internet exchanges. It actually turns out, and when I joined the team, I was actually surprised to learn that just how many of the tools that I've been using in my 20 years plus peering coordinator career is based on data from both RouteViews and RIS and other BGP collector. But we have CAIDA ASRank, and the BGP reader is a tool that you can use to read our data. Hurricane Electric's BGP tools, Kensec Market Intelligence, BGP monitoring, Catchpoint, BGP-Mon, many of the tools that a lot of us use every day will pull in at some point somewhere data from our system along with other parts, other data that they use. And we try to spread the collectors throughout the world. It has been a little bit focused on US and Europe in the beginning, but we are now very actively working on getting more collectors out in the sort of further areas of the internet. They're naming Africa, Southeast Asia, and Latin America. So just to give you a little bit of a recap of the BGP workshop this morning, for those of you who didn't make it. So what can we actually read out of the data when we look into the BGP routing table? I know a lot of people in this room will be very familiar with it, but let's have a look anyway. First of all, we have two different, well, we have two groups of users, I think we can say, of the data. One is the researchers. The researchers are using a lot of the stored data because what I forgot to mention before is that we've been around since 1995. We've been collecting the global routing table since 1995 and stored it, so it's still there. You can go in and you can have a look. So researchers can use this to go back in time and see what happened or how has everything developed or whatever they want to use that data for. We also provide a live stream of BGP updates, which means that you can use the data as well to go what is happening right now in near real time. So this means that we basically have researchers and operators as the two main user groups. So me coming from the peering community, my favorite use case in using RouteViews data before I had access to tools I would have to pay for would be to go and find the data I need to find to do a good peering negotiations. So basically, look at the global table to see who are the upstreams, who are the peers, and who are the customers. And it's all about the AS path. And where do we get a lot of data collected with AS paths to look at is to go to the multi-hop collectors we have. So we have two types of collectors. Those we put on internet exchanges. And then we have a number, I think we're at 8 collectors now at University of Oregon, where we do multi-hop sessions, primarily with operators who do not have a presence at an internet exchange where we are. We do require to have full route views, so we want all of your routes when you peer with the multi-hop collector. I'll talk more about that later. So going to a multi-hop collector, you will go to a collector with a lot of full tables on. So that's a good place to go look and start playing with your BGP regex to figure out how is this ASN you want to analyze connected to anybody else. So here we'll just be looking at the prefixes originated in a particular AS I just randomly picked out on the internet. Let me see if this works. Yes. So we have the regex up here, and we can see the originated routes, and then we can see the next ASN. As we all know, BGP, this is the next hop, or this is the connected ASN to this AS. Here we see that the originating AS is prepending. To me, that is usually a sign that this is a transit connection because we don't really want traffic to flow that way if we can avoid it. So let's put a next ASN in the AS path. And we can also just look at, we see the well-known tier ones in the AS path, and we know that here we are also looking at transit relationships. So I can note this down in my, what do I want to know about this ASN? The other thing that could be interesting to look at is who are the downstreams? And those are usually easier to just look at the local collector, but they will also usually show up in the multi-hop collector. And here you just use a different regex. Maybe this is a class on regex. Anybody want to have like 3 hours on how we do those? No? Okay. We'll just. So we have it here. This is what the ASN announces, and we want to make sure there's something after as well, another originating, or maybe even longer. So we get the list of customers by looking at the ASNs that show up in this. So that way you get upstreams, you get customers, and you get potential peers. And then you know a little bit more about the network when you go out and you want to talk to them about why they don't want to connect to you. So that was basically that use case. I have one more use case to go through. This is what I call make life easier for your NOC. Because often when you get a call with a routing issue, your NOC will go and maybe look in their own routing tables and try to work out what is going on. And one of the original ideas of starting the RouteViews project was for NOCs to have access to look at how does my routes look from somewhere else on the internet. So here we have an example of somebody is trying to balance traffic between the upstreams, and then for some reason the deaggregation doesn't really work, or when the deaggregated connection goes down, things are black holes, something are not working well, and this is not great. So we start at looking at the covering prefix, and we are paying a lot of attention to the RPKI state. And we see that, oh, the covering prefix is, no, one of the longer prefixes has an invalid RPKI state. Uh-oh, this is not good. And this is, if we look at the shorter prefix, those have valid prefixes. No, validation states. Oh my God, I am so sorry. I feel like I'm jet lagged because out of solidarity, I got up very early this morning to get here so I could be with my American friends with jet lag and we would feel the same. So apologies for mumbling around. And apologies for actually turning this use case the wrong side around, because the point here is that the longer prefix does not have the right ROA. So we forgot to update that. And this is why our deaggregation scheme is not working. And we can find that information by looking at what's going on one of our collectors. So we'll quickly go over the conclusion because that was wrong. Deep breath. Okay, so how do we get all the data? Well, we get the data by peering. So some of you will already be peering with us, but we are peering, and we used to have an open peering policy. So we would peer with everyone and their mother, just they asked us, we would go, yes, peer with us. But just as been the case in the project that is run here by the excellent people at RIBE-NCC, we have found that we need to balance the resources that we have between getting as much data as possible, storing as much data as possible, with the operational cost of both the storage, but also the capacity on the collectors. So we have introduced a routing policy. So we no longer have an open policy, but a more selective policy. So who do we care about peering with, and what do we want to do? So we still want to collect as much as possible about how does the internet look today. And what has happened over the years since the beginning of this project, where you could probably see a lot of how the internet was working and who was connected by who, by peering with the relatively big backbone providers and a selected few of the regional providers. You would get a lot of information about where is the main flows of traffic flowing on the internet. But this is not the case today. As we've talked about, at least in the peering community in over many, many, many years, the internet today is not very hierarchical, but it has become a very flat internet where a lot of the content has moved to the edge and is served on the edge directly to the consumers. Very short AS passes between the content networks and the consumer networks. So in order to catch that, we really want to peer with a lot of people who have good routing tables, but they might not be a global table, but it might be the regional table, or it might be a local table from an IXP. So we want to make sure that we have capacity to store that routes and to have collectors at the right locations throughout the world to collect that. And this means that we have to free up space on some of the collectors. And that means there are certain networks that we really don't want to peer with anymore. So some of those are what we call hobby networks. And it's a difficult decision to make, because we actually do love people who are doing BGP research, also from their home or from their own little private network that they're building up, or their experimental network, or their student network. But we also find that we have a lot of operational overhead from these networks on our system. We also find that maybe they're not showing the right picture of what the operational internet looks like, where the traffic is actually flowing. So we've decided that those are some of the networks we will say no to when they ask for peering. We still love those people, and their routes will make it into our system through their upstreams or through the people they connect to or they have success in peering with. So they will still be able to do research, and like everybody else, they have access to our data. So we love BGP researchers, but we're not going to peer with every single one of them on Earth. What we also do is that when we want to spend resources on actually having a bilateral BGP session to a network, we would like to see the full view of the internet. We want as much of their routing table as they're able to give us from that location. If they only want to give us their usual peering routes, well, then we will likely see them on a route server, and then we're not interested in also spending time and resources on a bilateral peering. And of course, as a peering coordinator for RouteViews, I will always have the final say. So if somebody is doing very, very interesting stuff, we might just overrule all this and then agree to peer with them anyways, because it's an important information to have into our system. And by the way, if anybody have questions, just go to the mic and wave at me and say, Nina, also if I'm doing something really weird. Yeah. So what are we working on the back end? So first, a little bit, we're using the daemon we're using, the BGP daemon is FRR. And I think we have everybody updated to version 10 now, except for the legacy Cisco that still uses Quagga. Another project we have is that we want to get away from actually installing hardware at physical locations throughout the world, and just instead of asking for space and power, we would be asking, hey, can you give us a VM or something similar? Or we've also been talking about where we put hardware out, we will create VMs and maybe offer VMs to other people as well. We are constantly building out, not very fast, but we do feel we are not quite yet where we need to be. And we have a prioritized list of internet exchanges or internet hubs where we want to be. Those includes more locations in Asia, more locations in Africa, also more locations in Europe and South America. Recently, we have added Romania and Italy, and Yohobaru. So we are still slowly working on moving on. Oh, I'm getting orange. Another thing which is important that we're working on is that pretty soon we're going to launch Looking Glass. So instead of logging in on the collectors, which is the most common way of looking at the data today, if you're not downloading a whole bunch of data, you can go and use Telnet. You all remember that protocol? Yeah. So you can use Telnet and log into the collector and then just use your usual BGP routing command. We want to get away from that because people are also, some of our users are using it programmatically. So we have scripts that are constantly logging into the servers and doing BGP commands, and that is actually putting a strain on the servers. So we will do two things. One is launch a Looking Glass front that will still give you access to the individual collectors, but through a Looking Glass front. And the second one is get people who are programmatically pulling data from the collectors, moving over to the API instead, like everybody else is doing in this industry. So we want to do that too. There's a beta version of the API, but eventually it will be having all of the collectors in available. And then eventually we will turn down Telnet access, except for a few collectors where we will still remain to have that, just for fun. All right. Otherwise, we're working on just updating our hardware and the storage and our infrastructure because some of it has been around for a long time, so it needs a revamp. And we're working on making life easier for ourselves, just like everybody else, by automating peering configuration, automating managing the whole infrastructure, so we can keep doing that for a growing number of collectors and still remain a small team, just like everybody else in the industry. And at the same time, we have a couple of people also working with FRR, testing it, making sure report bugs back, and making sure that it develops to become a good and stable BGP routing daemon. All right. And I am reaching the end, I can see. So what we want to do in the future, again, is more collectors, scale our archiving, maybe diversify locations, and make sure that we talk to the community and to the users, which means people in this room who will use or are using our data, and learning what do you want us to do to make sure that we keep supporting the internet community as we have done since 1995. We're also very, very happy for the people who support us. I talked about that we were supported by NFS grants in the US, that along with a number of private and public sponsors as well, and we say thank you very much. And we really, really appreciate any kind of support. Other ways of supporting is help us host collectors throughout the world at internet exchanges. And of course, for you who have interesting routing tables that we want to look at us, come talk to me about peering. And that was it from me. And I can now take questions.
Very much. Do we have any questions? Do we have any people who suddenly want to volunteer to be hosts?
Otherwise, I need a poll. Who knew about RouteViews before this talk? Who likes RouteViews? Preaching for the choir. Thank you so much for having me anyways.
So No? No questions? Okay, Nina, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, I'm very much hoping that Cristi and Tobias are in the room. Yay. At least one of you. It's 50% hit rate.
50% is not that bad, is it?
I mean, you know, I think it depends on what your uptime SLA is. But anyway, so we have Tobias Fertig talking about Catch-22, uncovering compromised hosts using SSH public keys.
Yeah.
Please.
Sadly, even though this is joint work together with my student Cristi, I'll be here alone because Cristi had other obligations. You all probably know me from fun talks about forms and routing cans, networking, getting rid of v4 addresses on transit. But there's also the stuff I do to actually earn a living, which is being also kind of a little bit like a security researcher. And this is what I do there. So finding funny things on the internet. So OpenSSH, most of you know it, I guess. Like who's still using Telnet? Yeah. By the way, RSAH is also kind of like not a new fun thing, but it doesn't really matter if you use SSH or not, because SSH also has this tendency of inviting guests, people that feel really invited by you considering root a good password, or your users doing so. They then come, and I mean, like guests usually bring presents, right? Like, and presents are fun. At least I usually enjoy it when my guests bring presents. And we do here have one of such examples of a guest coming in, apparently MDRFCKR. Well, it's a name they gave themselves, but they came in, they left a little present, and that little present is a bit interesting because that little present is an SSH public key. And SSH public keys are amazing. They are kind of easy ways to get rid of passwords, easy ways to log in. And SSH has this really nice authentication protocol to use these keys. And beyond all the technical parts, what is important to remember is if we have SSH public key authentication, we do as a client, we say, hey, following user, following public key, I would like to log in. And then the server goes to the user account, looks for the key, it finds the key, it's like, hey, I can build you a challenge, I send you the challenge, and then you can go about it. Anybody notice anything? The interesting part is that the server looks into the account and only sends a challenge if the key is there, which kind of makes sense because otherwise you could just, overwhelm a server by making it do a lot of public key crypto, which is apparently very expensive, by just starting a lot of these requests and then like making it do this challenge stuff. But it also means that we're getting a signal, right? Because if we do not get back a challenge, the key is probably not there. And that has actually been known for like a very long time. For some reason, actually, people filed a CVE for that. I would call it like a feature, but well, people. We tried this. So we built a little zgrep2 module, and we tested it on basically everything OpenSSH we could find, Dropbear, Bitwise, and WolfSSH, and turns out it does work. So if you have a public key, like the good people on the internet figured out like over 5 years ago, you can go to a server and be like, hey, do you have that key installed? And it works, but what do you do with that knowledge? If you want to have some insights, let's call it insights. Well, you have to scan for something. And here we are very grateful for to Bitdefender, who actually shared around about 50 really funny public keys among those or friends with the interesting M starting name with us. And this is an overview of these keys. And on the bottom, you see a timeline. These lines correspond to how often events in relation to these keys were seen during Bitdefender's incident investigations. So kind of busy beavers that left their SSH keys unattended. Public keys, that is. And important, we are only getting public keys. So even if we would figure out that these keys were installed somewhere, we could never log into that server because we do not have a private key. right? They do have that, and they probably already logged into the server, but we can't, even if we figure out that such a public key is installed somewhere. Wrong button. They're both green, it's confusing. So what did we do? So we scanned the whole internet, great way to make friends, for open ports that are related to SSH, like 22 and 2222, right? Like you can scan more than one port. So if you run your SSHD on 2222, you might get rid of some of the noise, but you're still being found. We then actually try to log in first with a freshly generated key, because that allows us to determine if the server is A, a honeypot, or B, has a very funny implementation that also sends a challenge, even though it shouldn't. And then we go through our funny keys. Also, I know this might come as a shock to you that there are people like that out there, but we actually did read our AppUseT, and we also replied. So we went over the whole internet. We did that for 3 users: root, admin, and view database, which apparently is like from some embedded stuff, very popular thing. We had, in the end, 52 malicious keys because we kind of felt the need to include 2 keys we had recovered from GitHub. You all also know that GitHub is sharing all our public keys, right? If you have the username, you can retrieve the public keys, really useful. So we also retrieved that for like freshly departed contributor of XZ. We didn't find any of those keys. And then we hit the whole internet for IPv4 and IPv6. And we're still doing that. So we are continuously scanning. So when we are done, we're starting over from the beginning, because we're actually sharing that data with the Shadow Server Foundation and the CERT Bund, so the federal CCERT in Germany. And yeah, it kind of sticks. And as you might see there, or friends with key ID 6 was a funny name. They are actually quite active on the internet. So we got several thousands hits just for them. In total, across all keys, we got around 22,000 hits. And what we hit included things like critical infrastructure, EU projects on something gene database. So interesting stuff. There was also one case, I don't know what kind of device it was, but it was like a maximum of 1 hop removed from the border. So if you would go through an AX, it would be 1 hop away, and TCP port 179 was open. I'm not sure what kind of device it was, but we better told the people who are actually allowed to log in that they might want to check out whether there's something on there which doesn't really belong there. Anyway, this is interesting. However, specialization is also important. We know that from all our business trainings. And that's also something we see, because some of the keys we scan for actually belong to people that are more into IoT. I mean, we have an IoT working group at RIPE. Apparently, they also have an IoT working group at, well, malicious actors, whatever the organization for that is. I'm pretty sure it's also membership-based. Anyway, most of them, though, of course, hit OpenSSH, because most of the SSH daemons publicly reachable on the internet are OpenSSH. And as expected, we did find compromised machines all over the world. You are currently seeing China kind of lighting out, but there's also a lot of IP addresses in China. I mean, the US are also relatively light, right? More IPv4 and IPv6 addresses, well, more hosts, more compromised hosts. Thing is, if we look at the organizations, it usually looks kind of expectable. There's a couple of outliers. And when we used a data feed, and I think we used the BGP Tools feed for that, there were a couple of inaccuracies, which is also related to that flattening of the internet, because sometimes it's really hard to distinguish what is like Alibaba Cloud and what is Alibaba VM hosting. Interesting though, for France, that error was about OV8, a large hoster. That was classified as a CDN, and that's why the CDN bar for France is so high. What we also got were anonymous love letters. So people tend to not appreciate it if you are starting authentication requests with the SSH daemons, because in the server logs, it kind of looks like normal brute force, right? It's an authentication attempt that is started. We could never log in. but it kind of looks the same. And there were some people who are really pushing it. I was always a bit confused because they were pushing it like really heavily. And I was wondering, are they also doing that when they are writing an email to like this really unknown middle of nowhere, somewhere between Paris and Tokyo located hoster that just sends AppUse ads to DevNow? But they were really pushing it, right? Wanted to drag us in front of court, etc., 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 etc. These things get really fun if, based on the domain, you actually know the person. Changes the whole tone of the conversation. However, they were not the only ones writing funny letters that made me like, huh, might be kind of getting a sixth sense here. Because we also got these. Somebody find something funny about this? Because this is like AppUse messages for v6 scanning. And when we looked at like the amount of AppUse messages, we got a lot more and a lot more engaged messages when we were hitting v6. And we are also getting these. Like there's more of them, right? This one is in German. It's from, I think, an energy provider, but same pattern. There's like this percentage sign and the sec_login. Somebody recognize them? Like this here might be a bit more explicit. It's a Linux system though. And like when we checked, like we did not get this kind of messages for v4. We're like, huh, what could be an H01, H04, or H05? And I mean, what is an NW core? Well, turns out for some reason, we got a lot more AppUse messages when we did v6 scanning from people running routers, running big routers, which have log messages which surprisingly follow the same formatting you usually see when you have like a Cisco or a Juniper. So I kind of think that this is not depeeling CPEs which found their way into the internet. And this one here is actually from a tier 1, whose PE routers we apparently hit. Please firewall your loopback. Also for v6, not only for v4. You're apparently doing it for v4, otherwise we would have gotten more AppUse messages, but please also do it for v6. It's like, yes, we might currently be the only ones doing this, but there's also the others, and we do not want to have more hits on v6, especially there. There was another thing, and this was actually quite odd, because we were browsing through the data, and like I picked up on this key, like my student had like this huge histogram of different keys and like what ASs they were found in. And I picked up on this key because it was basically found in 2 countries, well, regions, some European countries, and a Middle Eastern country with tense relationships with many parts of Europe. And in Europe, it was basically 2 ASs that had hits for this key. And like I recognized the AS numbers because they are both prominent service providers that have a very affordable service offering focused on the commodity market in dedicated servers and virtual machines. I was like, that's odd. Huh? And what you also see is that most of these hits, like total hits, are actually for the same OpenSSH version. So these hosts in the Middle Eastern country and those hosts running in affordable hosting companies in Western Europe, they were all running the same Ubuntu 2004. I think it was 2004, not 2204. I think it was 2004, which is kind of odd because usually with these compromised hosts, we would see like this Haribo mixed bag of things where you would get like all kinds of different SSH versions because these systems are like, they are like compromised, so they're not like centrally managed by the attackers. This was a little bit odd. We didn't really have an explanation, but when we thought about it, we figured that this is a problem for other people We just let other people solve it until other people told us, like, we took a look, and you can now like say that you found key 48, which is, by the way, just our internal designation, right? We ordered just the keys by frequency, like by frequency in the input data. We can also look at this one funny hoster offering very affordable services, because they were actually on our opt-out list. So we were kind of not allowed to scan them because previously they had complained about our scans in another matter. So they opted out. So I did the most reasonable thing one does in that situation. I annoyed the hell out of them until they said, like, yeah, sure, yes, if you stop bothering us, just go for it. Right? You stop emailing us then, yeah? Okay. They were actually the single biggest hitting AS in our data set. Yeah, we would have skipped on that, and actually then we would also have skipped on MK48. And you see they have like a total of round about 60-ish hits for our friends with MK06, which is like this funny called group. And then they also have round about the same amount for MK48 on different hosts, granted. And of course, we do these scans continuously, and then opting back in actually allowed them to do some funny spring cleaning there. So all those hosts, round about 1 gigabit per host, we took away a really nice chunk of toy from the controllers of MK06 and a couple of other keys. So yeah, if you want to opt out of funny security scans, and I can fully understand that because our funny security scans are also not that funny, and we also hit a couple of things like NAT64s, like public NAT64s, which we got, like the v6 addresses for that, which we got from the IPv6 hit list, and then we are basically thinking like behind one of your devices, there's the whole internet, like the before legacy internet. Yeah, that's annoying. I get that, and get why you want to opt out then. But if you do that, please try to at least do your own scrubbing on your own network to figure out where these compromised machines are, because they will not only bite you, they will basically do what you find annoying to other people on the internet, and that's not fun. So what we also did is we worked with the Shadow Server Foundation to actually get notifications out there. And quick show of hands, because it worked so well in the previous talk. Who here gets the Shadow Server feeds? You know what this is? This is my face of disappointment. Because basically, well, on the other hand, if I think about it, no, actually, it's not my face of disappointment because I work as a security researcher, so you're all making my life a lot, well, not necessarily easier, but you're making me work and I can, you know, keep doing my job. But in the end, you're making like more insecurity on the internet, which is kind of not fun. So go to the Shadow Server Foundation, just request that feed for your network. You get regular emails with stuff where you want to look at. There's even tooling, right? There's tooling with which you can automate that, the processing, and then be like, hey, maybe we don't want to run that public whatever service. Maybe we don't want to have like 1,000 public memcached servers. It really helps the internet, and it makes a lot more free time for a lot of people if people just clean up a bit after themselves. So, know what? Again, subscribe to the Shadow Server feed, clean up your networks, and please don't write us angry love letters. We kind of know that you only do that if you know that there's not real attackers on the other end, or def null, probably the same thing. But researchers, just try to be a bit nicer. And we also try to be a bit nicer. I mean, we try. We can't promise, but we try. And some scans are good, some are not. But if you opt out, at least make sure that you have your own network under control. Thank you. Any further questions?
Thank you. Please.
Rob Evans from JISC. I noticed one of those emails started, Dear AS680. So what's your relationship like with DFN cert? And is it better or worse now than it was before the scans?
They are regularly forwarding us messages, and like the IP blocks we are using do actually have dedicated abuse contacts. So most of the messages actually did hit our own addresses. Some went to our to the Max-Planck Society in general, which always was a challenge in getting those then forwarded in a way you can reply to. By the way, if you have a cert, figure out how you can forward messages as mboxes, because then people can reply to them. If you make your cert use any form of exchange stuff, that will actually harm them in doing their work, because then they cannot easily forward those messages as mboxes, which does not enable potentially responsible parties to actually reply to the requesters directly, which might be necessary. And DFN cert also knows about what we're doing and has appropriately categorized that. And if there's nothing like out of the ordinary, they handle the request appropriately, especially automated stuff.
Because that was going to be my follow-up question about whether you told them or not. Please.
Tomasz Gabrichenko of Thunderhawks. Thank you, awesome work. I wanted to ask, you scanned the ports for 3 usernames, root, admin, and uDatabase.
Yes.
What does uDatabase stand for?
uDatabase is, I think, a name they found, like Bitdefender found in a couple of engagements. It was like the third most prominently associated name in the dataset we got. There's a couple more details in the paper, but it's basically like vendor.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Leslie Daigle, Global Cyber Alliance. And this is a comment more than a question. I think this has been a great overview of sort of the underbelly of what happens when you scan and what you see. But it's also a little bit of an advertisement for the talk I'm giving tomorrow in the first session, the 9 a.m. session, where we'll be talking a little bit more about our global honey farm, which does not scan, but is scanned, poked, and prodded regularly and sees all of these things. And our conclusion is, much like your bullet number 2, clean up the networks, but we would also like to suggest maybe we can do this collaboratively and come up with some ideas of how to do it in an operationally sustainable way to get rid of that background radiation on the internet. So thanks for your talk.
I'd be all in favor of gamifying it, right? Most cleaned up network, you get a little trophy at the next RIPE meeting.
So I do have one other question, because obviously when you're making things less good for bad people, they often don't appreciate that kind of thing. And have you had any? Do you think they've noticed, I suppose, is the question.
A, maybe not. Like maybe they didn't notice. B, most direct threats and harms came from love letters. Like I didn't really have the really nasty ones there, which is interesting because those people usually get a lot more interesting when you answer them like an academic. Often it helps to start insulting them. Like if I just talk to them like, like I talk normally to people, it worked a lot better. And the third thing, it's like, well, as long as you don't start cleaning up, we're not really taking anything away from them, are we?
The winning combination. Okay, I see no more questions, so thank you to you for the talk and your team for the work. Thank you very much. Okay, so we now move on to our first lightning talk session. So we have, these are no more than 10-minute blocks and kind of a single idea, a single thing, and hopefully of interest to all. And first up, we have Valerie Aurora on starting your own internet resiliency club.
All right, how's the sound? All right, great, excellent. Yes, so I learned about something called crisis engineering and a bunch of other things and started Internet Resiliency Club. So I work for Bioshock Systems, my systems software consultancy. I have about 25 years doing this. I've worked on VPN, TCP/IP implementation, network device drivers, and a bunch of other stuff that's not relevant here. I also wrote the TCP/IP drinking game and frag quiz games. And I moved to Amsterdam from San Francisco in 2023, which is relevant very shortly. So this is my nightmare scenario. I wake up one morning and I have no internet or cellular connection. Obviously, I have no landline. And all the people who can fix it also have no connection. All of the communications has gone down. Nobody has any emergency comm plans for while they're trying to fix it. Most of the people who could fix it have been outsourced outside of Europe anyway, and the network is down, so they can't fix anything that's in Europe. And there isn't enough backup hardware to fix anything that's been wiped or cut or blown up. This is the new normal for Europe. So just a few examples. The Russian modem wiper attack on Ukraine, problem for Europe, but also took out German wind turbines. The NATO had just said all of Europe should prepare for war. Amsterdam is currently preparing for weeks without power, which is interesting given the effects of the 10-hour blackout here. And ships just can't keep their anchors up when they're crossing undersea cables. And we just all have to pretend that this is an accident because blah, 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 geopolitics. So what is Europe doing to prepare? Well, there's actually this fantastic report from the EC and ENISA about cybersecurity and resiliency of the EU communications infrastructures and networks. Great summary, great recommendations. It's the implementation that's the problem. How well it's implemented seems to be correlated with how close a country is to current or potential front lines. So obviously, Ukraine is leading the way on both implementation and knowledge sharing. The reason this talk exists, or Internet Resiliency Club at all, is I saw an earlier version of the network resilience talk by the Ukrainian IXP 1X that is going to be on Tuesday afternoon. You definitely want to go, please go to that. You can watch the whole video as well, it's great. So I live in the Netherlands, and I would call what we're doing the opposite of preparing. If the Dutch government does have a plan for restoring the internet during the catastrophic loss of communications, it's a very well-kept secret. I can't find anyone who knows what it is. Dutch telecoms are outsourcing technical roles to countries outside Europe. Dutch technology firms are moving to US-owned cloud. And here's what they did to the Dutch National Emergency Communication System. Here's what it used to look like: redundant, hardened, wired. Could run without main power. Here's what it looks like now. Cloud, 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 cloud. This thing is not going to work in this situation. So we can prevent crises. We can't prevent crises, but we can use them. So crisis engineering is the study of structural transformation of organizations during crises that threaten their core functions. Organizations usually avoid risky or expensive changes when things are working. You've probably noticed this. You want to fix something and they're like, oh, no, no, no. This includes everything necessary to prepare for a crisis, like, I don't know, moving your stuff off clouds that are located over Atlantic cables. But the positive side is that when a crisis happens, a few people who are prepared with tools and plans can carry out major change very quickly. So never waste a crisis. Crisis engineering was developed while fixing a bunch of broken US government systems, starting with healthcare.gov. So you can learn more at Lair Alepht's website, and this will be on the end of the presentation as well. So I thought, what can I do if I can't convince the government or businesses that this is going to be a problem? What if I could set up an ad hoc emergency communications network between networking experts that could bootstrap recovery efforts? Like, who's the person who knows where there's a closet full of modems that haven't been wiped? I would like that person to be able to talk to someone else. Everyone would be a volunteer, so it would have to be cheap, easy, and fun. And we have to be able to communicate for days without any centralized infrastructure. I'm assuming the cell phone network, cell tower batteries have run out, and there's no power. Ham radio, I struggled with ham radio. I should be a good person and learn to be a ham. No, ham radio is too expensive, time consuming, and power hungry, and the test is in Dutch in the Netherlands. So I'm only at A2, give me a break. So LoRa and Meshtastic were the answer. LoRa is long-range radios. They can send text messages over line of sight. They're cheap, low power, don't need a license. You use with the Meshtastic open source firmware, you can send text messages. It uses a simple 3-hop flood forward protocol. They're rediscovering how to network. It's very cute. You can attach to it with your phone or computer. to send or look at the messages. There's multiple channels, and there's already about 2,500 nodes in Europe just registered on MeshMap. There's many, many more. So this is a website. This is what it looks like in Amsterdam. Not so great. Here's what it looks like on my phone from my the node I have. So here's what I did. I invited fun, nice, internet-y people to hang out every couple of months. We figured out how to talk to each other normally, bought some LoRa radios, installed them together, picked a channel to communicate on, and planned meetups, keep it going. And when disaster strikes, we can communicate. The most difficult and annoying part was choosing the hardware. It took me freaking months to research this. So here's my recommendations. This is on a web page you can go look at. And I've also got all of these things in my backpack. Come find me, I'll show them to you. The most important thing is you can actually destroy this hardware if you power it on without an antenna attached or detach it while it's on. Don't do that. Other than that, things are cool. So this is some of my stuff. Yes, that's my folding solar panel. I think it's so cool. You can start one too. If you work for a network operator, perhaps you could suggest as an annual gift a LoRa radio and a mobile phone power bank, because people want the power bank. Maybe a solar panel, I don't know. And we could get really far on having this Internet Resiliency Club. There's some thank yous, and I'll take questions if anyone has them. Yeah, one of the other problems, oh, go ahead.
So we have a question here from Eduardo Duarte, which is, what is the dependence on power?
Yeah, that's the nice thing about LoRa is it draws so little power. My 20,000 milliamp power bank can power my lowest power item for about a week.
Okay.
And then the solar panel can recharge it, and it's like this big, unfolded.
I mean, you live in Amsterdam, I live in Dublin. Solar panels are...
I agree. Hence yeah.
Last week was great, but
yes.
Please.
Urban Zagodolnik Theo Graz, speaking for myself. I also happen to be a ham radio operator, but it's maybe looking at it in a wrong way. Yeah, like with ham radio, you can do anything. You can just bounce it off the ionosphere and you're done. But
they're complementary, right?
Yeah,
like
but it's
ham and LoRa.
And that's not my point.
Okay.
So the thing is that the ham radio is there like to test a lot of technology, and what is used in ham radio, but also in emergency responses, are they're repeaters on hills that are interconnected with their own power generators, UPSs, everything. And something like that with licensed frequencies can also be used for other types of communication. Another thing that also exists in ham radio is...
If you don't mind getting to the question.
Sorry, I was going to say yes. Is there a question?
I'll be very short. Yeah, so there's also Wi-Fi networks. They do the same that are run by ham radio, and that can be done for emergency communication as well, and just use IRC.
Yeah, it is. All of that is true, and I'm looking for something that's cheaper, easier, simpler than that stuff. But all of it works together, and there's overlap, and that's important. So.
Please. And we're going to...
Is this working? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
No, it is. Sorry. I'm sign online and switch. Short question in that same space. Have you considered Wi-Fi Halo, this new low power thing? No? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Please, last question.
Hello, I'm Žorž, speaking for myself. I happen to be a radio amateur as well. Have you looked at the it's Amateur Radio Emergency Network, AREDN, or similar technologies, whereby the same thing is done, but with very low power Wi-Fi across the neighborhood?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of different options, and one of the things I learned when I was researching this is that many existing emergency communications networks were not working that well, and that I really wanted something that was available and any random person could just buy a little bit of hardware and start doing it. So, yeah. There's many, many options. This one was very easy.
Yeah, and we're done time-wise. Apologies. Thanks. Thank you very much, Valerie. So now we have Luisa speaking about the ivory tower syndrome, operators' reflections on academic BGP security solutions. And this is part of our wonderful, wonderful RACI program for academic cooperation. Please.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Eliza, and today I want to present my master's thesis, which talks about operator perspective on BGP security solutions. All right, so to begin with a little bit of motivation as to why we chose this topic. This image that we see on the left, it's cute, right? It's colorful, it looks simple. And this is a picture from our data networks lecture that I had at my university. And when I was going through the course, I thought, okay, how hard can this be? And a couple of months down the line, we had another course which was a little more hands-on. We had our AS, connected it to the internet, did a bunch of stuff. And the picture on the right was the end result. And then I thought, okay, not as easy as data network said it was going to be. And that's when we realized that there is this potential gap between academia and the industry, which then raises the question whether academic solutions are practical or not. There are a number of works out there on BGP security, but very few of these are actually put into practice, and we want to understand why. Operators might be skeptical. So coming to operational realities in BGP, finding good people is hard because younger professionals want to work in more sensational fields like AI or like cloud computing, because apparently BGP is uncool. And again, cost cutting is another issue that we see in organizations these days, where senior professionals are let go because organizations want to save on their revenue. And lastly, BGP is hard. That's why operators tend to stay far away from it. So far that sometimes they want to outsource it to third-party vendors for convenience. So then we decided to collect a bunch of operators and discuss this with them. We conducted focus groups and spoke to these operators about this potential gap between academia and the industry. We asked them for their opinions on academic papers, and this is what they had to say. So academic papers lack practicality simply because sometimes researchers make these simplified assumptions while conducting their research. They don't account for these hidden variables rather, that are present in reality. Secondly is academic research also doesn't account for organizational restrictions and other overhead. So then while trying to implement a solution in practice, there might be issues with respect to scaling and deployment. Additionally, there exists an access barrier to research papers because sometimes you need paid subscriptions to access these because they're not open access. And the format of these research papers. So it was told to us that these might not have the best format. All the practically relevant information is embedded within or around other texts. And lastly, academic papers are sometimes just written for the sake of it. So a very good example of this might be a PhD student who's trying to work on that very last paper to finally get their PhD, and then they graduate, they move on. What happens to the research? Another example of this is in academia, academics don't stay put, they change their affiliation, and then this also hurts the research. So then, our participants seem to believe that academia has ivory tower syndrome. There is a misalignment between both the sectors, there is a misalignment between both the sectors, but why? Firstly, as we discussed the barriers to practical implementation, accessibility. This was a very interesting find because one of our participants said that the real problem is not access, the real problem is not interest, rather access to these papers. And lastly, funding. So it's really important to ensure that funding does not come from for-profit organizations, because then this might lead to results being skewed. So then this brings us to a situation where we have researchers and then we have operators. Researchers are willing to invest a lot of time, a lot of effort. They want to understand a problem and provide a meaningful solution. However, they lack practical experience and also guidance from people that actually run networks. And then we have operators. They want to keep their networks up and running. And to do this, they want easy and quick to deploy solutions. So then what can be done to bridge this gap between the two sectors? Our participants proposed some really nice recommendations. Firstly, to propose modular and incremental solutions in such a way that these could be easily incorporated within an organization. But again, the way academia is set up, this might not be that easy, because then you don't have this one big impactful solution. Next is improved communication and collaboration. For example, these RIPE meetings. These are a really good platform for people from both the sectors to come together, collaborate, and have meaningful discussions. Another recommendation is to enhance the way you present your findings. So maybe a white paper or an article that's published on RIPE Labs where you say, hey, this is my solution, and so are the steps to deploy this. Simple. Next, again, as I mentioned earlier, funding. So ensure transparency while gaining funding for your research. And lastly, and also an important point, is to integrate more hands-on courses within an academic curriculum. But again, the way academia works, it might not be as easy to set up these or to work on these recommendations. It would require a lot of dedication and a long-term commitment to actually make meaningful contributions together. Another thing I would like to say in conclusion is, me being a student, I now see a really big gap between the skills that students possess and the expectations of the industry, even when they want to hire junior engineers. And it's a very visible gap, which is why it's really important to start integrating more hands-on courses in your academic curriculum. And with this, I'd like to conclude my presentation, and I'm now open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Please.
Hello, Mike Booth, Independent. I liked your talk here, and I pick up a little bit here that you're also saying you're learning more about the practical side, and you see what's different. When we look at what we can do to get more young people in networking, do you worry there's a risk that someone with a master's degree or a PhD would want to do academic research, but maybe wouldn't want to come and do plugging and configuring?
Yes and no, because even if there's someone without a master's degree or a PhD, there are a lot of people I've seen that are they like poking around and they do things in their free time, and that's something that it's worth something.
Okay. Do you think we could? Can I ask a follow-up?
Very briefly.
Do you think there's anything we could do to get people, both academics and pre-academics more involved in the industry?
So one thing that could be done is have people from organizations collaborate with universities, like come give talks, and also hire, right? Like when you're coming and talking about something, maybe there's a requirement in an organization, you give a chance to people that want it.
Please.
Lisa Bruder from SRN. I have more like a comment actually, but because you just said we need more practical courses in like academic programs. I just finished my master last year, and they're actually in the process of removing more hands-on courses right now because it doesn't fit the master university model. So it's more of a maybe depressing comment, but so yeah. Sad to see, but I'm also doing BGP security research right now, so I see these problems as well. Thanks.
Thank you. And we're done after these two questions, just to be clear, please.
Hello, Hanna Cretin from the Internet Society. We see the gap between the academics and the industry, and we try to do something. We introduced the Pulse Research Fellowship. I don't know if you're aware of that, but my question here, what more can civil society organizations do for that, because they sit somewhere in the middle?
Organizations?
Yes.
Like I said, you get involved with universities, you do internships, you try and hire students that fit in whatever domain that the company works for. You do talks at universities. This would really help. It would help me personally.
Hello, Darren Clark from Jeon. We currently work with a local university that's just down the road from us at our office in Cambridge. And doing the things that you've actually suggested there, we have hired the last 3 NOC engineers direct from university. And we also do internships as well. So we actually train potential engineers on what the industry really looks like. And I completely agree with you. They are very surprised at what they see when they come into the NOC compared to the things that they've actually been taught. So there is definitely a gap there and something that does need to be addressed. Just one very quick point on going on your earlier talk was that one of the problems that in general I saw when I was at university is any research that leads to any product you develop in a university is then covered by the university's intellectual property, which means it's very hard then to actually get it out into the real world. So maybe something to think about.
Yeah, but when you're hiring somebody who's developed something like this, it's going to be beneficial to you as well in the future.
Definitely.
And I think a lot of this also, and it'd be difficult to not draw parallels with Maria's talk from earlier with everything we're talking about, but it's learning these skills, these practical skills are exactly the kind of thing we need for the freedom internets of the future, all of these other things. So I think it's very important. So thank you very much. And for our last lightning talk, we have someone who's been on this metaphorical stage once or twice before. So we have Andre talking about manners is evolving again. I'm waiting for its final form, but we shall just see what is going on right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Hi, everyone. My name is Andre Robachevsky. I'll be giving you a very short update what's happening in the manners land. Okay, so what's manners? Manners stands for Mutually Agreed Norms for Routing Security, and it's an industry effort that is running for more than a decade to improve routing security in the internet. And it is based on 2 pillars, basically. It's based on what we call norms, undisputed baseline. And this is not the best current practice, that's minimum baseline that is defined by manners actions. And the growing community of participants that stick to these actions, to those requirements, and demonstrate their commitment. And this commitment is verified and displayed on the Manners website and Manners Observatory. And in those updates, we usually talk about the first part, or the second part, about the community, what's happening, how it grows, And it does, but today I would like to talk about the first part, about the norms. And those norms are defined in foundational documents, what we call Manus actions. And for those who follow Manus know that there are 4 programs in Manus for network operators, for IXPs, CDN and cloud providers, and equipment vendors. And the requirements are defined in those documents. There is also an important document called Manus Charter, which is governance document for the initiative. There are also a couple of guidance documents developed by the community, such as Network Operators Guide, IXP Guide, and also some recommendations developed by in the CDN and Cloud Working Group. So all these documents, in fact, you might ask how they came up. I mean, who compiled those documents and imposed on the industry? So they were actually developed in a very open, collaborative way. Work groups were created, task forces were created, they got sufficient review, there were last calls. But if you look at the website, you don't see this. I mean, really this process is not well documented. There is no evidence that it was indeed developed in this open way. So you may wonder what consensus it is. I mean, is it just a group of 10 people? Is it 100 people? How wide was review? So that's one of the problems. Another problem is Manus is maturing, and Manus is a well-known effort, and it's being referenced in many documents, even policy documents, recommendations. I think Valerie mentioned this report on resilience. Even there, Manus is mentioned, but how it is referred to, well, it is referred as a website, maybe as an effort, but not as a set of requirements that you can practically use, for instance, your procurement practices. So taking this all into account, we came to the conclusion as a community that we need a well-documented process, that we need also a document series that enable stable references to the Manus actions, to Manus requirements. So that's what we call a Manus development process. It's sort of a standard development process, but in the Manus land. And we did this not to improve existing standard or policy development processes. Actually, we picked up the pieces from existing stuff, from RIPE-DP, from the ITF standard development process, from the first standard development process, and compiled something that we own and control. That is really not to compete with any other standards, but something that we can track and demonstrate how those documents are developed. So in a nutshell, very simple, and you can recognize many other processes follow the same thing. Proposal, announcement, development, public comment, approval, publication. Now, this is a more detailed diagram, sort of reflecting specifics of the Manus. One of the specifics, for instance, that there is a Manus community, which is a bigger community of network operators that are interested in routing security and Manus, and a smaller group that are Manus participants that also participate in improving Manus standards. That's because we would like to get more expertise from the outside, but because the requirements, normative documents that are developed in Manus are imposed on Manus participants, we need explicit approval from that group of people. That's just one of the details. So, right. So the process is nothing as a process. The process opens a way to review in a very transparent way of other Manus actions. And we had the situation when people come and say, well, you know, we would like to suggest some improvements to existing requirements, or maybe improve some of the requirements. Some of them have been like 6, 7 years old. But what is the process? I mean, do we just write to Andre and Andre makes a change in this document? No, that doesn't work this way. So really this process opens for us an opportunity to go and review all these documents. And we're actually killing 2 birds with 1 stone, because we're reviewing this document, improving the document, but also we're adding this document to this document series. So from now on, people outside or efforts outside can reference these documents as a stable Manus standard. So there's some suggestions. We're just starting discussing this stuff. Manus actions, I think for many of them, it's time to update. For instance, for network operators action, I think it's time to mention ROV as one of the mandatory requirements. Now, there's some issues, of course, because not all of the Manus participants are implementing ROV, how you grandparent this stuff, you know, all this needs to be discussed. RPKI, well, there's a little secret. Manus is praised from promoting RPKI, but RPKI is not mandatory in Manus. Oops, we need to change that, of course. IXP action, I know that some people in the IXP community are thinking about introducing some of more stringent requirements, how to use IRR in fallback from the RPKI, so that could be incorporated there. I presented some time ago an effort, what we called Manus Plus, and now this document is being published, and it's well thought through by the community document of some additional requirements that could be integrated in Manus actions. So there are some ideas that we can use to, and use the MDP to actually put this in practice. Now, I mentioned charter and mentioned the MDP, that there is a community and participants. I have to say that originally, Manus community and Manus participants were the same. They were used interchangeably. But we're changing this. We're changing this already with the MDP because we would like to get a broader feedback from the community, broader expertise. And also, you know, it should be the result not of the consensus of a small closed group like Manus participants, but more reflecting global consensus of the community. It should also be an aspiration from people that are wanting to join Manus, but not in Manus yet. So Manus community is actually broader. It's wider. Anyone who is interested in routing security, anyone who wants to put their efforts in promoting Manus are welcome to the Manus community. And I think that's it. Stay tuned. And if you would like to join Manus community, go to the website. You can join it there without becoming a Manus participant necessarily.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? I'm going to ask a question. When is Manners moving to a social media platform that isn't X?
Well,
I should ask that of more people. But anyway, it's cool, Andre. I'm not going to put you on the spot. I just, if we talk about things from earlier. I did. Apologies. But I didn't ask you to answer, so you know that's at least something. But in all seriousness, I am serious. No. Any other questions, folks, that are actually about Manners? And again, so contacting you, and I presume at future Right meetings and other things, there will be opportunities, and you'll be around all week to talk about this. And Blake is standing up, so please.
Blake Willis, happy Fediverse user. Just a quick one. I see a lot of people walking around with Manners t-shirts. Is there somewhere I could get one of those? They're awesome.
That's another difficult question, because my answer is no. You have to grab someone you see. If someone you see, negotiate with them. Unfortunately, we didn't bring t-shirts this time.
Thank you.
This is not a suggestion you should be ripping t-shirts off other RIPE attendees. There is a code of conduct. Okay, in which case, thank you very much, Andre. So just to say that concludes our session for this afternoon. To remind people that the PC nominations are open until tomorrow afternoon for nominations. If you're nominating someone, please make sure they know you're nominating them. And remember, there are two BOFs this evening. There is the BCOP Task Force BOF and a BOF on ICP2. So they're at 1800 in the two rooms. So thank you all very much.
C'est pour augmenter ta collection de t-shirts.
Hello, everyone. We should start the BCOP task force meeting. If everybody can get the seat, they will ring the bell outside. Yeah, okay. Let me go and do the slides. Do we maybe have Benno online? Huh? Do we have Benno? Well, he will show up. So, come on. Okay. So we will have opening, then we will have the ISPs in Ukraine, lessons to learn by Elisa, Solomia, and Olena. Olena is here. She will start with the introduction. And then we will have Sander talking about the idea that we had in the past. We had the NOG presentation, how to start, sustain, and how to run your NOG. And the idea is that we take the information out of that presentation that I did many times around the planet and actually make a document out of it. And then at the end, we will report on a consensus building document that we started last time. We were in Prague. And then we will have the open mic for new ideas, if you have any, if you want to do some work. And then we will close because we will be standing between you and the beer. So with that, Olena, would you like to start? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Hi, dear all. My name is Olena Kushnir. I'm co-founder of NOG-UA conference, which we held last year in Lviv. And it was really very difficult and challenging times for Ukraine. But in that time, we unite our community first of all, for supporting our colleagues from frontline zones. And at RIPE 86, during the BCOP working group session, the community initiate a task force to document the wartime experience. And it was titled The Best Operational Practice for Survival During Natural Disasters or War, and which will serve as a guide and inspiration for operators around the world facing crisis conditions. So I'm proud to introduce two very special students, Eliza Rohodzka, Ukrainian Catholic University, and Solomia Yeremenko, National University of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, who studied the NOG-UA materials deeply. And they have prepared the presentation titled ISPs in Ukraine, Lesson to Learn. Please welcome Lisa and Solomia.
Thank you a lot, dear guests. Just before we start, we'd like to check in and ask if you can hear us well and if you can see us. Okay, we'll take it as yes. So then, Elisa, I think you can start.
Can you hear me now?
I do hear you.
Perfect. So that's a high time to start. So good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for this presentation. Today, my colleague Solomia Yeremenko and I, Eliza Rohodzka, will be sharing insights about how internet service providers in Ukraine have managed to maintain connectivity despite the challenges posed by the ongoing war. This presentation is based on our research and several NOG-UA interviews with providers operating in some of the most war-affected regions. So can I have the second slide? Yeah, thank you. So first of all, we'll be covering the current state of internet connection in Ukraine. Then we'll talk about the impact of 3 years of conflict, the network and equipment damage faced by the providers, power outages and blackouts and their effects. Then Solomia is going to deliver you more information about the most important insights and as well as best business practices. And we will summarize our presentation with what makes internet service providers able to stand despite the challenges and lessons learned that may be applicable in other regions. So for this research, NOQA has conducted 8 in-depth interviews with small and medium-sized internet providers across Ukraine. These providers operate in some of the most challenging environments, including territories which experience intense fighting in the first early stages of the full-scale invasion. Then there are areas that continue to face regular attacks, the ones near the northern border and the ones close to active frontline in the east. These interviews covered how war has affected their operations, how they dealt with power blackouts, the specific challenges they face, and their current operational status. So the damage to infrastructure has been substantial. We've discovered it not only through the interviews, but in our own experience while studying without electricity. But getting back to the providers, they face continuous destruction across the infrastructure. There is a complete network collapse in some areas. One company that lost all subscribers during occupation has rebuilt 280 kilometers of fiber optic in just 7 months, despite each kilometer requiring at least 3 costly couplings. Some providers report replacing up to 40 kilometers of cable monthly. And can you imagine that in frontline areas, teams often restore connections in the morning only to find new damage by afternoon. Moreover, there are lots of tactical challenges. Some workers have to operate overnight to avoid detection with no protection when drones appear over their heads, and others are put in constant danger because of artillery strikes, like in Kherson, where it takes just 3 seconds to hit targets, and it makes the repair work extremely dangerous. One provider near the Dnipro River has been literally rebuilding their network daily for 2 years under constant artillery fire. ISPs in Ukraine are also suffering from deliberate targeting, where Russian forces destroy TV towers, transformer stations, and damage network components systematically. And in occupied territories, troops have looted offices and confiscated equipment at gunpoint. So the key insight here is that the damage pattern reveals infrastructure isn't just collateral damage, but it's a strategic target. The most valuable components are overhead lines, fiber optic cables, also connection pillars, and power systems supporting network nodes. And there was an adaptation response. Providers have shifted to using different cable types based on the location risk. Today, they prioritize critical infrastructure connections and fill the gaps where major operators, for example, like Vodafone, cannot maintain service. So small local providers fill this connectivity gap often while under direct fire, and despite losing up to 80% of subscribers in some areas, they continue serving frontline communities where national operators cannot operate for a period which lasts more than just last 3 years. What we are witnessing is not just infrastructure damage, but it's a battle over connectivity itself, with Ukrainian providers rebuilding faster than the networks can be destroyed. Also about the power availability, which has become a critical issue for internet service providers. Can we just get back to the previous slide, please? Yep. Thank you. So during regular outages, areas may be without electricity from 2 to 8 hours, and during targeted attacks on energy infrastructure causing blackouts, there is no maximum duration at all. Some areas have gone days and even weeks without stable connectivity. And these issues have led to the burned out network nodes, destroyed telecom bases that cannot be replaced that quickly, and also general equipment shortages which occur due to supply chain disruptions. So it's not just about internet access. When providers can't operate, communities lose service and other communication channels, which creates a dangerous information vacuum in conflict zones. So with that in mind, I'll pass the floor to my colleague Solomia to present the most important insights from our perspective.
Thank you a lot. I hope you can hear me, dear guests. So basically, while we were examining and going deeper into what the internet service providers were telling us, were telling the NOC community during the interview, is that diversification was the key behind all successful operations. And I'm pretty sure that it is no surprise that diversification plays an important role. But it's just a great example of Ukraine that shows that internet resilience and viability during the full-scale invasion helps Ukraine go through the dark times, for instance. And to provide you with the more probably context in terms of Ukraine, we have to understand that a lot of connection of the backbone data networks in Ukraine are decentralized, and we might see that most internet service providers in Ukraine manage their communication networks independently, which allows those internet providers serving in different regions respond quickly, even if someone is out of the game. And moreover, we might see that to enable internet service providers to exchange traffic from their networks and also connect to the global internet, which is necessary, we witness at least 23 internet exchange points in Ukraine that are operating at the time of the full-scale invasion. Moreover, here I found data from an open source, which is created by the Decentralization Office in Ukraine, that highlights the number of members of the ISP market. Unfortunately, it is only available in Ukrainian, but I'd be glad to present this information to you, and I might show that as we take a look at the upper chart, it shows us that in between 2021 and between 2024, the number of internet service providers which were officially registered has been fluctuating, but didn't change much, and was approximately and even over 2,000 different internet service providers on the market. Moreover, the difference between the blue and yellow line shows that the blue line are entrepreneurial persons, so natural persons that have their entrepreneurial account, and the yellow one features legal persons. So also some very, very little internet service providers, which might consist of one person. And while we were conducting the research of the interviews, we understood that in one of the regions, Mykolaiv regions, there were an internet service provider entity that consisted of 2 people only exist. Moreover, what is interesting that half of those internet service providers that are officially registered in Ukraine right now are operating in the rural areas. So it hits 1,000 it hits 1,000 entrepreneurial accounts in between 2021 and 2024. This unfortunately is not translated in English, as I've mentioned, but it directly shows that the internet service providers are, there are many of actors on the Ukrainian market. Moreover, it's fascinating to see that half of those internet service providers are actually acting in the rural areas and supplying Ukraine. So now I'd like to show you several interview quotes that support what me and my colleague has mentioned. One of the internet service providers, which is operating in Sumy region, which is usually a target of massive shelling and strikes, showed that the more players are in the market, the stronger the connection is. And the interviewee who was providing these answers also mentioned that what helps Ukrainian service providers in the areas of constant danger support each other and definitely continue providing high and stable internet, although sometimes with a disruption in the times of blackouts or various damages happening to the networks. Another interview was conducted by the provider operating in the liberated Kherson region, and the question that was asked to the interviewee sounded like, if you receive no help from government, donors, or volunteers, how much will it take for you to completely cease your operations? And the answer was again pretty astonishing. The interviewee said that the other internet service providers will help, and the interviewee also mentioned that their network is not only in Kherson region, so maybe they'll move somewhere else to help. And these answers are not just about probably uniting in the dark times. It's also about how necessary it is to keep infrastructure diversified and independent in order to make sure that if something is disrupted, other aspects work. And now I'd like to give another attention or draw another attention to Ukrainian legislation. The main change that was done in terms of legislation regarding internet service providers revolves around the law that states that, or decree that states that Ukrainian internet service providers shall immediately ensure the provision of electronic communication services for at least 3 days. So if any power outage or any power blackouts come, the government entitles the internet service providers to be responsible for granting good access to internet for at least 3 days consequently. So this shows how important it is for internet service providers to be prepared for any urgent situations. And this is exactly what, for instance, help Ukrainian, well, let's say, infrastructure work during the full-scale invasion. And this is probably something that the Ukrainian government thought would be necessary to make sure that any internet service provider can work independently for at least 3 days in a row. However, if we talk about the legislation change, I think that we might learn a lot from Ukraine as well, as we do mistakes. And one of the mistakes, or potentially one of the steps that has been widely criticized by internet service providers, is the abolishment of the simplified taxation system. So for small business in Ukraine, there is the possibility to be part of the simplified taxation system and be released or eased from various taxation fees. And unfortunately, in September, October 2024, the state tax service decided to abolish this system. And as we go back to the slide where I was telling about the market of internet service providers, we might see that many of them are small internet service providers operating in rural areas. And once the taxation system is not flexible to such critical actors during the blackouts and energy independence, they might simply stop and cease their operations and do not return on the market. So probably this is another lesson we might learn, that internet service providers are critical actors, and the taxation system must be liberal to them during various urgent cases. And with that in mind, I'd like to pass the floor to my colleague, Elisa. I'm sorry, Elisa, I guess that you're muted as of now. You are still muted? Is it possible for you to unmute yourself? Okay, maybe probably while it's taking some time, I can cover it for Elisa. So as we see when we talk about internet service providers, the key aspects that we've discovered so far is first the diversification that plays an important role, and it's definitely not we who knows it better than you. Then it's obviously interconnection, because I think Elisa is back, so you can cover your part. Yes, sorry.
Yes, so you can just understand the situation that for internet service providers to comply with the standards, Sulmia already started that part, is 3 key elements are the diversification, interconnection, and bravery. And we wanted to elaborate also on the question, is there a way out of the situation? So when considering those sustainable solutions for internet connectivity in conflict zones, we can express that as an equation where the way out equals effort divided by assistance. And this simple equation means that success depends on, first of all, the effort put forth by Ukrainian ISPs themselves, who have shown remarkable resilience. It included technical innovations and operational adaptation, for example, like using alternative power sources when conventional electricity failed. Also, it included risk assumption, sometimes and quite often financial sacrifices, and of course, the collaborative spirit. However, it means nothing when there's no assistance from various stakeholders, including state and non-state actors. And there's a huge role of civil society, for instance, the volunteers who helping to distribute and maintain alternative connectivity solutions, and also the knowledge sharing platforms, which are based on field experience. So finally, all of us should understand that Ukraine's experience today may be relevant to other regions tomorrow, or even was relevant some weeks ago. The recent blackout in Western Europe was an example of such a situation, because sustainable connectivity requires both brave and prepared local efforts and coordinated external support. And it is a lesson that extends far beyond Ukrainian current crisis. So, summarizing it, our research has yielded 3 key lessons. The first one is legislation review. Regulatory frameworks must be adaptive during crisis. And if there are any policymakers here, you should keep in mind that it is crucial to establish a legal environment that will help the ISPs work for the sake of the state's connection and not create additional obstacles. Secondly, we understood that cooperation between businesses becomes essential for system resilience. And it's not only about internal cooperation between the branches of one business, but between the competing businesses too. We have only one problem we are fighting, and unity is the key to succeeding in this process. And finally, the visibility of these challenges is crucial for mobilizing appropriate support. If we stop talking about them, the system might fail. If not today, then some months from now. And all of this requires coordination between the government entities that are able to create enabling regulations, also the private sector actors and foreign supporters who can provide resources and their expertise, and of course the ISPs themselves who are ready to collaborate. So as we conclude, I'd like to offer the 3F test we apply here. When leaving this room, we should all consider 3 actions: to foresee, to forestall, and to foster. All actors must anticipate the challenges in conflict zones. And accordingly, it needs a thorough preparation on all levels of communication between the market actors. To forestall, simply put, means to prevent the network crashes before they occur. The preventative measures should be implemented not on the day of facing the problem, but right after you find out about the probability of its occurrence. And to foster resilience, building the networks which are adaptable and which are decentralized is important for maintaining connectivity during emergencies. So when the actor knows how to stay resilient and has the support needed, he is like a warrior ready for a fight. So this fight will be victorious for him. So As they say, in a great initiative, let's keep Ukraine connected, not just for Ukraine's sake, but because the lessons learned here have profound implications for ISPs all around the world. And the experience of Ukrainian internet service providers offers valuable insights for any region which is facing potential disruptions, whether from conflict, natural disaster, or any other type of emergency. So here, I'd like to thank you for your attention. And if you have any ideas, you're welcome to share them, whether offline or online.
Yeah, and I think we might share the last page of the
Yes.
presentation.
And here we'll be passing the floor to Olena.
Maybe girls, thank you, Sophia and Elisa, for perfect work and perfect presentation. And dear RIPE community, today I have a special honor to invite you to the second NOC-UA conference, which will be held in Lviv from 13 till 16 of November. Even in Ukraine, don't know about this date. Ukrainian community don't know these dates. That's why you are the first. And the date is a symbolic for us because in Ukraine we have holidays, professional holidays. In 16th of November, we celebrate the day of radio, TV, and electronic communications in Ukraine. And Lviv, of course, is a safe and very beautiful town, far from the broad, Polish broad. And the success of last years show that we are able and ready to host the international technical community in comfort and safety. And of course, synchronous English translator through the event will be representatives from the government, trunk providers, ISPs, and point exchange companies will be present, of course. You will receive new knowledge from the first hands. And of course, Ukrainian well-known hospitality will be. That's why as fast as possible, we will start the registration. And welcome to Ukraine. See you in Lviv. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Nope. Okay, I have a question because this is a BCOP task force. We have to document the best practices. Are you planning to put all this information in the RIPE document style so we can go through it and publish it?
We will continue our work. We have our official YouTube channel with subtitles in English. On the next NOG, we will continue to record new interviews, and of course we will publish all the materials which these great students to do. Alex.
Thank you.
From my experience, we are collecting all the things. It's not finished, and it's too early to document it in official style. We will do that, but a bit later, because we have a lot of things to do in Ukraine right now.
Excellent. I'm just checking on the status about it. Please.
Is there any hardware in specific that's been difficult to get enough of?
Can you ask again?
Yeah. Is there any hardware in specific that has been difficult to get enough of or a hold of?
Is there any specific hardware that has been difficult to get enough or a hold of? Splicers, wireless access points.
We need a lot of fiber cables. We need splicers. We need, more, of course, fiber cable. It is more needed. especially for frontline zones ISPs, because now they rebuild their networks and to underground from airlines. That's why we will look for donors and we'll be very happy. Please contact with me if you have some ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I turned my badge over. So I'm currently speaking on behalf of the Global NOG Alliance with the Keep Ukraine Connected project. So we have been collecting a lot of hardware. We are constantly in touch about what they need and then try to find people to donate it. But at the moment, the biggest trouble is things like splicers and fiber optic cables, like hundreds of kilometers of it, because Ukraine is not a small country. But those are things that are not left over. You know, it's not like somebody says, "Oh, I have a router that's a few years old that we're not using. You can have it." But nobody says, "Oh, we have a spool of 50 kilometers of fiber cable that we have left over." So that's usually the biggest problem. Things that are available on the second-hand market are usually doable, but yeah, for other things like splicers and cable. The best way to get it is just to collect money and actually buy them, because yeah, they're not on the second-hand market.
Okay, are there any other questions, comments? Nope.
Salomia, you want to ask something?
Yeah, I just want
Oh yes, hi Benno.
Hi there. Turn
Yeah,
on my
sorry.
camera. Please ask a question first. So
Yeah, it's not a question. It's just I wanted to add a detail. Although me and Elisa are legal professionals, not technical, but I would say that while we were examining these 8 interviews, which are obviously not enough to explain the whole details, but what we've noticed that one question that was posed to any interviewee was, is there anything that you need at the moment? And they were mostly talking about fiber optics. For instance, the internet service provider from Kramatorsk, which is Donetsk region and obviously very close to the front line, mentioned that after each shelling, a cable might be sort of, I don't know, injured. And if you take a glance, at first glance, the cable looks very good, very stable. But then those little cuts that are made because of the pieces or debris of shelling actually turns the huge cable into something that doesn't work anymore. So even this little cosmetic, I don't know, shelling aftermath might damage the whole cable. And I mean, even if part of it's damaged, then it's not possible to expose it properly. So that's just what we wanted to add from the experience of examining interviews. Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much. Hi Benno. So this is my co-chair. He's doing it remotely.
Hi there.
Yeah, how are we doing?
Good. Hello, Lisbon. Greetings from the Netherlands.
Yeah.
And I would say 12 points for Ukraine. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry not for missing the session and the RIPE meeting. Jan is doing all the heavy work in front of the room, and I'm running the remote sessions. So I hope I'm still useful for you, Jan. Yeah.
Cool. Are there any questions on the Metico?
No, I don't see any Q&As. No.
Okay, so then I think it's time to move forward, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now it's you, right? Now Sander will talk about building a NOG guidelines. Please.
Hey, good afternoon. How do I get volunteered for all these presentations all the time? So we've been talking with NOG organizers about best practices and things about like how do you build a NOG? Like what different types of NOGs are there? How do you build a community? Things like this. So actually, we're basing this on work that Jan did years ago at a previous job where he gave presentations on this subject. Now, we are taking that as a starting point to start a document explaining what are NOGs, what type of NOGs do you have, what is the history. Like there's a case study from CNOG that Jan personally experienced. We have a bunch of people here in the room that I see that also have experience with building NOGs. So we're using this as a starting point, but we really want to make this into a document so people who are thinking about starting a NOG but have no idea where to begin can actually get a bit of a guideline, like, okay, how do you start? What should you focus on? Which IDs work? Which IDs don't work? And stuff like that. So this is a very short presentation because this is basically the punchline. If anybody has experience with setting up a NOG and running a NOG, please talk to us, talk to Jan, talk to Benno, talk to me, and so we can take this starting point and actually turn it into a good document. And of course, I will share the starting document on the mailing list really soon now.
Can you go one slide back?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any suggestions how to organize this document? Is there anybody that would like to help with this document, to write a document, to document the whole stuff?
To document the document?
Can you go on the mic?
I mean, let's do it. Yeah, I can volunteer if you want.
No,
my experience.
Alex, you understand, like if you volunteer, we have to have it on record, right?
Yes. Thank you for volunteering.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else, or just have comments what we should change here, or what should we add? Are there any aspects of a NOG that are critically important that that needs to be added here for the future reference?
There was a discussion about legal entities for NOGs to be able to get money, and that's certainly an aspect that should be somehow in there, I guess.
Very true. Thank you.
So this would be, what would this be called? Sustaining a NOG?
Well,
financing a NOG?
Yeah, we need to cover those aspects. You're right.
Yeah. Okay. Diverse nature. Yeah. Oh, please.
Hi, this is Ola from ICANN, speaking for myself. I would say more case studies. I think NOGs are very diverse, and CNOG, also very nice NOG meeting, is only one of several, and I think there's other types of NOG meetings that I would like to see than a case study of.
Well, I had the deep understanding of how we did CNOG, so that's why I put it in my presentation, because I could explain the whole process.
Of course.
But it would be also good to hear from other NOGs and maybe add their story to the document, because we don't have a word limit, I think.
Good.
Once again, Alex Semeniaka, RIPE-NCC, speaking for myself. And first of all, the legal entity is really important. I agree, but it's also necessary to emphasize that NOG should be a neutral thing, because it's really easy to let somebody to grab this NOG under their activity and use for some own purposes. So it should be a balance between this financial sustainability and neutrality. And another aspect to be covered, and for different NOGs, I saw that it's important to have a balance between offline and online activities. And a lot of NOGs started ad hoc chats in instant messengers or something to be able to communicate between meetings, for example. And that's an important part of that. And it's really useful to think from the day zero about such balance between offline and online communications.
Yes, but there is a difference between a hybrid meeting and a live meeting with just streaming on the internet and chat. It's a big difference. But yeah, this needs to be considered. Any other comments? Come on, we usually don't bite. Olena.
Yeah, Olena Kushnir, NogUA. Alex, we have a small difference between NOGs because, for example, as we speak about NogUA, we send even email with the address of the hotel, the place where we held the conference, because security issue. And the second one, that online, it is a great thing, but we're afraid that some session should be secret for or online for the world participants. It's just earlier registration and to check these participants who can connect to our sessions. Some difficulties.
Yeah, I think you're, in your case, you're really showing the diverse nature of NOGs.
Please.
Hello. I think it is also important to think about neighboring NOGs or other countries that are besides your country, I would not say peering, but on a more cooperative level, to say, despite there may be a language barrier, it helps to each other on both sides of the border to contribute and exchange ideas on that level.
Oh, yeah. Well, like we're doing it with HR NOG, and we are actually in September doing Slovenian NOG on 16, and 18 is HR NOG. So there will be a traveling day on the 17th for people from Ljubljana to Zagreb. So thank you. Eric, hello.
Hello. Eric Vink speaking here with the Applications Council from Belgium. I don't read the document, but do you have some place there where you define who will be participating in it, the target audience, and what kind of topics? Is it only, for instance, service provider, but also economics or topics are part of it?
We don't have that yet. So basically, this document is just a conversion from Jan's presentation that we used as a starting point, and we're really at the beginning of the process now. So that is definitely something that we have to include.
Would you like to help?
No time. I said no name, right? You don't know me.
Yes, Eric. Thank you. Okay.
I think we reached a point where we say, let's take it to the mailing list.
You got enough of the feedback?
I think I already got enough for a version 2, and then yep. I will make the adjustments and send it around, and we can discuss further.
Thank you very much. While you're there, you want to do the consensus, or I do it? Okay, I do it. Okay.
I'll pretend to be the chair. It's fine.
Okay. So, wow, somebody got creative here. We started this work at the last meeting. And we asked the community if documenting the consensus process in RIPE community would be a good idea. We got some mixed feedback. Some people were really excited. Some people were like, if we document it, then we need to follow it. But nevertheless, we started a document. Meantime, we got a little busier than we expected, so we did some work. We wish we could do more work. So if anybody is interested in helping out with this document, we more than welcome. So this was the first version. We started putting in the headlines, basically the titles of the chapters, and we started with this, actually explaining what is the rough consensus, then it's the significance of feedback in different phases, and then it's Chad's guidelines for declaring consensus. Well, this would be chair's guidelines for declaring consensus. That's a typo, autocorrect. Then Mirjam did some work, our RIPE chair, and she posted the whole addition to what we started. Thank you, Mirjam. I think she's listening to the ICP2 discussion now, but I think Niall will proxy our thanks to her. And then we joined basically the two versions. So the whole thing is now sort of the introduction, the target audience, where we explain who is the target audience for this consensus document. Then we explain what is consensus, where is consensus used in the RIPE community, and then we go into the difficult bit to explain how to build consensus. Then the second part of the document is about the different roles in a consensus building, who are the proposers, who are participants, and some guidance for the working group chairs, because these are three basically parties that are involved in the whole process. Somebody is proposing the policy document or whatever document. We have participants in the room, and you have the chair that is supposed to guide, steer the discussion and call the consensus at the end, and that's the difficult part. And then we go into the significance of feedback in different phases. We have a discussion phase, review phase, and concluding phase. So this is how far we came. Sander, we have for each of these, we have some text. We already have some meat, right? Open it.
There we are. So yeah, so this is the table of contents. We actually wrote the contents as well. It's currently living as a Google Docs document, but I will export it from there and also post that to the mailing list. Yeah, the reason we started with the topics you saw at the beginning is because those are the things that, from our own experience, there is some confusion about. For example, what power does a working group chair have? And well, Jan always says the working group chair is the least important person in the room. He is serving the community. He shouldn't push his own agenda. So from that point of view, as a working group chair, you still sometimes have to make difficult decisions. Like if you are trying to close a loophole, of course, the people abusing the loophole will complain and disagree with that. So how do you balance the need of the community versus the consensus process? So these are the topics we focused on in the beginning, but then Mirjam put a lot of time in giving us good feedback. So that's why we now have a much more extensive document since the last time. And again, I'll share it on the mailing list, but yeah, I'm really curious what your ideas are, like where should we take this? Like there's, of course, there is already training material on the RIPE Academy about how to be a good working group chair. Like what do you think this community needs to make it clear of how people are supposed to participate in this whole process?
So these are the references that we are basically using when building the document and getting some content from. And you mentioned the working group chair training session. Then it's the ITF on consensus and humming. Then we have ITF working group chairs training. Then we have some ITU stuff, the art of reaching consensus. Then we have the brokering standards by consensus. This is different stuff, right?
So Kurt went down. Yeah, Relina. They will open it.
Hello? Here we are. Franziska Lichtblau, SAP, speaking for myself. Just to jump on the point that you actually make, I would like to again publicly disagree on your version of how important / non-important a chair is, because you are right, the chair shouldn't actively impose power, but by sheer visibility of the role, you have a lot of implicit power. And if you don't realize that as a responsibility and frame your actions in that context, because this is where actually the active building of consensus comes in. If you phrase it this way, and this is what I would argue against phrasing it in a document like that, people may get the wrong impression by the role they are actually holding.
This should be a chapter in the document. Do we have this recorded? Yes, we do. Yes. Thank you, Relina. This will become a chapter in the documents. Can you write it for us? Thank you. Lovely, lovely. Please, Neil.
Neil O'Reilly, right Vice Chair. I think there are one or two things. Well, first of all, what Franziska said. The role of the chair is crucial here. It's a role both of service and of the exercise of authority. And the exercising the authority in the right, with the right mindset is crucial. And I think that's what Franziska was saying. But I think there are two things I miss here. One is the section, what consensus is not.
Okay.
Because it's very easy to catalog more or less mechanistically all of this good stuff and come up with a document which is reductionist and a set of tick boxes where somebody can say, look, we did all this, so we must have consensus. But this misses the point of where are the pitfalls. And this is what I was trying to highlight in the silent presentation that you so kindly gave on my behalf when I couldn't be there in Prague. You really have to look at the danger of confirmation bias. We've done all these things, so we must have consensus. The question is, who are the stakeholders who somehow are systematically excluded, not maliciously, but accidentally, by the way the question is put? And that's the danger of focusing on process rather than focusing on principle. The question is, which are the 2 or 3 principles which make a good consensus? Which are the 2 or 3 principles that protect us from making a bad consensus? And then the rest of it is all detail and case studies and how we would work through that. But if the chair, at whatever level, working group chair, BOF chair, RIPE chair, team member, hasn't got the right principles to start with, then the whole thing will take off in the wrong direction. And that's the section that I'm happy to help write. But I've written it already, but without words and in silence. So I'll try and flesh that out.
A word.
So to be fair, and credits to the RIPE NCC for this one, the things of what is consensus and what is not consensus, like it's not about majorities, it's about the content. All this we happily stole from the RIPE NCC's training material. Yeah. The other one that I think is really important, and you mentioned that being a chair is not a mathematical process.
Yeah, Eric.
Erik Vink, this time with my ATF background, on point 6, you talk about building the consensus, but you may want to add a point declaring the consensus, right? To make it clear. And maybe you need something called an appeal procedure somewhere.
I
okay,
see
I'm
me out going like this.
Well, to be fair, in the RIPE PDP process, we do have a appeal process, and 7.3, the concluding phase, is a last call where you get the confirmation that there are no oversights. I see Neil laughing, but that's because he's one of the people who at some point blocked consensus by opposing it in last call. So we learned a good lesson from you. Thank you. But no, it's definitely important. But the appeals process, I think, belongs in the PDP and not necessarily in this document.
Okay. Any other suggestions? Comments, questions?
Tomatoes.
I'm doing the chairing from the presenter's point.
Am I chairing now?
Yes.
So I think we covered everything. We already got a couple of people who we could volunteer. So thank you for that. And favorite words, let's take it to the mailing list.
Let's take it to the mailing list. Thank you very much.
Okay, what time is it? Anyone have time? 4 minutes. Okay, open mic. Does anyone have any ideas or would like to volunteer to write some documentation on the best current operational practices? Anyone? I don't see people running to the mic. Oh, all the people that would volunteer are at the ICP2 meeting. Okay. That being said, thank you very much. Okay. Niall would like to.
Since we have a gap, I want to say.
Can you put the mic a little bit down?
Down a bit. Oh yeah, I'm not as tall as the last speaker, I guess. Yeah, I wanted to come back to the beginning of the session and to say congratulations to the two students and to ask Olena to give them my personal congratulations, and I guess from everybody else as well.
That's a great. Okay, with that being said, we are concluding this version of the Best Current Operational Practices Task Force. Thank you everybody for coming, and thank you for all the great suggestions. We will move things forward. Cheers.